TSM played really well versus C9. It was a really close match, and C9 just really punished their small mistakes.
A double for Jensen, redemption, now it's 3 for him. Impact still alive in the front line, refuses to go down, it's a hat trick, and a double kill for Sneaky.
Cloud9 is the strongest team in NALCS.
That Cloud9 hype, they take down the defending champions. That's gonna be the game, the match, in Cloud9 ending week 1, first place.
Welcome to week 2 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live from our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California. Saturday morning, EU LCS is finishing up. They've had a very lengthy day of games, and then no rest for the weary. If you're watching the LCS and want to tune into some more action, NALCS has got you covered. Here we see Phoenix 1, Envy, all of our squads making their way into the arena for today's bouts. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Aiding me on the analyst desk this afternoon are Aiden Zyrene Moon and Mark Zimmerman. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty well? Just pretty well?
Pretty well.
Kobe was stupendous when I had him on the desk a couple days ago.
I'm
What about you?
miserable.
And Mark is miserable. Wouldn't
Thank
have
you.
it any other way. Now, before we touch on our games today, let's review the standings. FlyQuest hold on to their first place spot for now. Cloud9 right behind them with TSM in third place. Meanwhile, fourth place is shared between Team Liquid, Phoenix 1, and Immortals, while yesterday's results have Team Dignitas and Counterlogic Gaming sharing seventh place, leaving Echo Fox and Team Envy in last. But expect those placements to change or shuffle around as we look at our schedule for the day. To start, we've got Immortals opposite Cloud9 on NALCS 1. Then TSM hope to maintain their momentum from yesterday as they go up against Team Liquid. Then over on NALCS 2, Envy debuts their starting jungler Lyra against Phoenix 1, with Echo Fox looking to pick up their first match win against Team Dignitas. Now let's briefly recap last night's games before we jump into today's matchup, starting with FlyQuest, who moved to 3-0 here at the start of the split.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely surprising given what they were expected to do in the preseason, but they're 3-0 despite what everyone's going to think is happening. They are still kind of weaker in the early game, which is what people expected, but it's not as important. No one's able to punish them like we thought they'd be able to do, and once they get into the mid-late game, it's obvious that FlyQuest has the advantage with their shot calling.
Exactly. Their lanes are not performing too well in terms of the lane phase, but once High gets freed up, starts roaming around the map on things like Twisted Fate and Corki, then he definitely gets that shot calling done that he's known for. And I think that this is a team that will test bottom tier teams' shot calling, and they'll be able to take them down. But as they approach the top of the standings and they go against teams like Cloud9, well, if they're able to hold up in shot calling, then the individual skill gap will definitely show.
Yeah, will they be able to keep up with teams that have larger individual skill gaps between them? But of course, you know, High, Moon behind him have been performing very well here for this squad early in the split.
It's really surprising, too, because High's coming back in, and he left when it was like, oh, champion pool not so big. They're actually replacing him with Jensen so they can perform internationally. He's doing pretty well right now in terms of his numbers that he's putting up and his leadership. But integrating Moon into this team, and Moon having the best showing that he's ever had in the LCS, that's the big standout for me, is how is Moon performing this well? He's getting some good champions, but High seems to be giving him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that develops over the split. See if he can remain consistent from the jungle. That'll be the key for them. TSM, though, another squad that I want to talk about, having a shaky start to the split. Last night, finally, games 2 and 3 of their series, they started to look a bit better.
Right, and I think TSM was a team that was often defined by how well they worked off each other. Once they got a lead top, they could snowball at mid. Similarly, if they ever got the lead mid, snowball at bottom. And game 3 in particular was a game where we saw Hanser make repeated roams to the mid lane and really set Bjergsen up for success. And then they tried to transfer that bottom. Not quite as clean as we're used to seeing back when Doublelift was on the team, but it is a step in the right direction, exactly what we were looking for coming into this week.
Yeah, coming into week 2, beginning of the split still, TSM, they looked a little bit better and they had improved their macro games slightly as the series went on, but Wild Turtle is still the question mark for me because they're missing that shot caller in the bottom lane. So now they're having Hanser roam down to camp for Bjergsen with Svenskeren, and then they try to free up Wild Turtle like you were saying, Mark, but right now, Wild Turtle is still not at that level, right? He's missing a lot of Varus ultimates. He's not actually performing as well as you would want, but This team, they still have to shake off a little bit of rust, and we'll see what they can do later on in the season.
Yeah, we heard yesterday that the team with Double Lift had a lot of direction. Whether the direction was good or bad at times is up for debate.
At least you got one.
They
Yeah,
had
Double Lift
direction and they
plays.
were moving somewhere. It's up to them to find that again this time around with Wild Turtle. We'll see if other teams can show that kind of improvement this weekend. Team Envy in particular will look to show their true colors as Lyra arrives to join their starting roster.
Yeah, Lyra is finally here, so Ninja gets out of the jungle that he hates, and he gets to go back to mid lane. So we'll see maybe some quirky champions from him, but honestly, now we get to get a real opinion of where Envy stands, because Seraph has very high praise for Lyra. Seraph has actually been playing a ton of Jace and carrying from the top lane as much as he can, but it hasn't been enough just yet. So we'll see what this does for the team and what their shot calling and map movements look like with Seraph freed up.
Right, you would think that with the experienced Lyra coming into the team, he's been playing pro since 2013. He'll know how to snowball a successful top laner, like it seems like Seraph has. He's gotten huge CS leads in most of his games, so if he gets just that little extra help to get over the top and start actually carrying the games, I think you can see Envy actually start looking really good.
Now, this is going to be a tough question to answer because you don't really have any evidence to pull from. But
I love these.
Yeah, I know.
Rampant speculation. Let's go.
Setting you up to fail. Here we go. No, but you know, in this MVP1 series, with the addition of Lyra, do you think that that's going to be enough for Envy to perhaps take this series and start moving in the right direction for their split? Or, you know, are they going to need the time to kind of ramp up and get to their full potential?
I'm not going to say I think Envy's going to take this series, but I do think what we were talking about with being able to snowball the top side, Zig is the kind of top laner you want to test that out against. He's a very stable top laner, but he's not the type to really go toe-to-toe in skill matchups in a lot of situations. And so if you can force him onto a tank and then get Seraph the counter pick with a carry and then snowball around with Lyra, then I think you can see that they look really good this series and potentially take it, but I still think P1's favored.
Yeah, it's definitely a test to see where Envy stand in the standings, and P1 as well, because right now, it's like P1, where are they? They did pretty well against Dignitas. It went 3 games, but we don't have a read on them. And they're a bottom lane focused team at the moment where they kind of ignore Zig. Ryu needs to become more consistent. So to answer your question of Envy, well, I don't know if they'll have enough to take it, because I know that P1 boot camped in Korea. They've had more practice time together, so they look a little more polished. And Lyra got here 2 days ago, right? So I don't know what his condition is like, if he's jet lagged or not, and how he's going to perform.
I'm just excited to see Lyra up against Inori in the jungle. We got a very vocal, very aggressive young guy in Inori, and then Lyra, lots of experience coming over from the LCK. We'll see how he fares. It looks like the teams are just about ready to go, so it's time for us to send it over to the casters to get underway.
Thanks, Dash. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and this guy beside me is Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited that Lyra is finally here, the MV squad all together. We can see how they do.
Well, it's time to see exactly how that goes down as we are getting ready for our first series, as Phoenix 1 is going to take on Team Envy. And ladies and gentlemen, as he said, Lyra has landed. Today, all eyes are going to be fixed on the jungler to see how he performs and what this is going to do for the rest of Team Envy.
Yeah, and Lyra is from the LCK, where he's played for teams like KT Rolster and most recently the Africa Freaks. And his teammates are really high on this guy. They think he's the missing piece that's going to unlock their lineup and get them not only their first win, but hopefully the wins after that.
About my new teammates, especially Lyra, is really good because he's the best jungler in my life. He's legit perfect. I can swear to God, he can be just anyone in NA.
Perfect jungler seems like you can't ask for more than that.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, and I mean, Envy, obviously, you have to put a little bit of kind of restraint on the expectations for them because they haven't had the time to practice. You know, Lyra was in Korea getting his visa, but they really were prioritizing getting him back here as fast as possible. They put him on the first business class flight as soon as he got his visa, got him back here, trying to get him some rest, trying to get him some practice so he could get ready for the series.
We'll have to see how well all of that works out for these guys, because Lyra's first test, it's going to come up against Inori, who has been a consistent performer for Phoenix 1 in Week 1.
Yeah, Nori's great, and Phoenix 1 in general has started much better this split than they did last year, and they were able to play a very close series against Dignitas, who a lot of people do have pegged as one of those top teams, and this should be a match that Phoenix 1 can win. They're not looking to be a middle-of-the-pack team. They want to be playoff contenders. They want to be near the top of the table, and it's got to start here against a team like Envy.
Well, let's go ahead and check out the starting lineups that are going to be going toe-to-toe on Summoner's Rift today. On the blue side, it's Phoenix 1. In the top lane, Zig, Inori in the jungle, Ryu going to be in mid lane, Arrow is bottom, Adrian's going to be there supporting him, and of course, Fly the coach.
And on the red side today, it's Envy. In the top lane, it's Seraph. In the jungle, Lyra. In the mid lane, Ninja. In the bot lane, Apollo. Support Hakuo with Coach Dylan Falco.
And of course, we have been talking about how this is the first showing of the real Envy. Week 1, of course, you get a taste of all the different teams, but that wasn't really a taste of the real Envy, right? That was pseudo Envy. This is the real show.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where people can actually start to make their judgments on the team, right? You know, Alex Each is a great player, but he was playing mid lane. He was their sub, Ninja, their mid laner, forced to play jungle. You know, it's obviously something that was not planned on, not practiced for nearly as much as they would have liked to have had. And especially with all the compliments that Seraph and the rest of his team are throwing towards Lyra, you have to have high expectations for this guy and think that he could make the team a lot better.
I mean, I've never actually heard a player compliment his jungler that
he's perfect, Flowers.
Yeah, he's perfect. He can beat anybody in NA. This is the guy that's going to unlock everything for Team Envy. And one thing, in case you guys didn't catch the games or the standings from week number 1, Team Envy, the only team currently in the league to not have a single win under their belts.
Yeah, not even a game win, let alone a match win. So definitely something that they're going to be looking to rectify today. And Lyra, you know, he's going to be up against one of the strong junglers here in North America, against Inori. The jungle pool in general has been very, very strong this year in North America. With, you know, Reignover and Chaser and Lyra, Dardoch, Inori. We have great new junglers with contracts and Katie. And so, you know, to say this guy is going to be the best is definitely a bold statement, and I'm excited to see if that is going to come to be.
Well, we're already into picks and bans, and it's going to be Malzahar, Zyra, Ryze, Rengar, Camille, and LeBlanc all taken off the board as Phoenix One decides they want to prioritize that powerful jungler in Kha'Zix for Inori.
These are actually really fast picks here too, and red side bans totally standard. Blue side, there is a little bit more flexibility, some targeting on the bot lane there, as well as not wanting to give over Ryze in first rotation. That's kind of generally what it is. If you're not willing to first pick it, you have to ban it away. Still, Envy is going to grab themselves a very strong bot lane here, and already we have some divergence as far as what the picks are going to be. There will not be matched picks because it's a jungler and a top laner already locked for P1, and Envy do have their full bot lane. So, you know, will they pick up an ADC here for Phoenix One? That is kind of traditionally what a lot of people would have done because they don't want to get pinched out of that kind of ADC triumvirate of Ashe, Varus, and Jhin. But there's definitely some divergence here, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top in the second rounds of bans, as Envy can really try to pinch that AD carry pool. Phoenix One can look to target Envy's top laner if they'd like, since they have not selected a top laner of their own.
And there are the expected bans, well, at least the first expected ban coming out from Envy in this second part of banning. Remember, we only go through the first 6 picks, and then 4 more bans are going to be coming at us next, as Ashe is taken away by Envy, Fiora banned out by P1, and we're expecting the Jhin ban here as the second one around for Envy, taking those S-tier 80 carries off the table.
Yeah, so there is the Jhin. That is definitely as expected, and I think the Fiora is a very smart ban, just as Mark was talking about on the analyst desk, saying that if you could put Seraph in a carry matchup against Zig, have Lyra helping him out, you really could get the advantage and have that as kind of your carry lane. So it seems like Fiora is the only one they're really worried about. Envy does still have a lot of options here in the top lane. They need to pick up their top laner, they need to pick up their mid laner. Corki is available. That has been huge so far in the NALCS, and will be the choice for Ninja.
Looks like that's what's going to be Ninja's pick for his first time in NALCS 2017, actually playing his preferred role as opposed to having to play in the jungle. We've seen some awesome performances on Corki so far, not from Envy particularly, but in the rest of NALCS, so showing that it's a pretty solid pick right now, as Arrow is going to be hovering over the Draven right now, but I don't think that's going to be what they actually go for. Nope, Orianna locked in.
Yeah, Orianna will be the pick here. Definitely solid, should be a pretty even mid lane matchup. Corki obviously having the ability to kind of farm out really any lane, and I think Ezreal would make a lot of sense as far as a pick. There are a few different options. Ezreal, Caitlyn are kind of the 2 safest remaining AD carries in my opinion. You can go the hyper carry route. You can do more utility based things like the Kalista. We've seen Piglet playing Twitch, so there are some options, but Ezreal going to be the choice, and it is a very safe one, so it makes a lot of sense. And now we really just have to find out, what does Seraph want to play? And Jace is available. That has been something that a lot of people have been prioritizing in both picks and the bans, but we have not seen too much success with it.
Right, and Seraph, as somebody who plays the Jace, as somebody who plays those carry-style top laners as opposed to just more traditionally tanks, there was actually something I saw, it was a post earlier this week on Reddit where somebody was making like trading cards with the stats of all the top laners, and Seraph was putting up some great numbers, but like you said, failing to translate those into victories.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things with Jace, at least in the North American LCS, it has been win lane, lose game.
Right.
You know, and it's hard to sometimes translate that success on these non-tech champions into match victories. And Seraph, as a result, going to go with the Trundle here. Is definitely an advantageous lane matchup, and it's a lot kind of more straightforward as far as playing in the team fights and split push. So I think it's definitely a really solid pick. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Kennen really lately.
Yeah.
It's been something that has really been picking up in the LCK and some of the other regions, and a lot of the North American top laners are playing it a ton in solo queue, so I have been kind of waiting to see that on-hit Kennen show up in the NALCS, but it's not going to be just yet.
Nope, instead going to be opting into that Trundle, the traditional tank buster, and of course when the enemy team has a non-tank jungler, a non-tank support, and only one tank, Subjugate's pretty easy to pick a target for.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to make it so hard, especially for them to punch through, because it's not like there's alternative builds for the Maokai where you're like, it's okay, I'll just build full AP. I don't need it.
Oh yeah, full AP
right?
Maokai, right? A-ramp style.
It doesn't work out too well, and you do get a lot of extra stats stolen over from him, so it could be pretty hard to punch through this Trundle.
Either way, Team Envy, they want to find their first win, at least a game, if not the entire series. Obviously, always going to be the goal to get as many as you can, but Phoenix One is definitely a team that is not going to just take that lying down. They will make sure that they have to work for it if Envy wants to have any sort of a chance introducing Lyra like that. But we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today here between Phoenix One and Team Envy, seeing who's ultimately going to reign supreme.
Now, Phoenix One really was so close to ending week 1 2-0, right? They almost took down Dignitas, so definitely could be a team that we're talking about near the top of the table. One thing that really did stand out there, though, was how much Zig got abused by Someday, right? And that is something that really was problematic for P1 and something that we're often going to see Envy look to exploit. When we look at how they played last year, a lot of it was trying to play through Seraph. He had a huge champion pool. He's a very strong carry player and is someone who can take over a game. And now having Lyra here with him, I'm going to be very interested to see where Lyra wants to focus his attention. Does he want to kind of go top lane, try to snowball this matchup, try to get Zig behind enough to unlock Seraph as this split-pushing beast?
And you know, that kind of goes back to one of the problems and the tendencies we saw from Envy in 2016, right? This was a team that often made a lot of plays with the top laner and the jungler and the mid laner, the 3 Koreans on the team, and then the bottom lane was just kind of, hey, do your thing, don't die, we'll try to carry. Is that going to be the same plan again with Lyra? That's kind of what we're asking ourselves.
Exactly. It's tough to know. And it can be that the mixed language teams can be very difficult to play because of that. Sometimes.
Absolutely.
You know, there is very differing thoughts on how smart it is to play these kind of setups and to play these mixed language teams because it can be really tough to communicate. And naturally, you want to play around the people that you can communicate more easily to, which can sometimes leave the bot lane getting pretty neglected.
Either way, both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map this time around. Inori at the blue, Lyra at the red. Top laner's going to bump into each other there in the river just momentarily. Seraph hanging around. You can see the keystones there on the bottom part of your screen. Fervors of battle popping up on both Rek'Sai and Trundle and Ezreal as well.
Oh my God.
While the Warlord's Bloodlust on Varus as Zig gets a big old chunk taken out of that bar.
Yeah, that is vicious as Seraph got so much damage down there. He did miss a couple CS to do it, so we'll see if it actually ends up being worthwhile. He needs to kind of translate that into something else because he lost more minions than his opponent and his wave is pushing towards Zig. So whether or not that was worth it will be determined by how well Zig's able to CS.
For what it's worth, Zig does have more potions going into this lane than his opponent does, right? He's got a Corrupting Potion compared to a single health potion plus a Dorian's Blade, but once those are gone, he's not really going to have any combat stats while Seraph is going to have the edge.
And he already used 2 charges, so that's actually pretty significant, getting those 2 charges out of the way. You know, if Seraph can really kind of abuse this guy, you can look for those dives, you can look to try to really carve yourself out an advantage up here, and that's definitely something they're going to be trying to do. But meanwhile, we do have Inori kind of lurking around in the top side of the map, and he's not going to go up to top lane, but
just grabbing himself the Scuttle Crab, taking some of that vision, trying to control the area a little bit better. He realizes that Seraph's really far pushed up. That was a really big minion wave to try to make some kind of a play in. It can be sort of a tricky situation at those points in time. Lyra grabbing the bottom side of the map, Scuttle Crab as well.
Lyra is so far ahead, actually, on the clear. Like, this is actually ridiculous. He's going to spot Inori out, really?
The Scryer's Orb wasn't going to be seeing him. The red buff is right there. Lyra knows what's happening.
He has his smite, so he could try to challenge for this and is a level up.
He's going to tunnel through, looking to steal it away. Inori's got it secured. Lyra just decides it's not worth it, going to tunnel himself back out. Doesn't actually go for that one.
Yeah,
he had the chance to.
I think had Lyra actually hit that smite and taken that away, he probably would have gone for the fight, red buff versus no red buff there.
Right.
And they do have another charge of smite, so, oh, Lyra gets that one.
Lyra making sure that he at least gets something out of that advantage nice and early. Now Ryu going to be soaking some damage from Ninja as Lyra shows up to make sure he can't retaliate too well. Going to be just tunneling himself towards the other end of the river, hanging out around the top side again, keeping Seraph safe. And both top lane and bottom lane starting to eke out very minor CS advantages for themselves on the side of Team Envy.
Yeah, they're looking good early on here, and I think that they did draft for this bot lane advantage. They did get a good matchup in top lane, really across the board. Their matchups are looking pretty good. Where you would say as far as tiering goes, the advantages for P1 are in the jungle, right? The Kha'Zix has been so highly prioritized. That's what they decided to actually first pick here as well. So Inori is going to have to get some work done on the Kha'Zix to kind of make up for some of the deficiencies that they do have in their draft.
And we've seen some, I believe it was Zyrene that was talking about it yesterday, the insane win rate of Kha'Zix right now and how effective that champion is proving to be. He's in a tier of his own pretty much right below Rengar, a lot of people are saying.
I mean, it's been like 70-something% win rate so far across professional play. It was up near 75, I believe, which is pretty insane with the amount of games that he has actually been played. So definitely the kind of S-tier jungler that is actually able to be picked since Rengar is pretty much never available.
Always banned. Always banned away. But one thing I also want to comment on, I should say. Top lane, Zig playing this Maokai. This is the 6th game that P1 has played in 2017. This is the 5th one of those games that Zig is on this champion. They really prioritize putting him on this super tank.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, Zig is a very solid player, but he has not shown the ability to really kind of take over games, dominate games. So if you have a guy like that, you want him on a tank, on a safe scaling champion. It's okay if you fall behind a little bit in farm on a Maokai because you're always going to have relevance as long as you can team fight well, as long as you can use those TPs well. And that's something that Zig has definitely shown the ability to do.
Speaking of those TPs, Seraph now going to be spending his to get back to lane rapidly after his first base. Likely going to be seeing Zig do the same. And look at that split. Azael 50-50, the fans think, on who's going to be walking away with this one.
And that was like the exact same split yesterday. There was like TSM Dignitas. It seems like the fan votes are so much closer this year. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but especially with TSM, you're normally used to seeing like 95% TSM fan vote and stuff, and it's been even. So definitely a lot of fans showing up on both sides.
That makes it fun, right? That means it's a closer matchup. It's not everybody walking into it expecting, oh yeah, these guys are going to win, or oh, this is going to be a stomp. Everybody's clearly expecting this to be a close contest.
And I think that has really been something that in the NALCS this year that is kind of more clear. A lot of the teams have not yet established themselves exactly where they are, and Ninja going in on Ryu.
Ryu going to be exhausted. Ghost Pop trying to get himself away. Looks to find the Shockwave in retaliation. He's going to be just fine, but has to blow one of those summoner spells to do it.
Yeah, it's a summoner spell trade there. The Ghost going to be up a little bit sooner, but he had to blow his ultimate there too. Still, Ninja with some good aggressive trading, and these guys are going blow for blow, very even in the mid lane so far.
Ninja doing a good job, actually, like we mentioned earlier, playing his role that he intends to, as opposed to having to be there in the jungle. Now he's going to be invading with his jungler, looking to steal away this blue buff from their opponent, not only putting that on Corki, but also keeping it away from Orianna, giving him a nice edge there in those mid lane trades.
Yeah, this is really nice, and Lyra just has been clearing just so much faster. I mean, he did power clear on his first time through the jungle, picks up the Tiamat, and he's been staying a couple camps ahead of Inori. So Inori now down a level, almost a full level, and it is going to have to try to catch back up, try to make something work here.
Inori and Ryu trying to pull the same trick that their opponents pulled, invading towards the enemy blue buff, but it's not spawned quite yet, so they won't be able to steal anything away at this point in time. Lyra, meanwhile, just clearing away the top part of his jungle as Seraph looks to find some more damage into Zig. Look at how much he hurts him. Just with a couple of those auto attacks after the subjugate's been placed down.
Yeah, he drops that ultimate there too. I would have thought Seraph might hold that a bit longer since Zig was kind of already out of range of him when he did drop the ultimate. And it does make you much more susceptible to the ganks. So, you know, this is something where a Maokai plus a Kha'Zix can lock down that Trundle and definitely take you out. Some players do prefer to use the Trundle ultimate, even just for kind of laning dominance, though. It's like you use that, it heals you, it deals damage to them, pushes them out of lane, and that's what they're trying to hope to accomplish, as Zig is going to be forced to base, and Seraph will pick up a pretty significant CS lead as a result.
And Nori looking to steal this blue buff away. Piercing arrow, not quite going to be able to prevent that. That was so very close. Apollo Just almost made it happen. We saw him do a couple of similar moves, I believe, in week number 1. But now it's going to be P1 looking to grab themselves a very early Infernal Drake. This is the first Drake spawning this game. It's a very valuable one. Teams love to get that extra team fight damage. And Inori looks like he's going to grab that one with the help of Adrian. Pretty much no contest to Envy not moving anybody around Lyra's top side.
Yeah, Lyra was trying to help get that turret damage down. They really are focusing their attention on the top side of the map, taking away the blue from that side of the map, trying to establish dominance there now for Seraph, as Zig had to base, didn't have his TP, and they took that time to really get damage down on the turret. So it's a great move from P1 to take that Infernal Dragon, but obviously the trade from Envy is only going to pay off if they can get that first turret for Seraph and really snowball the top lane.
Package is also available right now on Ninja. Of course, the thing about Corki is once you pick it up, you've only got a limited window of time to use it, so we'll have to see if he can get anything big out of that, any sort of a big payoff. Sometimes it's hard to do as Ryu's going to be finding him taking down that control ward, and he just uses it to get out of town, make sure he stays safe.
Guess the payoff is only a pink ward, which
It's better than
bad,
nothing.
but I mean,
It's better than nothing.
he was obviously hoping to go bot. The Vision Ward did spot him out there, so is going to take down the ward and escape. Not a big deal.
It's a good thing P1 got that Infernal Drake that they got as well, because they're actually down over 1,000 gold just from the passive farming advantages that have been compiled by Envy at this point.
I mean, just look at the CS in the jungle and in the top lane. That's really where there are the big differences right now. It's actually quite significant for Seraph and Lyra, and Lyra is looking solid so far in his debut, although all he has really done is power farm. He is making that work, and that is a style that you can play. If you're going to go for a power farming style, it puts the pressure on your opponent to make something happen. If Inori does not want to match that, he must make ganks work, or he just falls behind by nature of the ganks.
That's actually something that we've seen a little bit of a trend away from on the Rek'Sais, especially back in week number 1. We saw a lot of Rek'Sais going for the early jungle item into the early Cinder Hulk, but Lyra's like, no, I'm just going to go back to the Tiamat strategy. We're going to farm up, power clear these camps, and be strong later on.
Yeah, and I love the Tiamat, and I think that it's, although you aren't as tanky early on, you are very strong, and you can put out some pretty high damage in the ganks, especially with that additional AD from the Tiamat. And now we do see Lyra back towards top side again, and Nori up there as well. Seraph is just trying to ignore Zig and work on this turret.
Zig, however, he's got that inbuilt wave clear, going to be getting rid of a lot of those minions. Seraph in retreat, and Nori looking to make the moves happen.
Lyra's almost here.
Dappling into the brush, looking to make it happen before Lyra arrives. Seraph trying to get away, and Nori's going to be knocked up, juggling around. First blood for Phoenix 1's jungler.
Lyra just a couple seconds too late there, very close to taking down Inori, and Seraph. It does not pay off for him as Inori gets that first blood, evens out the gold in the jungle quite a bit.
League of Legends is a game of inches and seconds sometimes, man, and Lyra was just slightly behind.
Yeah, and I mean, Inori had to make that work. He was so far down in farm, he's still down a level to Lyra. If that gank fails, if they get taken out there, if Lyra's there a couple seconds earlier, the game could be pretty brutal from that point.
And people have been talking about how, especially in the 2017 season, the jungle CS is a little bit more unreliable to compare because you've got a bunch of little chickens, you've got a bunch of little krugs. But at the same time, 44 to 85, it doesn't matter how many of those are little krugs. That is a massive advantage.
Exactly, and what you really can look at, what is consistent, is the gold, right? You can look at the total gold the players have accrued, and it's about a 400 gold advantage for Lyra, even with first blood gold on Inori. So that shows you he was, like the 800 or so gold ahead just from farming. At the early stages of the game, that's like an insane advantage.
Do an absolute ton if you get to use it. And Nori going to be jumping on Ninja, though, has to run himself backwards. Of course, Kha'Zix doesn't really have any CC to lock anybody down with, so getting himself back towards his blue buff. This won't be stolen away this time, so they'll at least be able to give that one off to Ryu, allow him to maintain himself a little bit better in mid lane.
Yeah, and that is going to be very helpful, allow him to constantly push out these waves. And Ryu has been looking quite good for P1, had some really nice standout games, and he's a guy who is able to play a lot of different types of champions as well. We haven't seen him bringing out too many of the assassins, but he was known in the EU LCS for his assassin play. He can play the control mages. He really can do a bit of everything, and he's going to be a solid addition for
And Ryu's actually, he's kind of the antithesis of what we saw from Zig in week number 1, because Zig played Maokai 4 out of 5 games, and in all 5 games, week number 1, Ryu played something different.
And having a player like that makes it a lot harder to do the draft phase against because you can't really target him. You don't even know what he wants to play. And even if you do ban someone out, if they have 4, 5, 6 champions that they're happy to play in different matchups, you don't get a big advantage from targeting their champion pool.
A couple of items actually starting to come online now, though. The Morello Namicon for Ryu. You've got the Mana Moon on Arrows. Ezreal, Apollo going to be completing his Ghost Blade as well. So we're getting to the point of the game where even though the action has been low so far, once it breaks out, there's some big potential for some crazy plays.
Yeah, there definitely is. And it's interesting to point out the build here for Apollo on the Varus. This is kind of the more caster AD carry Varus build. It is not auto attack damage focused. It's much more about the poke, about the kind of ranged harass and the wave clear. And it's really kind of nicely matched with Ninja on the Corki because you have this double AD carry team, you have consistent damage coming out from him, and you also have Trundle, who's going to help to shred through that Maokai, who's going to give the additional kind of armor pen and magic pen for these AD carries to kill him, because a lot of the time, one of the criticisms of this build is that it cannot deal with the super tanks. It can't deal with the likes of Maokai, but in combination with the Corki and the Trundle ultimate, it's going to make it a lot easier.
It kind of goes back to what we were talking about in Champion Select. When you've only got one tank and you're up against a Trundle, you're essentially running a no-tank composition in those team fights.
Yeah. Or at least a not-so-good tank.
Not-so-good tank. Yeah, sort of a mini-tank as opposed to a
yeah.
super tank. Not one of those big suckers, as Seraph's going to be wailing on this top lane turret, looking to grab turret first blood for himself and his team. Gets that one no problem, and Envy's got themselves a cozy 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to finally kind of cash in on that. That's the investment that they made. That was the trade that they gave up for that Infernal. And, you know, we're going to have to see a lot out of Seraph to make that worthwhile. But right now, both junglers showing up on the bot side. We'll see if Inori has the confidence to go in for a fight here. Could Ninja moving down as well.
Full 3v3 action if it does go down. True Shot Barrage going to be fired out. Inori waiting around. Ninja's here, though. Inori going to be opening up onto him. Exhaust used. Inori forced to retreat. There comes Ryu, keeping him alive. Arrow having to disengage from this one. Arrow going to be caught out by those corruption chains. Getting himself away just fine for now, but P1, they tried to make something happen, but it just didn't work out the way they were looking.
Yeah, and Inori was really there to kind of guard against any sort of turret dives, right? His bot lane's getting low, he's in position. He at least gets the summoner spell out of Ninja, but Envy will be able to secure this dragon and even it up in that regard.
Envy grabbing that Drake for themselves. Of course, it's not going to be Infernal. Going to be Ocean instead, generally considered weaker than its counterpart that was already secured by P1 earlier, but it is secured. We'll have to see if that actually helps.
And I will say, I think it's actually quite good for their comp in particular, because both Varus and the Corki, you get that additional mana regen for your kind of poke compositions. It can be pretty powerful, having that extra mana regen, not being as reliant on the blue buffs, because both of these AD carries would love to have a blue buff, and they both won't get one. So I think while, as far as raw stats, the Infernal is more powerful, Ocean definitely has his place, and I think it's going to work well for them in this setup.
That piercing arrow landing onto Arrow could signal the green light for Lyra to go in, look to make some kind of a play here. Instead, going to be bagging away, just regrouping with the bottom laners from Envy, looking to push this turret down if they can. Remember, they already got the one in top side. If they can grab this one, it's going to put that much more global gold under all their belts. Lyra, the one who's going to be zoning away the enemy players, and P1 goes down 0-2 in terms of turret count.
Yeah, and that's massive, and this is a lot thanks to the draft, to the matchup they got. They drafted for winning lanes in bot side and top side. They're awarded with turrets on both sides of the map, and now this means that Envy can look to move their bot lane towards the mid lane, try to crack that last outer, or try to look for plays elsewhere on the map and really extend their lead. But getting that couple thousand early gold into your pockets can just make you so much stronger for these early fights. And now Ninja is going to be looking for Arrow here.
Package delivery. Arrow completely out of mana. Going to have to blow the flash. Still looking to run away. No way. Ninja. He's got the rockets to take him down. That's going to be a 1-to-1 game all tied up.
Just beautiful by Ninja. Goes bot lane. Doesn't even have to blow a summoner. Gets the flash and the kill from Arrow, but Lyra's caught.
Oh, Lyra finding himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Going to be forced to flash over the wall, and Nori's got him. Jumps after, grabs those claws. Seraph going to punish the bug.
Oh,
Shockwave going to be flashed away from. P1's got 4 in the area. Seraph's going to be going down next. P1 making that one a 2-for-1 across the map, but Inori's going to be taking
Apollo
so dangerously low. Apollo not picking that one up. Hawkwo looking to make it happen. Wow! American Sniper, there we go. That's the shot we're looking for.
Apollo with the confidence to make the flashy play there. Gets a kill back for his team, and Lyra gets caught out, and Nori getting the best of him. Seraph was so strong there, but still, with all the extra members from P1, not able to take him down. Pretty exciting play. Envy gonna be looking to push in. Let's see this one more time as Lyra does actually spot them out with the sweeper. Wants to go straight in. I don't know that he realized two people were there. Flash is over, but it's too little too late. Gets taken down, then Seraph goes in onto a Nori. So much damage being done here. Nice reactive flash there from Seraph. But look at that. The whole team flashes over.
They're just waiting. They're ready.
Never a fair fight, Captain Flowers.
Sometimes you gotta play dirty, Azale, and P1 knows how to take that number advantage and make something work with it. But if you're talking about dirty, that shot, that was dirty.
That was beautiful.
That was
That was great. You gotta love it. It's one of those plays where either gonna look great or it's gonna be pie on your face, right? Like
Right. Zero or
there's
hero.
no in between.
Zero or hero, and today Apollo is a hero for that kind of a shot. Gonna be his first one of the game, though. He's got his own Mana Moon completed now, so he's gonna be stacking up that much more damage as time goes on. Speaking of completed items, Trinity Force on Ninja's Corki means power spike, power spike, power spike.
Yeah, that is kind of like the traditional one that we have talked about so much. But that in combination with the Sork boots, he has the magic pen, he has the damage, and this is where you can really burst people out. Corki shines big time in the mid game, you know, on 1-2 items. He is massive, and meanwhile, Seraph is really going to be outpacing Zig in this matchup. Even though Zig is up a level, it doesn't matter. He cannot fight up against Seraph whatsoever.
Not when Seraph's got that completed Ravenous Hydra, the item of choice. Obviously, sometimes we see him take different Hydras on the Trundle, see any Trundle player do that, but Ravenous means you're in it for that split push game.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're sustaining yourself.
Yeah, obviously the trade-off being you are kind of lower on the health, you're less tanky, you can get taken out, but Lyra kind of getting chased down.
Ooh, the shockwave. You can see what the plan was. You can see the attempt was there, but Lyra was already too far into the tunnel and he's gone.
Ryu wanted to pull him back with the shockwave. He wanted to try to time it to cancel his tunnel, leave him without an escape, and allow him to get that kill. Because canceling the tunnel was really the only way he was going to get that kill, and that is why he waited so long for it. So good thought there from Ryu, but not able to do it, ends up wasting that shockwave. And we'll see if Envy wants to kind of play aggressive as a result of that. Knowing that key spell is down for Ryu could prompt Envy to get a little bit more aggressive here.
But of course, Ryu's got Morello Namicon, so he's got 20% cooldown reduction from that. The spell already 2/3 of the way off cooldown, so it's a very, very small window for Envy to actually pull the trigger during that. They still might be looking to make it happen, though. And Nori jumping in. Rocket's going to be fired off. Tidal Wave won't hit anyone. Arrow finds one last Mystic shot on the back end of the fight. Hakuo dangerously low. Lyra going to be able to find that knock up onto a Nori. First coming through. Ninja providing the artillery fire. Adrian going to be taken low. Exhaust onto a Nori. Caught on the wrong side of the wall. Jumps away to find that escape as Seraph and Zig both looking for an opportunity to get in the fight. Neither one going to be finding it. Instead, everybody walks away.
They all walk away. Summoner's blown on both sides. Hakuo's flash down. Ninja's exhaust down. We did see the heal come out as well, and Seraph pushing in. He's got to be a bit careful about tanking that many turret shots, but still has his ultimate available, so Zig knows he can't really commit to a fight. But you do see a Nori moving down to the bot side, and Seraph is going to have to be aware of the fact that Kha'Zix is missing from the map.
Mountain Drake also going to be spawning in a couple of seconds, so dying right now could be a catastrophe for anybody on this map, as it may just sacrifice that extra objective as Envy goes to secure it just as soon as it spawns itself.
Apollo's zoned off, though, and so is the rest of their team. I think Envy's going to get collapsed on.
P1 looking to make it happen. Zig into the front line, looking to tank as much as he can. Going to be soaking damage from 5 members. Piercing arrow fired back. And Envy is forced to concede this.
Yeah, it's P1's Dragon, and they get that because Apollo and Ninja got zoned off from the rest of the team. They were pushed in the mid lane, and now they're looking to try to do the same thing. You can see Ninja, Apollo zoning on the side, while the other two do push in the mid lane. They want to take down this turret, and I think they should be able to get it. But look at Zig. He's TPing in from behind.
P1 wants to punish for this if they can. Apollo is still very far forward. Zig coming up from the side. Pillar going to be used to stop that engage potential as Envy grabs the turret and gets out.
They get the gold advantage once again, but P1 does have the 2 big-ticket Drakes, and we'll see if they can get anything back from that. Ninja going to be able to collect a massive wave that has been building up here in the top lane as well. So the gold lead just going to get that much bigger for them.
3,000, well, 3,500 gold is definitely a nice gold lead for yourself, but it's only 23 minutes into the game. P1 has obviously shown they're still looking to pull the trigger and be the ones making the plays, even if Envy are slightly ahead. Iceborne Gauntlet now also going to be completed for that Trundle, so more tankiness, more trade efficiency, more power in that split push.
Yeah, and the CDR is really big for Trundle here too. Just being able to kind of spam out that Q that much more often, having the ultimates up that much more often, really does make you a huge threat. Because when your ultimate is down as Trundle, you're massively weaker. Not only are you losing out on the additional tank stats and the health drain, but your opponent's going to be stronger as a result as well. So you definitely want to have that up for pretty much every single major engagement. And while P1 is behind in gold, they're not so massively behind that they couldn't make something happen. They still can look for plays, especially now with the death cap being completed for Ryu. His shockwave is going to pack a real punch. And if you can catch that onto Apollo or Ninja, any of those key members, they could be going down in a hurry.
Ninja does have the package up and running, though, or at least he did when the camera was on him just a moment beforehand. They're going to be looking to use that one if they can, but of course the timer is running out, down to about 1/6 of that time left. Probably not going to find any sort of an opportunity to use it this time around either.
Yeah, and probably just going to dump it out here if he uses it at all, but they are looking to push on the top side. Oh, shockwave on
Juking
Lyra.
out the shockwave. It's going to be finding Lyra instead, who's taken low and taken down. Inori grabbing that kill as Ninja is now without Valkyrie, without package. Going to be looking to turn it around onto Inori. Piercing arrow finding its way out. Inori's going to be picked off instead. Two dead on the side of
Can they chase him
P1.
down?
Zig alone, running away from the rest of Envy. Seraph hunting this one down as quickly as he can.
Pillar.
Trying to get the pillar, gonna be able to find it. Piercing arrows continuing to fly out. True shot barrage not making its way onto Ninja. Zig taking so much damage from that magic part of Corki's arsenal. He's only armor.
Yeah, he is all armor at this point, and that's a big weakness to that Corki, who does do so much magic damage. Arrow on the side there, kind of discouraging Envy from chasing any further, but they definitely get the better of this fight as Ryu wants to come contest the blue buff. He throws down the shockwave thinking he'll get Ninja, but Ninja uses the second part of his Valkyrie, gets back out. Inori gets a kill, but he wants more. He doesn't have the evolved wings, so he doesn't have the reset. He flashes in, but beautiful peeling from Hakuo, playing from over the wall, lands the root onto him, shields up his mid laner. Apollo follows that up. They lock him down. They take him down. Well played by Envy.
What looked like could have been really scary for Envy, they make it work. And that's what we were hoping to see from this team, right? That's what you want to see with the completed roster from Envy playing together.
Yeah, exactly. And really from Inori, he was just kind of reaching for too much. It's one of those cases where he gets the first kill, gets a little bit hype, he thinks he can get the next one, but I think without having the evolved V, without having the evolved jump for the resets there, it was a little too much to go for, committing the flash forward.
And that's kind of a thing we're seeing as the new phase of Kha'Zix, right? With the way the new evolutions work. Players starting to evolve the rockets over the wings at the second evolution point, saving those wings for later.
Yeah, and it can work very well. It's a lot easier to kind of participate in team fights, even if you can't jump in for an assassination. You can poke from the side. You can land the slows. You have better wave clear. And they're looking for Ninja. They're going to get him, I think.
Ninja going to be found. Shockwave's got the mark this time. No way out. Ninja is down, and Lyra's just got nothing to do but run away.
Really nice pick there from Inori and Ryu as Ninja gets deleted. Gives up his exhaust there too. First death for Ninja, has been playing very well. And P1 wants to try to get more here. They are pushing on the top side. And both top laners do have their TPs available. For now, it's 4v3.
Inori and the rest of P1 seeing if they can find anything for themselves. Remember, they still have no turrets. 27 minutes into this game. Arrow's going to change that right now. One more auto attack takes that one down, brings them back up to that 3,000 gold deficit it feels like they've been sitting at for so very long. One thing we've also got to be concerned about is 27 minutes into the game, another big fight on the top side could lead to a Baron from either one of these teams.
It certainly can, and the thing is, there's a lot more standing gold for P1 to still pick up. They kind of did the investment in the late game by going for the Infernal, overtaking the turrets, and if they can start picking up these turrets, which it looks like they are, they're going to probably get another one here. Last auto comes in. Now the gold gap has closed a lot, and there's additional combat power in the Infernal Dragon. There's additional power for taking objectives in that Mountain Drake. So you have to kind of take that into consideration when you're looking at the gold, and it really does leave you in a situation where it's not much of an advantage for Envy.
Drake going to be spawning for the 4th time in about 25 seconds. It is Ocean number 2. So even if Envy can grab that one for themselves, like you were mentioning, it's not going to be combat stats. It's not going to be objective power. It's just going to be some more of that passive regeneration. Pings are coming out onto it right now, though, as Seraph keeps pushing.
And Ryu is here. They're looking for this kill onto Seraph. He's tanking the turret. Can they lock him up long enough?
Ooh. Nice flash away from the shockwave again. Seraph has that timing down. Adrian working his way into the fight, looking to grab a little bit of extra lockdown potential onto this guy. Ball's going to be thrown forward. Envy comes in. Counterattack is launched. Zig forced to flash out. Envy gets their guy out of trouble. Saving Private Seraph is a success and a box office smash. And these guys are walking over, looking to take Ocean Drake for themselves now. A lot of resources were expended by Phoenix 1, looking to grab that kill that they could not find. Seraph has no subjugate, though. That's a big frontliner that's not going to be available. Lyra stuck in the pit, going to be forced to tunnel out, and Nori taken low. Dragon also, though, secured by P1. Fight still ongoing. Zig going to be looking to tank. Ninja gets himself back. Lyra tunneling backwards as well. Envy
Ryu almost has his shockwave. They're trying to wait for it. It's just about to come up now.
Nori gets himself back over the wall. Lyra still looking to make something happen. Decides to go after a Nori, but they gotta watch out. Ninja's gonna be Valkyring forwards. Ryu's got the ultimate, but he's gonna be taken very, very low. Seraph still looking to chase these guys down. Mantra Inspire gonna be used.
Envy wants the dive.
Health bars for P1 are so low, but the dive is risky. Lyra's gonna be caught out and destroyed. And Nori grabbing the kill credit for that one as the push continues from Team Envy. On to tier 2 they go. Rocket's going to be flung out into the minion wave. A nice shot from Apollo. It's going to be 1 for 1.
What a ridiculous series of events. That was like a fight going on for about 5 minutes, starting in the bot lane tier 2, going all the way to the Dragon, then back to the bot lane tier 2.
Just back and forth and back and forth, and ultimately, it goes even. It goes 1 death for 1 death. Granted, you can say it went in P1's favor because of the Drake, but here's how it ended.
Yeah, and here it is, once again, the tail end of that fight. Lyra coming forward. Zig grabs him with that root, and the flash is too late there from Lyra. Once Maokai's already in the Twisted Advance, he's going to go in, and then Apollo with the snipe here on Adrian. And look how much damage this does. That's a chunk of health. That's about 30% there off of Adrian as he goes down as well.
He was the first target, I believe. There were no minions in the way of him, so that was just raw, unmitigated, piercing arrow damage. Package up and running for Ninja again, so P1's attempts to catch him out here likely going to be ending in failure. It's so hard to catch the Corki when he's got that.
Yeah, and Nori's just constantly looking for these kind of bush check type kills, though. If you face check a Kha'Zix, it's so brutal. If you even get close, he can use his ultimate, come out with the invis, and be able to get that assassination. And I would like to point out with Arrow that he has picked up the Extinguisher's Calling, and I love that item here early on. I think that it's so effective against this team composition because there's going to be like innate lifesteal that's just massive amounts from Seraph. Lyra has healing with his passive. There's, you know, healing coming out from the Redemption. There's so much innate healing, and there's going to be lifesteal eventually picked up from the AD carries as well, that for 800 gold, it's just so effective. Yeah, this is such a high value item, and I think way too many professional AD carries will delay that for an item completion earlier, and they put it out for so long, not really realizing just how much it can get done in these team fights.
You can see he's not concerned about upgrading it to Mortal Reminder immediately either. Going to be going towards that Blade of the Ruin King instead. It's all about that healing debuff you were talking about and just how far that can go against somebody like Seraph, whose tankiness we saw demonstrated when they tried to catch him in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, Seraph is now kind of at the point where he can just ignore Zig and keep smacking the turret, and he's going to keep doing this. It doesn't really get better for the Maokai. Zig just has to try to do his best to wave clear and use the turret to push Seraph back because his damage alone is not really close to enough.
And with Zig picking up that Frozen Heart that we saw him pick up a little while back, that is going to slow down the auto attacks from the Trundle, at least just by him being nearby, but it's still not going to be stopping it completely anytime soon. And Nori looking to jump in. Shockwave not going to find its mark yet again. So far, Team Envy's been doing a mostly good job of getting out of those.
Yeah, I honestly do like the fact that they're willing to go for these plays, though. The Shockwave is a relatively short cooldown. As long as Envy doesn't punish you in this window where it's down, it's not a big deal, because we've seen too many games this season, you know, with Pobelter earlier last week, I guess it was. Yesterday, we saw some games as well where Orianna comes out, and it's just like, if you don't hit the perfect Shockwave, the Orianna doesn't win the game. So keep trying, keep looking for these attempts, because players often end up just holding it for so long and never really do find it. Keen was another one yesterday that was really kind of struggling to find that perfect Shockwave and wasn't able to do it in the game. So I like the fact that Ryu is taking his shots, and some of them are missing, some of them are working out.
A lot of wards being placed down right now by Team Envy in this northern part of the river. Phoenix One moving themselves into that territory now, trying to clear out some of those. Both teams recognizing that Baron is whenever that fight goes down.
It definitely will be, and being able to get that vision is going to be massive. Obviously, Envy, I think, has a little bit of easier time kind of checking into no vision with the Rek'Sai. You have the Tremor Sense, you have the Prey Seeker, you can kind of check the bushes, he's very tanky, he can kind of go forward. But at the same time, with P1, they have very good pick. If you get caught by that Kha'Zix, by the Maokai, the Shockwave, etc., these guys kind of waiting in the bush, you're going to go down in a hurry. So have to be very careful and be looking.
Inspire on Talira, not really going to turn into a whole lot just yet. Still looking to chase down somebody, anybody he can find. Tunneling away from Inori and Ryu's damage and burst combo potential. Envy looks for something, but they're not going to be finding anything anytime soon. And one thing I kind of want to point out is we were talking a lot about Lyra before this game. We were talking a lot about, is he the savior this team needs? And right now, he's tied for the most deaths. He's actually winning for most deaths in the game, and he's only participated in 1 out of 5 kills, while his opponent has 100% kill participation.
At least he's winning something.
He's winning something. Hey, he's got the gold medal in deaths.
Yeah.
He's got the gold medal in deaths, and he's got a lot of farm. I mean, we can't.
It hasn't been the best. I mean, some credit has to be given for kind of the intangibles as far as he got way ahead in the early game. He had great farming, good pathing. He was able to put on pressure. Zig looking for the TP. Oh, nice little knockback there on a Ninja.
Ninja flashing over the wall, trying to stay alive. Redemption going to be used. Ninja shielded so much. And Nori tried to come in, but it's going to be Ninja bursted down first. Zig taken low. Lyra frontlining. Seraph in the mix, looking to tank off. Zig still just so impossible to kill. Lyra looking to go into the back line. Arrow's still alive. Lyra's not. Seraph's not either. Arrow's able to find another true shot barrage onto Apollo and Akuo. Envy loses 3, and P1 is hanging around right near the Baron pit, but those arrows are dissuading them from going any further.
Yeah, they are very low. I don't think they're going to make the risky call. They could base and still go right back to it because the res timers are quite long, but that fight was just at such a bad angle for Envy. It felt like they really wanted to force it. We were trying to fight through a choke into the Orianna, and it was just never really going to work.
They tried to get Lyra and Seraph into the back line as well, but Zig was just in such a perfect position. He was just right in the middle of the entire fight. There was nothing they could do about it. That's exactly where you want to see your Maokai as P1 deciding that this is going to be their Baron attempt. Apollo popping the Ghost Blade. Arrows are going to be firing off. Tries to work his way in here. Takes Ryu down very, very low, but it does not matter. Secured Baron Nashor for Phoenix One.
It just dies way too fast to the Kha'Zix with all this damage coming in as well. And here's the fight one more time. You can see this nice little smash onto Ninja. The root right out of that. Flash over from Ryu. He actually was exhausted for that shockwave. Otherwise, the fight could have gone a lot worse for Envy. But Ninja does eventually go down. And there's low health bars, so they kind of get baited back in this fight. Seraph goes in. But look at the positioning of Arrow. Arrow was just free-firing almost the entire fight. Now they flash forward to commit onto him, but he still has the summoners available. And Apollo, he's not really able to get involved. He's not getting auto attacks out. He's just sitting in the back shooting out Qs while the opponents are getting 3 damage the whole time, and now the Elder Dragon is gone.
You thought a Baroned up Phoenix One was scary? How about a Baroned up plus Elder Dragon with 3 base Drakes? Scary.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, and it just feels like it's the same old story for Envy. They get ahead, and it's slowly slipping away from them. Slowly but surely, I think it's going to be so hard for them to defend the base on this push with Elder plus Baron plus a lot of poke. Huge amounts of item completions coming in for the team of Phoenix One now 2. You can see 3.5 items on Ryu. If he lands a shockwave, someone is going to get popped.
Arrow going to be forced to jump himself away. And Phoenix One, they're not even bothering with the 4-1 split push you normally see with Baron. They are just 5-man running it down mid, looking to brute force this, and they will successfully do so. Turret going to be taken down. Zig starting off the fight, and Nori looking to make the play onto Ninja. Going to be Valkyring away from that one. Rockets fired back. Zig still in the front line, unafraid of anything. Inhibitor going to be soaking damage, and Arrow will take that one out. Big minion wave pushing up bottom lane as well. An easy rotation for Phoenix One to pick their next target.
Exactly. They're going to go right down to bot lane, pick up more and more of this gold. Looking really solid here, and I think it's the right choice. You force that. Don't go to the 4-1. Don't allow Seraph to have the isolated 1v1, but oh my god, look at that poke on the Arrow.
That seriously stings. Arrow, though, he's got plenty of shields coming out from Ryu, keeping him nice and safe. Heal's going to be flowing in from Adrian as well as these enchanted cannon minions continue firing. Shockwave onto 2. Ninja going to be forced to Valk back. Keeps himself alive, but he can't say the same for that turret. Another advantage for P1 as they've been behind this whole game, but now they're up 2K.
Yeah, they are finally up. They're going to go back, buy up, and going to have a lot of gold to spend here. And they still do have a good amount of time on the Baron buff. About a third of the time is remaining for that Baron buff, so they can go topside, try to get the last outer, or try to get something else done, you know, try to divide up into the split push. So we'll see what their choice is going to be here. But I really liked the choice there to just group up, brute force it, knock down some of those turrets.
Things are looking rougher and rougher and rougher for Envy. This is a team that in week number 1 had these problems where they were ahead in the early or mid game, or sometimes even both, and then failed to close out. And a lot of people were saying, you know, is this a problem for Envy, or is this a problem because they're working with a 3.5 out of 5 person roster with a substitute mid laner and your normal mid laner being in an off role? But now we're seeing those same problems again with the full 5-man squad.
And it is early in the season, and they haven't had the practice because they had to have that roster. So you are seeing signs of what this roster could be. But for now, it is definitely P1 in the advantage, and Nori on the side poking with those Void Spikes. We have Seraph in base, maybe looking to come top, looking for the TP, but at the same time, Zig pushing in the bot wave. And P1's going to play safely around that.
And you know, you talked about it earlier, but that Kha'Zix evolution on the W makes it so effective to poke with under these turrets, just scare these guys off, find that reliable damage, so that when they do decide to pull the trigger, it's going to be that much easier to supplement this advantage with even more power. Lyra's ultimate going to be used to get himself in position in case a dive would occur, but Seraph is going to be forced to deal with Zig on the other end of the map.
Yeah, and look at Nori. He's going to the mid lane. He's going to shove that wave in. So the super minions will be working on the Nexus turrets. And then if we see Seraph back off to clear those super minions, they'll take the inhibitor turret. If someone from top backs off, then they can try to push in and get something done there. So we'll see what the call is, but it looks like an engage onto Arrow.
Arrow gonna be exhausted.
Shockwave!
Big Shockwave redemption used for Adrian to snipe Ninja out. Adios.
It is rare you see a redemption killing Ryu
killing spree. This is P1. You were talking about it, Azale. Earlier you said, go for shockwaves, go for shockwaves, go for shockwaves. And that is what he was going for this entire game.
And he nailed it. And they're actually all going to mid lane now. They want to try to take down this bot lane inhibitor, but they could even potentially try to end the game with Ninja and Hakuo down for a long time. We'll see if they have the confidence to make this play. Would be safer to just back off, try to take that last inhibitor down, but they're sticking around.
They are going to hang around and see if they can actually end this right here. Right now, they get to the back line, and Nori gonna find the insta-gib. Lyra forced to flash out, exhausted. He's right back into the summoning platform. Seraph trying to take down Arrow. That's not gonna be happening anytime soon. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Nexus turret number 2 gonna be going quick. Lyra taking low, tunneling right back into the fountain. Seraph gonna be going down as well. Can't find the kill onto Ryu. Adios, Nexus. P1, game 1.
They take it. Phoenix One battles back, hanging around for so long. And really, it came down to big plays from Phoenix One. They're able to land the shockwaves when they needed to. Ryu hitting multiple to help close out that game. Phoenix One looks good, but that has got to be a frustrating game for Envy, who really did have their chances, who did have the advantage for most of that game as far as the gold went.
And you got to give it to Phoenix One as well, because this is a team that we constantly saw looking to make plays, even though they knew, yeah, we're behind, but we're not playing off the back foot. We're not going to do that, wait for them to mess up stuff. We are in the driver's seat. Let's show them how it's done.
Exactly. And I mean, while Lyra was out farming Inori quite a lot, Inori was always looking for plays. He was down levels. He was down gold. But he was always looking. He was always trying to get picks, always trying to do it. And they were able to pull off quite a few, which really did lead to them knocking down the turrets, picking up the gold, and kind of getting to the point where they could close out the game.
And we saw so many times the Inori and Ryu assassination squad going for Ninja over and over and over again, really showcasing exactly why that Kha'Zix is so potent and so effective.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Kha'Zix really deservedly is kind of at the top of the jungle pile. Looks so strong. And Inori looked great on it. Even in the siege situations, you can see him flanking on the sides, using the Evolve Void Spikes, and shooting those Ws out, poking people off. And it's very, very tough to deal with.
So taking a look back at that game, here's one of the big moments. The team fight around 34 minutes where Phoenix 1 got the 3-for-1.
Yeah, exactly. And this really was one of the big swings here for P1 is Zig. He TPs in, he lands the Q, trying to stop a Valkyrie, is able to follow that up, and they eventually do take down Ninja. He lives for a long time thanks to the exhaust, thanks to the peels from his team, but Inori, Zig, they commit in. And it's a late join here from Seraph. As he comes in, he's in the choke, and Ryu constantly casting out these spells, Arrow, auto-attacking the entire fight, and Apollo has to play it much more safe because they were in this choke and they get taken down. It's actually a 3-for-0 there, and that did eventually leave to the Baron, right? They were low on health, they had to base, but the res timers were long enough that they could come back, collect the Baron, and off the Baron, they got the Elder. Off that, they got the inhibitor, and really that was the play that kind of started the downward spiral and ended the game.
It was so many events in order, just cause and effect into effect into effect into effect, and that was the root cause of every single subsequent effect that honestly brought Phoenix 1 to the point where they were no longer behind in making plays, they were ahead in making plays. And as soon as that happened, game was over, poof.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of credit, I think, here to Ryu and to Inori. Those two guys really stood out a lot for me, being very proactive, always looking for the picks, and ends up paying off big time.
Well, we're going to go ahead and step away for a quick break, but when we come back, it's Game 2 between Team Envy and Phoenix 1. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
If anyone needs to eye drop, just tell me. Okay.
I have a bunch of
eye
drop master.
Yes, thanks. I'm eye drop merchant.
Inori's going to be taking so dangerously low. Apollo not picking that one up. Hawkwo looking to make it happen. Wow! American sniper. There we go.
They kill me. All is dead. Nice. Coming. I have flash. Kha'Zix no jumper, no flash. Kha'Zix no flash. Kha'Zix no flash. Kha'Zix no jumper. Kha'Zix burst. Nice. Trundle, watch out for the bubble. Slowly. I've jumped. Rek'Sai. Trundle. Rek'Sai. Trundle. Mana W3. I can flash W.
Is Arrow gonna be exploded? Shockwave! Big Shockwave redemption! Used for Adrian to snipe Ninja out. Adios!
It is rare you see a redemption kill. Ryu
killing spree!
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Freak here with Zyrene, here to break down one of my favorite new champions, Malzahar support in 7.1 and 7.2. Zyrene, first question, why is Mal's support so good?
Well, I gotta say the Voidlings and everything else he brings to the table in terms of utility, but it's definitely those Voidlings. They got changed to be on an ammo system, and they help your jungler leash. They also do a ton of damage at the beginning of the game.
They absolutely do. They also do more physical than magic damage, so if you're ever worried about what you're bringing in, but in the first 3 seconds if they auto-attack, they will multiply and create a new one, which means if you're fighting them, you've got to respect it. The bind comes out, who cares, let's hit them back, or just block it with the Voidling.
Exactly. You can choose where you spawn it, and it actually spawns a little bit sooner than it actually shows. So it'll block skill shots, but also, like you said, they multiply, and you can just get a gigantic swarm of them on people at level 1. So it's an incredibly damaging ability.
You instant cast 2 of them right away, no cooldown. And then, of course, the ulti, a really big deal as well. Lock a target down. That's the big mid-game power, is the suppression.
Exactly. Lane bully during the early game in the laning phase, but then he's all about that suppression and the silence. A 2-second silence at max rank. People are maxing it second, so it actually ends up being really big by the mid-game. So he's all about that catch potential and disabling people and stopping them from doing what they really want to do in the fight.
Absolutely. So let's talk about building him then throughout the mid-game. You got some gold for yourselves. It's worth pointing out that Malzahar's damage starts to fall off. I really only recommend getting a bit of damage. Riley's or Leandry's probably not worth going Void Staff or Death Cap. The boot choices all depend on what you want to do. Sork Shoes, yes, is a damage amp. I think it's the least popular. You really choose between Mobies for running at someone to catch them out with the ulti in the mid-game, or Ionian Boots Lucidity, more silences, more ults, more flashes being a big one as well. But just casting spells more often tends to be a bit more useful. And you can end with like Redemption or Locket.
Yep, and also those Leandry's Torments and Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Doesn't matter really which one you get second. I've seen it both ways. Some people do prefer the cheaper Leandry's since it got nerfed in cost reduction.
Yeah, 100 gold cheaper.
Buff there.
Sure.
So it's quite good. But the Rylai's, people love that utility and being able to offer not only just damage and silences to a fight, but having the slow as well.
Yeah, and I truly have to echo the fact that Magic Pen, Voidlings do more physical than Magic until you break 100 AP. So Magic Pen is not exactly your best DPS stat when the W is your primary damage stat. It's just kind of worth pointing out mathematically for the build. Let's talk about playing him a little bit better. He's actually not had the best win rate overall in the North American LCS. Maybe he's only a solo queue support. What kind of improvements can we see?
Well, there's a lot of things that play quite well into him. So first off, you have to make sure that the draft is favorable for Malzahar.
Right.
So people are blind picking him because he seems to be the one to go for right after Zyra gets banned out. But there's a lot of champions that do fare quite well against him. We've seen things like Taric and Tahm Kench save people from his ultimate. We've seen Lulu and Misfortune deal a lot of damage to the Voidlings, and they actually count as multiple hits when the Voidlings have 3 shots until they're dead. So you can kill him with an auto attack from Misfortune and your AD carry, or one from Lulu and it's just gone. So he struggles a bit during the laning phase for some of these champions, but like Taric and Tahm Kench later on, they just stop Malzahar from doing what he wants to do.
Exactly. So you're talking about this as counter picks. I think Zyra's the only one where I would feel disadvantaged just as a Malzahar, where the laning phase is too difficult. But the rest of these champions are picked to try to remove what his mid-game advantages are, and as pro players, just try to withstand through the laning phase. But Malz otherwise is a lane bully. If you see one in your games and you're against Malzahar, respect the Voidling all in. If that doesn't kill you, you can deal with the rest of the kit.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things about Malzahar's support that just makes him so deadly is when there's a mid lane Malzahar, people start buying QSS. Now, support Malzahar still attacks inventories by forcing people to buy a Quicksilver Sash. So he's still affecting your mid laner, making it so that, oh, I have to buy a QSS, don't have that damage item there. And it feels pretty bad when you're up against a support that you're buying that for.
Absolutely. You can kind of give you a fake gold advantage, or, you know, I guess a real gold advantage. You've got to spend a bunch of money on an active just to counteract one support ability. That's going to do it for us here about Malzahar support. Be sure to tweet us at LOL Esports if you want us to break down any other specific meta picks. We'd be happy to do it. It's a whole bunch of fun over here. Now, send it back over to the casters to get us into game.
Welcome back to the Battle Theater for round 2 between Envy and Phoenix 1. Before we go ahead and jump into the games, though, we're actually going to be talking about the player of the game, the guy who stood out to us the most in that first match, and I got to say it was Ryu.
Yeah, I think Ryu and Inori both were kind of right in there for player of the game. They both played exceptionally well, but Ryu, you know, he did well in laning phase. He was proactive with his plays. He hit big shockwaves, including the one that kind of allowed them to finish the game. So to me, there was not really any flaws there. He was deathless. He looked great.
Yeah, we saw the play at the very end of the game, that massive 3-man shockwave underneath the tier 2 turret, and you could say, well, Phoenix 1 looked like they were going to end the game anyway. That just helped them end it very quick, very clean, and very effectively. Ryu was on his game in game number 1.
He really was. And this whole split, he has been looking quite good. And as you said, he's been playing different champion like every single game. So I am hoping to see more of that from him.
This was actually game number 1, the one that we just watched, was actually the first time this split that we've seen him play the same champion for a second time. He played Orianna in week number 1. Now he's played it again here in week number 2. Maybe in game number 2, we're going to see him play it again, or he might just switch it up. As a man who played 5 different champions in 5 different games week number 1, the switch up is not going to be a surprise to anyone.
No, it certainly wouldn't be, but it does make it really hard, like as we said, to draft against him, because you can leave that mid laner for the second round of picks without the worry of kind of getting banned out there, without that worry of being targeted so heavily.
And it really helps because Phoenix 1, we've seen the way that they like to prioritize. We talked about the prioritization of the Maokai for Zig, right? We saw that last time they prioritized the Kha'Zix for Inori because it's so powerful. They wanted to grab it the first time around. Having that breathing room can do a lot for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly can. And that's kind of one of the cool things I really do like about the new pick ban system, is that some teams just have to be played differently against in the pick ban. You can't draft the same way every single time against all these different teams. We've seen teams target people like Impact, right? Trying to ban him down to like 6th top laner, and he still ends up being just as effective as his opponent. So you really have to take that into consideration more than just the position. It's about the player.
And speaking of adaptations, when you're on the blue side, you're normally a little bit more free to ban what you want to ban as opposed to the OPs, the Camille and the Rengar and things like that. And Team Envy are going to be starting off by removing both jungler and top laner played by their opponents last time around.
And I think that it's kind of interesting to see that Lyra does not want the Kha'Zix first. They don't want the Maokai first. These are champions they're not really willing to play. Seraph, stylistically, obviously is more of a carry player. He prefers playing those more aggressive roles and those more aggressive champions, so he won't be willing to pick the Maokai. And they know that Zig will first pick it. Like, he'll first round it if they leave it up. So they can't leave that up. They can't leave the Kha'Zix up. They can't leave the Varus up. So they're kind of pigeonholing themselves a little bit with that. Very interesting to see the Zyra first pick. We've been seeing that kind of fall down in priority over the course of the games in the NALCS. At the very start, people were first picking it a lot. But in general, kind of feels like people are just saying, hey, you can just deal with it. You can play things like the MF into it, and it's going to be fine.
And we almost always see that MF come out whenever Zyra shows up as well. Generally, the only times you're seeing that shine against its laning matchup is when MF is somehow taken off the table by a little bit of an outplay in the picking and banning phase itself, right? So maybe this will work out for Team Envy. Maybe it will not. Phoenix 1 deciding they're going to go ahead and lock in one of those utility AD carries that are so popular right now. Ashe going to be the first pick for them, and Inori going to go ahead and grab that Rek'Sai second.
Yeah, I really think this is just trying to target Lyra, right? He showed that is what he wanted to pick first. He banned away the Kha'Zix, so Inori is just going to say, well, I'll just take away what I think you want to play. And Lyra is going to have to show us something different. He's going to have to show us what he's willing to take. Is it going to be something like a Lee Sin? There's still very high priority champions, but if you don't play them, you don't play them, and you can get knocked down in the champion pool pretty fast.
And sure enough, Envy's going to go ahead and lock in the remaining utility AD carry for themselves, not willing to be marginalized out of that position. They're going to make sure that they don't end up having to pick a tier lower. They grab the Jhin, so Jhin Zyra in the bottom lane. Going to be looking to do whatever they can, of course, with that long-range potential that Jhin has, the curtain calls, the deadly flourishes, and there's the Lee Sin you were talking about that's picked up for Lyra.
And it makes a lot of sense seeing that Lee Sin, very high priority pick. I think that you do kind of get a nice little matchup as far as jungler versus jungler when you do have the Rek'Sai into Lee Sin, because you can actually interrupt the Q damage when Lee Sin takes that Q with your Unburrow just by simply right-clicking on the Lee Sin, and when he takes it, you automatically Unburrow and knock him up. So it's pretty nice, easy interaction to use there. Rai is going to be taken from Ryu. He has done very well in this champion, showing some really nice early rotations even when he's been playing it, kind of moving around the map. And because there's no mid laner taken in the first round, they could target some of the counter picks of Rise. So Cassiopeia, you could take him off the page. You could even do something like Orianna if you're all worried about that. There are some options. They could ban away Corki. Just basically whatever Ryu doesn't want to deal with, he's going to get the best possible matchup for himself.
In the meantime, though, what we were talking about a little bit earlier, picking Zyra and banning away Miss Fortune, that dream is real for Team Envy. They take Miss Fortune out. They're going to be removing Nami from the pool as well. So actually 3 of the champions that we saw played by P1 last time, not going to be played this time around, as the 2 bans are both mid lane picks, as it's Syndra and Cassiopeia out of there from Phoenix 1.
Karma is very strong, though, and it's something Adrian is super comfortable playing. So while they will have a lane advantage, I do think, I really do feel like Zyra has that edge. It's not going to be massive. And Zyra, if you get caught by too many Karma Qs, you can kind of start falling prey to that lane pretty quickly, too. So we'll have to find out what Envy is going to actually pick for their mid laner, and that is where I think it's easier to start establishing an opinion on who has done better in this draft. Oh, and it's going to be the Kennen for Seraph. We talked about it last game. I think we're finally going to get to see it, but Zig hasn't even chosen his top laner yet, so he could potentially get some sort of a counter pick.
Go for something that could fare well against that. And like you mentioned, before game number 1, a lot of the tendencies these days are for more of that battle cannon, the on-hit one, the attack speed, as opposed to the traditional AP burst side.
And it works so well into things like the Maokai, like the Nautilus. That's traditionally where it has been picked. You can do super greedy starts. You can go Cull first if you want, into Wit's End, and that works so well. You're kind of taking away the magic resist while dealing extra damage to them. But something like the Jace, I think, is a lot harder for that on-hit Kennen to really deal with, because Jace trades super effectively and bursts very, very hard. If you try to get into these extended trades, can be tough. So it may make Seraph pivot and go for a more standard kind of like AP Kennen, but that has just been straight up nerfed since the past when you had seen that a lot. The ultimate basically doesn't target the same players as much. I believe that's how it works.
Backloaded instead of front-loaded.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So it's basically just dealing less damage up front. You can't kind of have the spectacular Smeb ultimates where you just one-shot the whole team.
Yeah, you kind of got to wait a couple of seconds for the actual one-shot potential to come in. For those of you who weren't familiar with exactly what those patch notes did to Kennen, used to, the first hit was the strongest, the third hit was really weak. Now the first hit's pretty weak, and it's the third one that actually has all that damage packed into it. So you got to make sure you stay on top of those guys a little bit longer.
You definitely do.
But it's going to be fun seeing no tanks in the top lane this time around.
Yeah.
Normally, we're so used to seeing Maokais and Nautiluses and things like that on at least one side, right? But this time around, Kennen versus Jace, that is not tankiness.
No, definitely not. And Envy in general has no true tank. Lee Sin is not a true tank, right? Yes, you can build tanky, but you generally always are going to start with Warrior. You see a lot of players go pretty aggressive, things like Warrior and Ma and Black Cleaver even if they're doing well. So it's much more kind of tanky bruiser. Rek'Sai is pretty much a pure tank, so they do still have that going for them. But I'm going to be very excited to see how this top lane goes. And we talked about the fact that Zig is great on the tank picks, but he's not known as really like a carry player, the guy who takes over the game. And if you fall behind on the Jace, it's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. You can't just kind of be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just go tanky. I'll just kind of support the team. You must deal damage. That is the whole point of the champion.
And that nature of that top lane matchup obviously does favor Seraph, the guy that we've talked about time and time again, being the carry from the top lane, being the guy who always puts up better numbers than his opponents, the guy who will put the game on his back.
And P1 is going straight to the bot lane. They're going to do a stack here. What they're trying to do is Zyra loves to come over and kind of spawn some seeds here, stack her plants up. They're going to see if she can actually try to come up and trade it all with Adrian. If she does, they might be able to get a little bit of cheese, but it's not going to happen, I don't think. Yep.
Nope. Hakuo takes a whiff, smells something funny, not going to be walking anywhere near that one. He'll eat the inner flame, but that's not nearly as bad as face-checking a brush full of 4 people, so he's just fine.
Well, P1 is actually going straight to the red now. They looks like they canceled the recall, so they're going to try to make something happen down here anyway. Or at least get some vision. But sticking around this long is pretty surprising. Definitely not something you see all the time. Gonna have to find out if Lyra actually gets a read on this and does go up to try to start his opponent's red. Otherwise, he might just get 3-buffed.
We are seeing Envy with a ward start at the enemy red buff, so they likely are moving towards that one. But yeah, this is ever since the end of the lane swap era, we've kind of seen a lot less of this level 1 action because it's not so important to get a read on your opponents because it's pretty much standard what's going to be happening. But
Zig's going to go ward it out.
They're going to be cheeky. Zig deciding to drop the ward in the brush from over the wall. Seraph going to eat the shock blast. Unenchanted, of course, so it doesn't do a whole lot. But at least Phoenix 1 now knows what Envy's up to. They're going to be trading red buff for red buff. Ultimately, no love lost either way. Keystone showing up on the bottom part of your screen there as Lyra and Seraph both going to be working towards that Jace. Zig getting himself back. Totally fine.
Yeah, and he is A-okay, and he's going to be able to pick up PCS. Looks like both players, one CS miss there from Seraph, but not a big deal whatsoever. And a nice answer there from Envy, being able to kind of get the read that their opponents are starting at their red buff and make it an easy trade. So not really a big edge on either side, but the one thing that's pretty nice for Inori, because they had full tracking on when their opponent's jungler was, he actually was able to stay around and clear those raids. So he got an extra camp from his opponent's side, kind of taking the gold from his pocket and putting it into his own.
Every small advantage adds up eventually. And one thing I also want to point out, in case you guys might not have noticed it earlier, when we were showing those Keystone Masteries, Fervor of Battle was taken on Seraph, so even though he's against the Jace, still looks like he's going to be going for that one-hit cannon.
I'm going to be very excited to see how that matchup does work out. It's not like it's something he should be unfamiliar with. If you play any of this Kennen practicing in solo queue, Jace, more often than not, is what you're going to be playing against. Jace is just so ridiculously common in Challenger solo queue that these guys will be super practiced into the matchup, and we'll find out how well it's going to work. I don't think that he should be able to kind of bully Zig as hard as he would in those tank matchups, but could go very well for him either way.
Junglers ending up on opposite sides of the map this time around. Top side, Scuttle Crab going to be picked up from Lyra as he decides to pay a visit towards this top lane, see if he might be able to find anything there. As just stops a ward instead, not really going to have any opportunity with Zig up underneath his turret like that, as the bottom side Scuttle Crab also going to be secured by Inori.
We'll see. I mean, if Zig takes too much poke under here, they can look for a dive. At this amount of HP, it's too risky. But if you take a couple cues from Kennen, if you start getting chunked down, that's when you can look to kind of jump in there and execute that Jace. And if he pushes out too forward, they are kind of pinging that the Lee Sin could be up there. You can see danger pings coming out from P1. Very likely Inori saying, hey, he could be up on the top side. You got to watch out.
Zig still a little bit far forward, though. Lyra sees the opportunity, wants to go for it if he can. Coming up, Shock Blast, Acceleration Gate. And Lyra just dashes himself right back to Seraph. Doesn't want to take himself underneath that enemy turret at any cost, as Inori's going to be hanging around too. He'll pick up on exactly where Lyra is and just decide not to go for anything too crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty well played there by Zig. Does escape the gank, holding even in CS. And Inori is looking for a bit of a wraparound. It was kind of consider going right back up the top side. But there's so many Envy wards on the top side of the map. There was actually 4 up there that is very well covered. And it's really just kind of speak to their game plan. It's get Seraph ahead, right? Put the vision coverage down for him, allow him to track the enemy jungler, and be safe to play very aggressive on the top side.
And you can see, obviously, that a very different plan from what Lyra was doing in game number 1. Game number 1, the power farm strategy, the massive CS count, whereas here in game number 2, you're already seeing him trying to get involved towards that top laner that spoke so highly of him before the games. That's how they want to carry. They know that they've got Seraph on this role. They know that this is what he's confident in. Deadly Flourish, not going to be finding anybody in the bottom lane. Gets a nice field goal right between both Phoenix 1 bottom laners, as both these lanes are so very effective at like shoving each other in with like a Zyra versus an Ashe and a Karma that neither one's really getting a whole lot of anywhere. They're just met in this eternal deadlock.
Yeah, they're just kind of fighting back and forth and trying to zone each other off of as much CS as possible. That's the edges that they're looking for. Edges in health. And you can see Adrian has used all his pots. That's kind of what they have gotten for themselves. Hakuo still has all his potions available. And Apollo did the longsword 3-pot start, which is becoming more and more standard on Jhin and Varus. People trying to kind of get to those power spikes, the serrated jerks, the ghost blades a little bit faster. But I mean, if Envy can make P1 hang around for a long time here in this lane, they could take advantage of the fact that Adrian has no potions. But for now, Seraph running right into Inori.
Seraph in trouble, flash for flash. Inori's not going to be finding him just yet, though. Lyra making his way into the fight. Going to be a full-on 2v2. Seraph getting first-blooded. Lyra is going to be number 2. Easy money for Phoenix 1. Ninja caught out here on his way to try to save his buddies. Instead, he's going to be punished too. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just let him die and walk away. Ryu almost making it 3.
Yeah, I mean, Seraph, he's running over to Lyra. He gets to Lyra, and they're like, great, we're here. But they didn't think about if they can win the fight. Should you take that fight? No, and now it's a dive on a Ninja.
Another play coming out. Phoenix 1, 3 against 0 in terms of kill count. These guys are all over the early game.
That is just a brutal start for Envy. Last game, they threw away their lead when they were starting so far ahead, and now this game already quite a bit down in the early game, and here it is once again. It looks like Seraph is going to get out scot-free, reacts pretty quickly here. Nice flash from him. Inori follows with his flash, wants to keep chasing, and then Lyra just jumps on right in. They get double knockup into the double hammer from Jace. Take out 2 easy kills. This is not even close. They did not want that fight.
And then we all saw Ryu make his way up there. Don't worry, team, I'm coming. And then sets himself up for disaster. Just not where Envy needed to be. You can obviously tell they wanted to work together, but the follow through was just what needed to be there and what was not, and what now puts Phoenix 1 at almost a 1,500 gold lead, just 7.5 minutes into this game. And Envy's got to make sure they stop that right now.
They definitely
get their heads back on straight and focus.
It can be tough though. The volatility of these carry matchups in the top lane it's pretty extreme, right? Jace gonna be quite a bit ahead. Like, look how much extra gold he has on his character right now. He has the full Phage plus the double longsword. He's already almost 700 gold in advantage. That's the double longsword advantage right there. And Lyra knows this. He needs to kind of get in there and affect this matchup, because if they're left alone now, just from straight item power, Zig should be able to win this 1v1 pretty hard.
Lyra trying to work his way up into position for a lane gank, but the wave is shoving so hard towards Seraph, he just can't get into the brush in time. So Zig's gonna stay nice and cozy up here, 67 to 59 in terms of the CS count. An advantage in the mid lane and the jungle for these guys as well, albeit ever so slightly. The only place that Envy's really winning out the farm matchup is bottom.
Yeah. You can see the difference in playstyle, though, between Inori and Lyra. When Lyra was playing that Rek'Sai, he was just kind of power farming, but they're going for the all-in on Zig. Nice knockback.
Very nice disengage. Zig getting himself out with 2 of those marks on, mean he's not going to be stunned, just barely getting away from that fate. And now, with the enemy jungler topside, Inori says, okay, you want to look to make a play up there? We're going to make a play down here. Goes for that mountain drake.
Exactly. It's the immediate reaction, goes straight for it. And Inori has not been prioritizing power farming. He's been trying to get involved, getting involved in the ganks, going for the early dragon, trying to get his teammates ahead and look for the lead that way. And so far, so good.
This is going to be no contest. Inori should grab this one for himself very, very easily. Doesn't need any help from the mid laner or the bot lane. Lyra's just hanging around his Krugs, knows he won't get there in time as Ryu decides to go for a little counter jungling of his own, stealing away that Raptor camp. Going to be even less money available for Envy's jungler.
And this is one thing that I think Ryu does really well. When he does get a lead, he knows how to push it, and he knows how to influence not only the other lanes, but the jungle matchup as well. And he's shown on Rise in the past, he's great at pairing up with Inori, invading his opponent's jungle, because they're both stronger. In a 2v2, Lyra and Ninja will not be able to match up very well at this point in the game, so they can look to abuse that. And Inori already setting up for picks, looking for Lyra, spots him on that ward, and we'll see if they're going to make the rotation and try to take him out.
Phoenix 1 seeing what they can do in the enemy jungle with this early advantage as Zig looking to make some moves onto Seraph. Finds a nice, very rapid series of blows. Takes Seraph down to under half HP.
Oh,
and accelerated shock blast going to be finding the mark as well. Remember, Seraph has no ulti here to defend if the dive comes out. Zig may be looking to pull this trigger if he can find another big shock blast. Only finds the smaller one. Goes into hammer form, but doesn't have a flash to try to close that distance, so he's going to back himself away. Lyra hanging around again. The man has pretty much bought a tent and set up shop here.
And it hasn't paid off at all. And now it's Inori kind of smelling this out, moving up towards the top side. And even if they try to catch him out, Ryu is roaming with him. This is what I talked about. They're setting up shop in their opponent's jungle. Ryu is always covering Inori, allowing him to make these aggressive moves and these aggressive plays. And, you know, Zig is going for it.
They're going to be kicked backwards, right back into the fight. Seraph going to get himself bursted. It's 1-for-1 so far. Inori having to get out from behind enemy lines. Not quite tanky enough to make that 1v1 happen underneath the enemy turret just yet as bottom side. Going to be a fight potentially breaking out. Apollo going to be stunned up. Stranglethorn's used. Exhaust down onto Arrow. Focus fire coming down. Realm Warp from Ryu into the back line, trying to find the opportunity to pinch onto Apollo. Heel pop, they get out the side way from the curtain call. Deadly Flourish not going to be making its way onto Arrow.
Ninja's coming down as well.
Ninja wants to work his way into this fight, but it's already over by the time he can start to make his way down there. No blood in bottom lane.
Yep, does just decide to turn right back. A lot of trading going back and forth there. Heal for the exhaust. Both AD carry ultimates used. Zyra's ultimate as well, and Ryu tries to make the roam happen. Doesn't work out this time. Still like the proactive play, putting the pressure on the other lanes, making them think about him on this Rise, and almost better than anyone else that I see, he uses the early ultimates. A lot of people, you almost never even see them use the Realm Warp, and people used to not even skill it until the second rank. So this is something where I really do like his play on the Rise, and I love the fact that he's willing to move around the map and try to make these aggressive plays.
Zig continuing to just build and build and build that CS lead for himself. 105 compared to 83 now. He's got the Black Cleaver up and online.
Yep.
Man, he's looking scary.
Yeah, and Inori now just simply going to zone Seraph off there. They can get this turret for free because he was spotted out on the ward. Doesn't matter. The gold's going to go over. Look at all that gold, an extra 400 or so in the pocket of both these two members. Going to be really far ahead. That's a 1,500 gold lead just in the top lane.
Yeah, that plus 388 in big gold numbers above both those guys' heads. Got to feel good. Lyra going to be jumping himself away from the potential catch coming out from Phoenix 1. Hakuo looking to chase these guys down if he can. Ryu's going to be Shockwave, trying to avoid some danger. Resonating Strike coming through onto Adrian, looking to find the burst. Flash away. One more hit. Thunderlords plus Dragon's Rage, but it's going to be Seraph who's caught out now. Goes over the wall, but Inori's going to be following. One more auto attack. Prey Seeker's got it. As Inori makes it a 1-for-1 across the map. You take my support, I'm going to be taking your top laner, and we're hitting up the tier 2.
This is 12 minutes into the game. He's getting dove in the face.
This is ridiculous. Phoenix 1, there's nothing left in the top lane on their enemy's side now. They have completely moved in and taken over.
Seraph is just getting blasted now. I mean, Zig is showing up big time. Inori working well with him. He is so far back. He's playing with so much respect, and still the dive comes in a mile away. Inori flashing into the base, finishing off Seraph. And that's, at this point, if you're Seraph, you're hitting the team with the question marks. Where are you at, team? Where are you at?
Mark. Everybody dropping them till the game mutes you and you can't ping no more. But that is just a rough situation. And we were talking before this game, oh, it's carry top laners. This is Seraph's time. Yeah. This is where he does his best work. And I think Inori might have been looking at it the same way, saying, you know what? This isn't Zig's style. Let's make this work for him. And he's done it.
Zig has played the matchup very well, you know, and Inori helping him out. Inori deserves, I think, a lot of the credit here, you know, getting the double kill at the start, always being in position to counter gank. But Zig has gotten a lead and has done well with it. He has not made anything too risky happen. He has not thrown it away, not gotten caught by any of the ganks. You know, you talked about Lyra constantly going topside. Zig never got caught by any of those ganks. He was able to escape them all, and I think he deserves a lot of the credit here.
Looks like Kennen is actually working on a Gunblade as his first item this time around. A little bit unusual, not normally what you see coming out first and foremost on the on-hit Kennen, but considering he's still juggling pieces around, look at the guys who have been bringing the pain to him so far. Titanic Hydra, done. Black Cleaver plus Hex Drinker, done. This is so frightening. Seraph gonna be finding Zig. Lyra's right there with him, and Nori nowhere nearby. That's what they need.
Well, that is exactly what they need, but same time, other side of the map, a play being made by Ryu. Is he going to go for Apollo? Looks like he wants it, has his flash.
Hakuo is already down, but Apollo gets the escape, utilizing that flash. Ryu not quite able to close the distance with the Ghost, doesn't want to flash in just in case somebody else was going to be waiting. So they walk away with that one. Another 1-for-1 trade globally still leaves Phoenix 1 with a 4K advantage, and they've got their AD carry and their support both pressuring now onto this bottom side tier 1.
Yeah, exactly, and critically, ooh.
Ryu with a nice flash getting himself away, but Curtain Call is going to be opened up. One shot lands, 2. 3's not going to find it. 4 does connect. Sonic Wave not making its way there, though. Ryu getting himself away as the bottom lane tier 1 falls. It's going to be number 3 for Phoenix 1. Top side.
Oh, Zig was TPing in, did decide to cancel that. It was a pretty optimistic TP.
Yeah.
He was pretty far up in the river. I think he thought Envy was going to be sieging there, but it ends up being a waste, and Seraph will have that advantage now, but Envy's just not in position to actually contest the Dragon.
It's going to be Drake number 2, going the way of Phoenix 1, and it's just like game number 1, Azale, Infernal and Mountain. Those nice value Drakes.
Yeah, those ones are really good to pick up here for Phoenix 1, and the fact of the matter is, even though it was a great kill to kind of stop Zig from bullying Seraph so hard in the top side, they lost the kill and the turret and summoners on the bot side. You know, Zig gets executed, takes it like a man, has his flash still up, you know, he goes down, accepts his death, but is going to be able to go right back up and still be massively ahead of Seraph. Well, Envy is not going to be able to kind of get that turret back. You don't get to respawn that turret. You lose that kill for good.
There's no res for the turrets. There's no black and white screen, and then the turret comes back to life and just keeps playing the game. It's not the way League of Legends is wired, but at least the Gunblade is done into Seraph, so he's still going to have trouble with Zig, obviously, but it's a little bit closer than it was before, if nothing else. Still down almost 40 CS in that matchup, though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Shock Blast both going to be missing. Enchanted Inner Flame does find its mark as Hakuo shows up to defend that remaining tier 1 on the side of Team Envy.
And it's a critical dodge there from Ninja. If he gets hit there, I think he goes down for sure. But now Ryu is going to be moving into the side lanes, and they have such a good 1-3-1 right now. No one can answer Ryu or Zig in a 1v1, I don't think. So this is really problematic for Envy, and it creates a lot of issues with their lane assignments. Who do you send to match up against the Jace? Who do you send to match up against this Ryze? And if you get the wrong match, if you get a mismatch, you can definitely get taken out.
Speaking of getting taken out, I've got my eye on Ninja too as we work further and further towards this mid game, because we saw Phoenix 1 in the last game put so much focus on catching him out and punishing him whenever they could, and that was on a champion that had a built-in escape mechanism.
Yeah, definitely. He was playing that Corki last time, and he did pretty well, but he did definitely get caught out a few times by Inori and Ryu, and they were very proactive looking for those picks. And Inori has kind of sat back and farmed it out for the last little bit. Is definitely a massive CS lead. He has the kill lead. He is going to be huge. Already having 2 major items completed means that even just this guy can duel it out against pretty much everyone, especially with the challenging smite. Like, he's going a very aggressive build, and he is very ahead. Even levels up on both the solo laners from his opponents.
Phoenix 1 has just so many threats right now that Envy's just buying time, hoping that they can avoid these conflicts. And Apollo's going to be the one doing that there in mid lane as Inori and Zig, again, pushing themselves up into enemy territory. Ryu looking to get away with that Realm Warp. A nice escape from what was going to be the collapse by Lyra, who's now trying to clear away some of these control wards. Eats a little bit of damage for his trouble, but at least he gets the mark.
And the Lee Sin has been spotted out on the bot side, so that means they're going to lose the blue buff, and they can try to push in mid lane, in the top lane as well. This mid lane turret getting very low gets riskier and riskier to defend it every time because the dives can come in. Arrow has his ultimate available. Will he look? I think he's going to go for it.
Looking to find it if he can. Inori goes for the moves and just completely deletes Apollo. No arrow required. Blue turret destroyed there in the mid lane. 4-0 in that count. Inori still looking to make more happen. That Titanic Hydra proc. Double kill for the jungler from Phoenix 1. Lyra running away as Phoenix 1 decides, you know what? 1's not enough, Azael. Let's go for 2. Let's push towards the tier 2 in mid lane. Only going to be forced to back away now that Seraph has showed up. Ryu's now in the bottom lane. It just never stops. It's one after the other, after the other, after the other. And Ryu is now leading the charge.
Yeah, Phoenix 1 is just looking so good. They're just moving around the map much better than Envy. They're extending their lead. This is how you push an advantage, and this is something that Envy failed to do last game, and Envy are really up against it.
Ninja tries to go for the burst onto Ryu there, but Arrow's just like, no, we're going to take down this turret, and then we've got the 3 versus 2. Lyra's able to find the pick, though. Ryu trying to grab Ninja if he can, flashes away from the shots, a little bit more burst, one more hit, won't be there. Ninja keeps himself alive with some fancy moves, has to flash away from it to stay there, but at least they grab 2 kills for the troubles of losing those turrets.
Yeah, and they needed to do that. They need to be proactive and try to make some plays because they're just bleeding gold at this point. And here it is once again. Look at Inori and how much damage gets done to Apollo. Just deleted with the Titanic Hydra. 3 hits from Wrath of the Queen, and you can see Hakuo now. He's going to get chased down. Knows he does not have that flash available. Gets popped up, taken out really quick.
So much damage. 6-0 and 2 on Inori's Rek'Sai. 100% kill participation.
Good kick
Zig's going to be caught out, though. Trying to make it a 1-for-1 if he can. One more shot blast might be able to do it. He's not going to, though. Unstoppable, but Lyra now having to run away from Inori, who's looking to grab both these guys if he can. Jumps up from his burrow, not going to be finding anything just yet. Needs one more hit. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not going to be finding anyone, but it's enough to make Lyra double back. Inori's still on the hunt, going to be stunned up if he's not careful. Prey Seeker finds its way only onto Seraph. Oh. Lyra gets away.
Very close. Lyra, to his credit, he's been making some plays, right? He's 5-1-1.
He's 100% kill participation, too.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot for the team, but things have been looking pretty ugly everywhere he isn't. And they get the kill on the Zig again. Zig has not been able to really convert his lead into much more of that because of all the attention, but still he is at least still up in farm. He's up a level. He's still going to be very powerful in the split push, and even with Lyra there, he almost killed Seraph in the 1v2.
40.4 to 33.3 thousand gold, though. Phoenix 1 with a 7K advantage at 21 minutes is an absolutely massive mountain to have to climb up if you're Team Envy.
I mean, 6 turrets to 0. That basically tells the story, right? They have had complete control of this game from pretty much start to finish ever since that double kill in the top side, and they're just closing in on all angles. They're taking all the dragons. They're getting everything that they can get. The next step really is going to be either trying to crack the base or setting up for the Baron. And I think that the next play will probably be them just trying to get ready to start getting Baron, get the vision down, and get ready to take it out.
This is the third Drake this game, going to be going the way of Phoenix 1. The third Drake this game that also went that way, no contest. Envy just hasn't even found their footing to the point where they can go towards that midpoint of the map.
Exactly. I mean, just track the wards on the bottom side of the map. There's red wards from P1 all the way across. There's no vision whatsoever around that dragon. Envy knows one bad team fight means Baron for their opponents. They can't afford to walk out and try to contest that. But it also means there's no vision whatsoever around Baron either. And P1 has just kind of realized that. They've dropped their pinks. They just swept out the entire pit. And they really can rush down that Baron pretty quickly if Envy's not in position. And Seraph has no PP. Zig has his. They could go straight for it.
They're going for it right now. TP going to be used. Zig making his way in here, and with the high damage, with this team, there's just no way. No way they're going to be here to stop it in time. Envy yields that one with about as much resistance as they've had for the Dragons the entire time. And Phoenix 1, man, 9,000 gold lead, 23 minutes in. Baron buff on 5 members. The world is their oyster.
Phoenix 1 is just outclassing their opponents. They really do look like they're another tier above Envy, who is just kind of struggling to hang on at this point. Down nearly 10,000 gold at 23 minutes facing the Baron buff when you were already barely kind of holding on. Who can even answer Inori in the side lane? This is going to be brutal.
Inori is so strong right now, and this is what a lot of people were saying about Phoenix 1 from week 1. This looks like a playoff team in this game. They are demonstrating why. Ninja trying to defend, bringing the ball back to himself for the shield. Lyra and everybody else from Envy going to be forced back. Hakuo too low to do anything. Inhibitor number 1 falls not even 1 minute after Baron is secured. Phoenix 1 is looking to lock this one down before 30.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think they can do it here. On the next wave, they're going to push in for topside. Inori is shoving in, buffing up these Baron minions in the mid lane, and he's also threatening to dive at the same time. If you move too far forward as Envy, Inori can come in from behind, can take you out. So they're closing in on all sides. Look at Hakuo, very low already.
Accelerated Shock Blast did that.
Yeah.
That was one ability from Jake. Well, technically 2 abilities because you have to place the gate for the blast, right? But still, one singular instance of damage blows away half his health bar, and Hakuo is just not having a fun time. The itemization, though, at least the Infinity Edge and Ghost Blade done for Apollo. He's got that up, so if the curtain call opens up at a good angle, he might be able to defend, but it's a snowball's chance.
Yeah, exactly. And Arrow has his ultimate available, which you can use to answer the Jhin ulti, knock that out, but Ninja gets caught.
Ninja gonna be caught out. The damage comes down to CC in there, trying to get away. Seraph's got the counterattack. CC in a massive ring, but where's the damage? P1 going back in. Seraph's gonna be bursted low. Curtain call for defense. It's 1 for 1, mid lane for mid lane, but the problem is Phoenix 1 is still knocking at the door. They've busted the damn thing down. They've got inhibitor number 2, and the base for Team Envy is not a base any longer.
It's in shambles, and Envy, that was about as good of a fight as they were going to get. Ninja nailed the shockwave. Seraph flies in with his ultimate, but this is not AP Kennen. No. That ultimate is not doing big damage, and they only get 1 kill. It's a trade of kills, but they lose the inhibitor. They lose the inhibitor turret, and Inori is hunting.
Inori finding Seraph. Look at how fast he bursts him down. Isaiah on-hit Kennen is supposed to be a massive split push threat, and the jungler just walked up, bopped him like a minion, and said, thanks for the money.
Yeah.
He's on his way.
Not much of a split push threat when you're 4,000 gold down the other jungler.
Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse to what do we do?
Yeah,
for Team
I mean,
Envy?
Inori bought a freaking frozen mallet on Rek'Sai. Like,
he can.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. He's so strong, and Inori,
he could buy a death cap if he wanted to.
He could.
Big price.
We saw it yesterday from Hanser on Nautilus. He recalled, bought that death cap, but
it's all about making a statement sometimes.
Yeah.
And the statement being made by Phoenix 1 right now is that a 10,000 gold lead 26 minutes into the game is often pretty indicative of a win.
Yeah. This one, it's all over but the crying, you gotta think, because as this one's looking rough, and they're gonna just zone them off, go in, Inori in the back line.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow finding its way onto Hakuo. Ninja gonna be killed instantly as well. Ryu with a nice Sonya's Hourglass, keeping himself alive. Lyra knocked up into the air. Seraph gonna be done the same. Lyra finding the kill onto Ryu, but it's a 4 for 1. Apollo heads for the fountain as Envy heads for another winless series. Inori sitting in front of that gun saying, go ahead, pull the trigger. What are you gonna do? Kaboom! No even indication of pain as the Nexus falls and Phoenix 1 finds their 2-0 victory.
9-0-4 for Inori.
What a monster.
I'll give you 2 guesses who gets player of the game this time.
I don't even need 2, Azale. I don't even need 2. The man was absolutely phenomenal this time around. He helped his top laner get off to an amazing start. You saw him solo the enemy top laner there by the end of the game. He was just always making plays.
I mean, he was dominating. He was crushing everyone. This guy was everywhere, leading in farm, making the ganks happen, taking every objective. Inori was just an absolute monster in this second game and really carried his team through. Highest level in the game, 2 levels higher than anyone on the opposing team, and higher level than both his solo laners too, from the winning team.
If you guys are wondering, how do I put the team on my back in the jungle? This is the kind of guy to watch. This is the kind of guy that could teach you a thing or two about playing League of Legends. I know he's definitely teaching Envy that you gotta respect what he can do, as Envy now finds themselves, after 3 different series in the North American LCS in 2017, still without a win.
Still without a win. At least kind of one bright spot here is Lyra 6-2-2 on the Lee Sin game 2.
Much better game.
You know, definitely looked like he was very proactive. You can see what he's trying to get done, right? And all the lanes were kind of struggling though in this one. And it is very tough as a jungler when you are in that situation. It feels like even when something's working for you, something better is working for your opponent. So it's tough, but you know, they have time to grow, right? We're very early in the season.
Week 2.
And Lyra just arrived from Korea. You know, he may be jet lagged, he may be tired. They haven't really gotten enough practice. So we'll see how they're going to perform later on. But today, very clearly, P1 outclassed their opponents.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, right? We were saying, yeah, Seraph, so much praise for Lyra, really hoping they could do some great stuff with him. But when the guy just arrived 2 days ago, sometimes that is hard. And this Phoenix 1 team is looking pretty darn strong.
Yeah, they really are. And right back in the conversation, you know, talking about a team who could end up near the top of the table, right? They barely lost to Dignitas. They're 2-1 now. Had they taken that, they'd be a clean 3-0. And these guys are looking like real contenders this season. You know, they were strong at the end of last year, and they're really bringing that into the start of this season like some teams haven't been able to before.
And we'll have to see if they can continue doing that as the season goes on. Obviously, Team Envy still looking to step things up, and hopefully with another week of practice, they'll be able to get that improvement they want. They'll be able to step up, and Lyra will be able to carry the game like you saw Inori carrying there in game number 2. For those of you that we didn't state it explicitly for, Inori definitely our player of the game in this second match. I'm not seeing the damage charts explicitly right now, but I'm going to guess he was probably up there in those 2, despite the fact that he had a Ryze and a Jace. He was so scary.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised if he did the most damage in the game. The Frozen Mallet, pretty hilarious. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the optimal build path here, but
hey, come on, man. It synergizes with Titanic Hydra. You get all that health, extra damage.
Yeah,
it works.
I mean, it definitely worked, but I also think a Black Cleaver would have been pretty nice there too. But either way, Inori was an absolute monster, was really good in game 1 as well on the Kha'Zix, and this guy definitely walks away deserving.
Well, we're going to have to see exactly what they're planning to do as we go on. We're going to have an interview here momentarily with Phoenix 1 to see exactly what they thought about that first match. And let's go there right now. We're going to check in with Freak on stage for more with the Phoenix 1 victory.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. I'm here with Zig, victorious in the top lane. Congratulations. 2-1 start. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely a change from last season. We didn't have a win until like our 9th or 10th game or something like that. So, well, to the second half of the split. So.
Yeah, exactly. You won your very first match of the split. Now you've got another win up here. 2-1's a good record. How does it feel to finally like give your fans some, you know, a good experience? You're actually getting some wins. You got a winning record, top half of the standings. Like, it's got to be such a relief that the work's paying off finally.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, things have been a little rocky in practice, back and forth, but it's good to come out on stage and just win. Like, that's what counts in the end, right? So.
Definitely does count in the end, of course. Poor Envy, 0-3, bad start to the season. You guys know about that. But we'll move on to things that happened in this game. Okay, I know, people laughed at it, but it's true, it's true. 0-3 is a rough start. I want to ask about Jace, because NA Jace is a meme. I know it's one you're not super aware of, but it feels like North American fans never see Jace do well. Of course, you were trusted to pick it up in this game. Did pretty well for yourself. Tell me what you think is up with Jace and why it's looked bad before.
I think it's kind of like a feast or famine type pick. Like, you can, if you fall behind early, it feels really hard to like do anything meaningful in the game, like especially if you're against like a Poppy or a tank or like a Maokai or something like that. because like when you pick Jace, you're kind of on like a timer. Like if the game makes it to 50 minutes, you're just not going to be able to team fight as well as like a Poppy or a Maokai. So yeah, it's just like you have to play around it really well, like split push with it and somehow snowball it, which we did that game really well. So
Yeah, you snowballed it.
yeah.
And Nori smashed everybody. How's it feel to have a player like that on your team?
Yeah, I really wanted to pop off this game, but he popped out even harder. Like I was like, yeah, I knew after we like killed the second inner or the second top tower, like I was in a good position to like run around and influence the map a lot, but he just did more than I did, and I kept getting like kicked by the Lee Sin, so it feels bad. Yeah.
So how are you gonna make sure that next match you outshine a Nori?
I think I don't really have to. I think as long as we win, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I remember last year against TSM, I was like, I had a good Gangplank game, and then he just had a better Rengar game or something, or I don't remember what he was playing. So it happens. It's just.
I think every TSM fan remembers that Rengar game. It was a bit destroying. So final question for you here. Liquid is your next matchup tomorrow. You have had a history with some of these players. What's it mean for you going up against Liquid now?
Nothing too special, I think. We're just gonna treat it like any other match. We played them before, like we played them last year too, when I just left their team too. So I think we'll just prepare like normal. They're playing TSM right now, so we'll get some information on them too and just play our best, try our hardest, hopefully come up with a W.
So on a scale of 1 to America, how free are they gonna be?
No comment.
No comment. All right.
I like those guys. Like I'm really good friends with a lot of them. So yeah, we'll just hopefully we put on a good show. That's the goal.
Absolutely. Friendly rivalry. Zig, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. So back to the casters.
All right, thanks a lot, Freak. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look back at exactly how Inori went so crazy there in game number 2. First off, we got that 6-minute play where they made the double kill on top.
And while he does deserve a lot of credit, you can kind of thank Envy for this one. They kind of walked into the double knockup, killed themselves on it, and this is really kind of where everything started going so wrong for Envy. But Inori, he made the best of every situation, every opportunity he was given. They're able to pull off a dive on Ninja right after this. That's 3 kills that he's involved in right off the bat, right at the start of the game, and it never seemed like it got any better for Envy.
3 kills within the same 60 seconds. And then you look at this. This is 13 minutes into the game.
Bad, man.
He's going into the base.
Yeah, 13 minutes into the game, you're getting dove at the inhibitor turret by the other jungler. Where's the team at?
Yeah, that's generally, if that happens, that's a bad omen of things that are going to be coming your way. And of course, player of the game material. If you're diving the enemy team at that point in time, it's just not going to work out.
I've been there, and you know, and Zig, I sympathize too. He was trying to pop off. Lee Sin, never a fair fight, coming over there, kept using his ultimate. You know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Apparently, win in about 26 minutes. That's what Phoenix One was going to do in this game. We saw Zig talking about it with Freak, how they're looking forward to the match with Team Liquid. Some good vibes coming out from him there, a positive guy, a good player that we also got to see demonstrate some of that talent there on the Jace in game number 2. But we got more league action coming you guys' way. Team Dignitas will hit the Rift next, and it's going to go up against Echo Fox, so don't go anywhere.
Hello. Hello. Okay. That's fighting. Fighting. Yeah. Adrian. Yeah. Fighting. Okay.
Lyra making his way into the fight. Going to be a full-on 2v2. Seraph getting first blooded. Lyra is going to be number 2. Easy money for Phoenix One. Looking to find it if he can. Inori goes for the moves and just completely deletes Apollo. Ninja going to be killed instantly as well. Ryu with a nice Sonya's Hourglass, keeping himself alive. Lyra knocked up into the air. Seraph going to be done the same. Lyra finding the kill onto Ryu. Phoenix One finds their 2-0 victory.
told you this was a bad deal, man!
Shut up and move!
Which way?
Over here! On your mark!
I see it! I see it! We're almost there, man! Let's go! I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Come on!
One of our more frightening cinematics there. Welcome back to the North American LCS. Dash here with the Zale to give a small preview of the new Warwick. He will be available in week 3 of the North American LCS. So let's run through a couple categories here, breaking down his effectiveness in the jungle, starting in the early game, the all-important early game.
Yeah, and I mean, the early game, while it is stronger than it used to be, thanks in part to his new fear. You have the damage reduction, you have the fear. It can make early ganks possible, but his dueling power is really, really weak, especially against a lot of the meta picks that you see, like the Lee Sins, the Kazakhs, the Rengar. Definitely not who you want to run into in the jungle.
Right, I think that's one of the biggest things is that the early game, when you consider the other champions that are competitively viable right now, is a lot more difficult for Warwick. But his Baron taking ability, his sustain, let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the passive on the W basically gives you increased attack speed when someone is below a certain amount of HP. That allows you to take down objectives like the Baron, like the Dragon, very, very free. It also gives you the move speed, longer engage on the ultimates like this one. You can get pretty explosive picks, you know, with both Flash and with Ghost.
And the ultimate doesn't just have to be an engage or gap closing tool. It could be an effective escape. There's a multiple different uses for this one.
Exactly, and I think that is a really key thing to highlight about the new Warwick is that the ult isn't so one-dimensional. Because it's a skill shot, you can use it to escape. You can use it for other traditional kind of long-range engages, but you can also use it simply for the sustain. So, you know, in fights like this one, it really can help to turn you around. You can use full duration of the E, the damage reduction into the fear, into the ultimate. The turnaround potential you have in fights is actually pretty high when you do utilize that for the healing. You know, it's one of the things that is less expected about the Warwick. Most people I've seen playing it are just kind of using the R as the start button. Right. But when you're already at full health, you're missing out on hundreds of healing from this ultimate, especially combined with Spirit Visage, which I think is just amazing on Warwick.
Well, so people are definitely going to have to master the champion before they bring it into competitive play. I know, for an example there, that these were some of your games played yourself. I mean, how do you feel you've come along in learning the champion? How difficult does this champion match up against some of the others in terms of learning him to the fullest degree?
I don't think that he's super difficult to actually master. I think he is, you know, more on the kind of lower end of the skill curve. When you look at the old Warwick, they are trying to keep it somewhat similar to that. It's definitely more difficult and has more options than the old one, which I like a lot about it. I've actually won like every game I've played on it, but I've only played 6 so far, and I don't think it's really indicative of its strength. I really do think that you're going to struggle super hard against early game champions, you know, especially high elo and competitive play, where invading is very common, grouping up, forcing a weak champion out of their jungle, very, very common. I think that's where Warwick is going to struggle. And you know, will we see him in the LCS? I think for now it's probably a no, unless it is a niche pick. If it's something like, you know, he matches up well against a Zac or a low damage tank, because those extended fights he can excel. But against the duelists early on, it's not so hot.
Yeah, not going to appear in the LCS until Stixxay stops trolling us and locks it in. I would love to see that. When it comes to Warwick, though, where do you think his greatest strength is, new Warwick? If you had to pick one, what kind of really got buffed up for him?
To me, the biggest thing is really the ability to respond around the map to skirmishes and things that are already going on. The amount of move speed you get from maxing your W early on is pretty insane. That in combination with Swifty boots, you can get from your base to like a bot lane fight very quickly with the global blood scent. You can respond to fights and clean up kills a lot better than many other junglers who wouldn't even have the option of going to those fights. So I think that is really where he excels, and maybe somewhere we could see him shine in pro play eventually.
Not available till week 3 for pro play. We'll see if anyone decides to put in the time to master him entirely. Be sure to tweet us at LOL Esports with your guess of which NALCS jungler will be the first to play Warwick on stage. Now it's time to throw it back to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Caster Desk. My name is David Freak Turley, and waving here to my right, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. How you doing?
Great. I haven't tried the new Warwick yet, but yeah, because I'm sticking to the meta junglers, Kha'Zix.
You're playing win rate champion.
Exactly. I'm trying to get that master grind, hit it every season. You have to make that. And Warwick feels really easy to kill for me.
That's true.
But I'm playing Kha'Zix, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've tried to play him, but he's banned every time, so I haven't gotten to get him yet. But either way, let's jump right into our second matchup of the stream. It's Team Dignitas versus Echo Fox. And for Team Dignitas, they're looking for a bounce-back win. They had a hard series against TSM. They did lose in the end, hoping to go 2-2 at the end.
That's true. I have to say, Someday is still playing at an incredibly high level. He's obviously the #1 guy there on Dignitas. He was a key factor in their win, whether it's him on these tanks, TPing in with Maokai, making brush plays, very flashy initiations. It's really been the Someday show for this squad. On the other side there, you really have to start looking at the other positions for this team, right? Because they have had, really good plays as well. The thing is inconsistency for pretty much all of the other members, right? Keen has had some great games where he's taken over, really good ganks, some good moves, but he's also been camped super hard, and the team overall punished because of it. Same thing for Chaser and Laud, had their ups and downs so far this season. So really looking for more consistency from the team as a whole. And with that also goes the late game communication that everyone's going to point out. Not only is it a mixed language team, everyone loves to point out, but also they're recently put together. So a lot of teams, at the beginning of the season do have those types of issues.
As a silver lining, again, we've just heard several interviews now, Xpecial recently on record saying, the two Korean pickups of the lineup, the Someday and Chaser, very embracing of American culture, very willing to learn English, and yeah, upward trajectory, I do think, for Team Dignitas. A decent early start, but you're right, issues that may get fixed.
And I mean, you can be super willing to learn a new language, still takes time.
It does.
I'm very willing to, speak 5 languages, but still stuck here with pretty much only English and a half bit of Spanish.
Absolutely. So it's also, of course, an issue that has plagued their opponents. We talk about Echo Fox now, still on the hunt for their first win, 0-2 in matches, hoping that they can properly integrate Looper in the lineup.
And for Echo Fox, yeah, they also had a pretty high-profile pickup, for the top lane, at least a well-known name, even though Looper, a lot of people criticized him for not taking initiative, and being controlled by Mata even when he was having success. They are getting off to good starts. Those are mostly due to Acadian, their rookie that they brought in. This jungler, he's been getting first blood almost every single game that he's played. The only problem is, though, you're putting a lot of weight on that guy if you not only want him to come in and, have these first bloods and have good early games, but also be a shot caller for all these veteran guys. So that really does need to come from somewhere for Echo Fox. That being said, though, their lead at 10 minutes and 20 minutes in gold is on average the best in the league.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you saw Caden on your screen a second ago. He was actually very hard on himself. He released a vlog at the end of week 1 saying, oh, everyone thinks I'm so good. Everyone says I'm stuck in Elo Hell and Echo Fox. But he's like, I didn't play well enough. I should have played so much better. I got way too hyphy. I made a bunch of bad engages. Like, it's my fault, a lot of it, that we lost this game. And Acadian thinks, I have so much more to learn. There's so much more we can do here. And if their early game is really that good, the best in the league, just turning that into some game wins is what Echo Fox needs, and Acadian could be a big factor of that. It's going to be fun to watch these teams kind of shape up and sort themselves out throughout the split. Let's get now into the starting lineups. On the blue side here for game #1 is Team Dignitas. Someday up in the top lane, Chaser in the jungle, Keen in mid, Laud and Xpecial, the bot lane duo, with their coach Jungsu Kim, hoping to round it all out.
And on the red side, it is Echo Fox. Up top is Looper. In the jungle, Acadian. Mid, Froggen. Bottom, Keith and Gate. With Coach Tim Kiro on stage with them, trying to help out with the picks and bans, which has really been such an influential part of the way that we start these out, right? Especially for the jungle pool, if they are looking to build off of a good early game from Acadian, the jungler pool right now is imperative in your early game, right? We talked about the Kazakhs, the Rengar, you know, the Lee Sin. These are the ones that are going to be able to get you those early leads. Whereas if you get pushed down, it makes it so difficult. I feel like jungle and maybe AD carry are the two roles that you can't really get to past ban phase number 2.
Really?
Or else they get pinched super hard.
I'm actually a bit surprised with that because my own instinct was like, well, there's still the Rek'Sai and the Elise and the Olaf, but yeah, we'll see what the teams actually want to go for here in this one and how much they need Acadian to get a high-profile champion. Team Dignitas' first 2 bans come through as Jason, Twisted Fate, Echo Fox doing the seemingly standard red side bans, Rengar, Camille off the table, LeBlanc likely to follow.
Yeah, LeBlanc definitely high up there. Very difficult to
blue side
prioritize or even justify letting that one through. So they are going to ban it actually from blue side here for Dignitas. Yes, not willing to first pick it. As we've seen, there have been counters prepared as well. Like the Kassadin. I know a decent amount of people with their own specific counters that they didn't want me to spoil yet.
Sure.
But a lot of them do involve taking Exhaust in the mid lane to counter her all-ins.
Absolutely.
We'll see here, though. Those junglers we were talking about, 2 of the premier ones right off the bat. No surprise.
No surprise at all. Kazakh's first pick worthy we've seen from several teams in the North American LCS and worldwide. And now it's time for Someday to make the first choice here in picks and bans. And the stock in Varus has been rising. And looks like the bot lane role will be picked in the first round right away. Of course, we know Ashe and Jhin still available, and there's plenty of time for Echofox to grab them.
Yeah, for me, for the red side, I would definitely like to dictate the next 2 roles at the moment. I mean, you're going to want to pick up Ashe, because like we said, second ban phase really whittles those 80 carries down. But you don't have to do it super early. There's no reason for you to rush that in the first 2 picks. Probably save it for that last pick in the first phase. Meanwhile, there it is, picking up that Rek'Sai. Yeah, it's so much about the information that you do get with your Tremor Sense as well and controlling that early game. Meanwhile, the Zyra, one of your favorites, Freak. I know from the bottom lane, a lot of laning power there.
Yep, it's going to be Keith playing support this game. Gate is hard carrying on Zyra, calling it already here in this match. Early rotation out of the Rek'Sai as well. Of course, we know 3 of the roles so far in this game. We will have desynced roles at the end of the first pick phase as now Ryze is picked up. 4 roles with 2 picks to go.
Interesting. So they either have to decide if they want to let jungle get pinched a bit further or the support role, because, Malzahar is still up. There are quite a few high-profile ones, like Karma is still available as well, and they're just gonna let Echo Fox have another whack at those in the ban phase, it looks like.
All right, Echo Fox, do you grab Misfortune, or not Misfortune, that's just silly. Do you grab Ashe or Jhin, the expected A-tier AD carries left over, or do you go for the mid lane Cassiopeia, preempting the bans that can come out? That's basically the choices, according to the tier list book, that are left available for Echo Fox.
Yeah,
they have something else in mind.
Definitely both routes do have their pros. As we said, though, yeah, the AD carry role quite thin at the top. They're not comfortable getting pushed down past the Jhin Ashe level because it really does drop off in utility after you go past that. And even laning phase, right? Varus quite good against things like Caitlyn and stuff in the lane phase as well. So let's take a look here. There it is, the predicted Malzahar ban. They'll probably continue, follow that one up with maybe Karma or something on the side of Echo Fox in their ban phase. And then the role that was left unanswered by Team Dignitas is that mid lane. You pointed out the Ryze, and they're actually banning Froggen with a target ban instead of going for that Cassiopeia, which is the most common counter pick. I feel like Orianna as well is all right. Not really a counter pick, but I feel like that's a decent one that you can take right into the Ryze as well.
Absolutely. So this is, I believe, Froggen's 3rd Anivia ban received so far in the North American LCS. Had 2 coming into it across the 5 games they've played. Cassiopeia, yep, there's the final one through. So, pair of mid lane bans, no surprise. Froggen sometimes has received critiques and criticism for not expanding his champion pool properly. Famously never played a Azir during last year.
Oh, look at this nice little wrinkle, though. The Fiora, instead of doubling up and banning the Karma as well away from Team Dignitas, turn their sights towards Someday's carry potential, right? He has such a long history on Fiora, one of his highest win rate champions, ridiculous carry power, and they're not going to let him have that. So they'd rather have him on a tank, which he is also performing extremely well on tanks. We'll see about the gains, though, as Froggen is going to be able to take up that Corki into the mid lane.
And Maokai, the quick pickup there. Famous for Fiora or not, Maokai still highly prioritized top laner, and the question is, does Looper, now that the Fiora's gone, have a good matchup into that one? We could see the attack speed Kennen build, the Wits End Hurricane we've been seeing popularized in Korea, everyone picking it up pretty quickly as well, and especially you can see talking back and forth with the coach, shakes his head, no, I don't want to play that. How about the Karma? Gonna be locked in.
Yeah, there's a Karma. And we already went over the trade-off here. They decided to target Ben the Fiora, put Semdai on a tank in exchange for letting that Karma through for the lane phase, so that Dignitas actually feel pretty good about that bottom lane, even though it is into the Ashe Zyra, which is one of the most highly prized. But then the top lane. You mentioned already the Kennen possibility, but looks like it will just be, again, the classic Maokai Nautilus that we are very well acquainted with this season.
I feel like at this point we need to make a lore matchup where suddenly Maokai and Nautilus don't like each other as like reanimated almost humans. Or non-humans at this point, who knows?
It's honestly is interesting how it makes the team fight shape up, right? Because the Maokai and Nautilus are so often just locked into that hand-to-hand combat, and how you draft your backline really turns more towards what champions are really good at threading damage past a super tank in the front, right? You know, Maokai and Nautilus are locked in heads up, but Varus can shoot arrows past them, trying to snipe out the backline, even going with the lethality build so they can do more damage to the backline. And then you just, whoever takes out the other backline first, then turns their attention towards the tank. And they're the only team with DPS left, so able to clean it up that way. Meanwhile, Echo Fox have drafted pretty good spread of damage here and a decent amount of AoE CC as well. So these team fights are going to be, you know, the typical ones that we've been seeing so far this season. And to me, the real big swing here is going to be, what about the shot calling setting up for these late game objectives? Because Echo Fox, we talked about Dignitas' late game problems, but Echo Fox as well, the same problems that permeated their gameplay last season are still showing up this season, and it is a lot of that setup for objectives late game.
Yeah, the problem with the late game shot calling, maybe an issue for both these squads, but we are ready to go into game one of this match. Here we go. Team Dignitas in the blue, Echo Fox on the red. Team fight comps on both sides. And we head into the rift here for game one.
All right. Chaser here on Lee Sin. He's had some of his best games on Lee Sin. Talking about the inconsistency, though, he was getting caught out quite a bit yesterday on Kha'Zix. We'll see if he feels, more comfortable on Lee Sin and if he can get off to any early start here. Already a little bit of a wrinkle here as Dignitas actually going for some power on the bottom side of the map. See if they catch anyone.
I always love teams that do something a little bit special. Ooh, he got spotted. Speaking of special. So that's going to get rid of some of that little cheekiness, but I always love teams who have just try to do something at level 1 with the off chance that someone does something wrong and face checks into the squad. You've got a 5% chance of a first blood. Why not do it?
Yeah.
Doesn't turn into much.
Goes up to like 15, 20% chance in solo queue.
That does. You have a Blitzcrank, stack in a brush. You will kill something.
As of right now, though, what you do give up when you go for one of those and it doesn't work out is a little bit of cross-map visibility, and Echo Fox taking the initiative here, going in to see just where the start will be from Chaser. Yep, top side, blue side. Won't be any pulls from the bottom side, especially on live. That timer got reduced even a little bit more, but in pro play, they were already way ahead of that, and dual lanes don't want to spend any extra time there because you lose so much pressure, controlling that minion wave.
Yeah. Especially in the ranged matchups, when you've got champions like Zyra who want to be in the lane, getting the seeds down. Karma can do the same cheeky stuff. If it was Braum Thresh, maybe it's less likely, but that's not the world we are in right here. Kobe giving me the A+. Appreciates my bot lane knowledge.
Can't be shouting out our hand signals, man. These are top secret.
This is proprietary information here. Riot casters use hand signals.
Meanwhile, it looks like they are going to be able to track Chaser pretty easily, so we'll see how Acadian fares in this early game. We keep setting him up as, we've done first blood so many times, but jungle ganking.
CS.
Jungle ganking, people put so much emphasis on, oh man, this guy has gotten all these first bloods. A lot of it is being set up by your laners. A lot of it is which enemy team is being very obvious about their early warding path, because it's very easy to keep track of trinket wards. Yeah. Anytime your laner is moving over to one of those obvious spots. Actually, meanwhile, down bottom, we get some trading here.
Special doesn't stay to get the rest of the binding down, and Keith gets to just barely walk away from the piercing arrow. Otherwise, a trade of blows. Special missing a Q. Back to the lane.
And, you know, if we do check back in on the junglers, you talk about the early information onto Lee Sin. That doesn't just expire with the ward, right? You know he started on top side, so you extrapolate a little bit. Yeah, we saw him go to Gromp. He's doing this full clear side. So Acadian checks the Scuttle Crab first, which is the usual point that you can test someone, then moves in. There's the Tremor Sense. Is going to be able to contest him at the Raptors a little bit because mid lane has recalled. You know, talk about the rest of the laners affecting jungling all the time. Counter jungling is a team objective. You know, Froggen was able to get back before Keen, and so that gave him the confidence to go in and steal that smite.
Yeah, well, Acadian stealing the camp away, though still down in XP under Chaser Gold. At least similar between the two of them, but still it's a good way to get in your opponent's head. Say, yes, I will walk into your jungle. Rookie North American jungler, let me take that away from you.
One thing here is that Acadian actually took the blue, and for me, when I have a Corki mid specifically, especially when I'm playing Rek'Sai and you very clearly don't have mana, Corki mid benefits so much from the extra mana regen early, a lot more than a lot of the other mid lane mages, because so much about, you know, that pushing power and harassing this rise. But, you know, feels like Froggen is taking care of his own business. Froggen actually goes for the hard shove and recalls while Chaser's top.
Looper has to flash then the Q. That is a flash down. Chaser making the first impact, and even though the Raptor steal looked flashy from Acadian, Chaser took the Krugs away before this gank even happened, so he equalized the farm. Acadian, of course, mirroring that play as well, says I see Chaser top lane, Krugs must be up, and it will be one more camp stolen, but still a flash burn by Chaser is good.
Yeah, I mean, top lane focus is going to affect the bottom lane as well. We'll see if these teleports come in very quickly for returning to the top lane, because right now they could be used bottom. Kind of dangerous to go for a dive at this stage of the game, so just a pass through here. I think that was a good abort on any sort of call they were making down there. That being said, though, anytime you reveal yourself, fairly unnecessary and definitely does chain into what will Lee Sin do with that information. Yeah, Acadian was just bottom. Now Chaser has a bit of a time here where he gets to go invade.
Yep. You basically get to say, okay, well, we know he's got a top side. His Raptors should be respawning. He was Rek'Sai. Oh, sure enough, there's the champion. There's the camp trying to be stolen away. And Acadian will be late to the party. Chaser and early smite won't hurt him. And Acadian is now sad that his camp is gone.
And remember, when you try and do this stuff at home, so much of it involves where are the laners that I'm playing around. If you're going to try and invade on the opposite side of the map, oh yeah, jungler from the enemy team showed bottom. I'm going to go into their top side. Do not do that if your mid lane is getting pushed in. Do not do that if your top lane is getting pushed in. And part of that, Keen was just trading right there pretty heavily with Froggen, so he knew that even if Rek'Sai did show up, have an easy escape.
Yeah. Also worth kind of pointing out that, as you mentioned, showing in the bot lane, using that information, Acadian lost 15 seconds walking the bot lane and then back. If he didn't use those 15 seconds, he was there in time to stop the Raptor steal. And those few seconds, like desyncing from his spawn timing, lost him a jungle camp.
Meanwhile, though, a lot of the next level jungling you'll see is from people like Reignover, who think 2 steps ahead rather than 1. So Chaser, he goes the 1 extra step and he's like, I'm counter jungling your Raptors because you were bottom. But then after he does that step, he returns to just normal farming, right? Okay, my closest farm camp is my blue side. I'm going to my blue side. Whereas someone like Reignover, we've seen him, he will go back to his own red side to counter the
counter jungle that Acadian wants to do
from Acadian and make sure that those aren't there. Because you didn't take the extra step as Chaser, Acadian catches right back up, and it actually doesn't result in any really big swing. And those are the types of things that we have always praised Reignover for. That's just an example. And Chaser, as we said, you know, some inconsistencies. It does come from a lot of his successes were really good ganks, which are things that are a lot less standard and a lot less reliable than those small camp advantage and the small farm advantages that you get from planning out a little bit better.
Yep. And just to quantify what that means right now, gold difference between the two junglers, about 250. Acadian in the lead. The extra camps he's stolen away, just slightly in his favor. That said, Team Dignitas winning overall as a team. +7 minions in the top lane, +13 in the bot lane. Vlad and Especial continuing to do very well in the laning phase. And Keith and Gate behind once again. Quick blue handoff. Keen's got that. It's going to feel good. Similar timing should be available to Froggen once that respawns, which should be in the next 35 seconds or so.
Also, we're seeing a lot more blue side control wards come out here. Team Dignitas, you can tell, there's so much focus on controlling the space around Keen and this Rise. And they've got both sides of the river pretty well warded. The one area they don't is this Infernal Drake, though. So if you spend so much vision up there, you know, on the top side of the river and around mid lane, you still always have to worry about early confrontation down here around Infernal Drake because it's so good at snowballing. Not only do you focus the bottom lane and, you know, if you get a big swing there, you can snowball that later into the game, but so much extra damage if the Drake is the extra prize.
We'll see when these prizes come through. Gold back to Tide. Lotto nearly flashed parallel to the arrow. Had to still juke it. Gets away with it, though.
Yeah, we do see that a decent amount of times, flashing in a straight line away from danger. But that is actually really important trading. That's why we see so many Ashes go for those arrows, even if they're pretty clearly be flashed away. Yeah, such smaller cooldown there. And you've got more threat here.
This could be the 4v2 in the bot lane. Someday can match teleport. Looper can't stop it. He's too far away. There's the flash route. Cuts him off to the side. This could be the play. Looking for it, but catches nothing. Chase is already there to spot it out, and Gates one hit from dead. Froggen trading blows in the front line. Dies to Someday. Lod will lose his life, but it's 2 for 1 so far. In advantage to Team Dignitas. Make that 3 already. This play is going so much better. Just eviscerating the Echo Fox lineup 3-2 as one gets turned around by Looper, but still.
And again, it's not just about 3 for 2. Oh yeah, they got 1 extra kill. This bottom lane play results in an Infernal Drake. This is the true gain here that Team Dignitas are going to get for that counterplay on the bottom side initiation there from Echo Fox. And a lot of the power of this Corki and his first package isn't actually cutting up the fight with your package. Froggen, because it started a little bit before he got there, had to use his package to gain distance just to get to the fight, and it just got kicked into the turret. You didn't get to use the package for a lot of extra damage here. So let's look at the setup, because Chaser, counter, gank is prepped. Froggen already, package is used there. It doesn't affect the fight at all. He just gets kicked right over to Lod and then focused down. Even though Acadian flashes in and does finish off Lod, he's very far away from the rest of his team and does get taken down. Keen there could have tried to turn on the Nautilus and snare him, but Nautilus is full health, so eventually going to Spider-Man his way out of that one.
Yeah, gets to walk away, but I gotta say, that was just strange by Gate to go too early. He made Froggen waste his cooldowns, essentially. You're not in a huge rush there.
And there's so much more power in one of the early packages. The damage on that thing, especially this early in the game, is insane. You can completely change the way that this early dive goes. So already, you know, some of these shot calling issues and the communication that we're looking at with both of these teams actually shows up here in Dignitas' benefit, because Chaser was prepping the counter game.
It is smart of him to be there. I'd love to watch that back just with Chaser's point of view and see why he knew to be there and exactly how he made that happen, but it was very right of Chaser to be there to turn that around. 3 assists for him as a result. Good early start for Team Dignitas.
One of the big things as a jungler that you look for in setting up these counter ganks, I'm glad you asked that question, is blown summoners. You know, where would I target if I was on the enemy team? We just saw this Ash Arrow used for the Flash of Lod, and mid lane pushed up, started to roam. You're thinking, okay, my bottom lane is a juicy target for the enemy, so I'm gonna go, you know, maybe clear my Krugs so I'm in the area, and then wait around. And those are the types of plays, right? You just go for the highest percentage. There's no guarantee that it is gonna happen, but you try and think what's the most juicy target basically for the enemy team, and it really pays off there. Counter ganks are one of the most high yield basically jungle plays early in the game. Because the enemy uses so many movement abilities just to try and create the play that you have a lot of extra counters for the actual fight, just like we saw there, you know, with Froggen and the package.
I absolutely agree. Of course, the air raid siren of picking up the package never hurts.
That's a
Guys,
good signal.
there's a gank in a minute. In the next 60 seconds, someone's gonna die.
Maybe I went too small, and there's this big alarm going, woo, woo, woo. AD carry without flash, and we got a package.
Well, special delivery went in the favor of Team Dignitas. They opened up a couple 100,000 gold. 100 or 1,000 gold, that's a bit closer of an estimate. Either way, let's see how else it can pan out. Only 1,100 gold difference. This is certainly winnable by Echo Fox. We'll see what can happen here. Quick control over the wards. Acadian's going to ult back on the top side, take his red buff away. Under the guise of Froggen and Looper being nearby as well, in case there was an invade, but there wasn't, and so they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Back to a pause.
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to check back in like on these stats, right? Because at the beginning of the game, you mentioned, okay, so they have these good average gold stats for the first couple of days of games. And that's why we always talk about, you know, the variance in putting so much stock in early game successful ganks. Yeah, that can make you look super great, and you're like, oh my god, this jungler, he's amazing, right? But how are Echo Fox going to do when, you know, they don't have find success, right, with those early ganks? And those things are very unreliable sources of gold. Now that they haven't had that, you know, and due to the small sample size earlier, we'll see what Dignitas can actually do to pressure these guys when they aren't starting out with a, you know, 10-minute and definitely looking hard for them to get a 20-minute gold lead, as Dig are off to a pretty good start here. Infernal Drake on top of that gold, by the way.
It's got to feel good for Team Dignitas. They've got kind of everything they need. You know Maokai is going to scale better than Nautilus. Typically, Nautilus seen as the better laner. He's supposed to be able to bully a little bit. This hasn't happened here. Someday winning a matchup that maybe via skill he's supposed to anyway.
Package number 2.
Looking for the play. Arrow, nice juke by Special. Package not going to be sent. Looks like it's going to be returned to sender here. No one is home to answer the door.
Yeah, Echo Fox took more damage going for that than Team Dignitas did. And they didn't have to expend anything but a simple Karma Shield for the extra speed boost. Meanwhile, Froggen trying to get back to the mid lane. Gives up maybe 1 CS there as Keen on the rise. Farming straight up. He's got the tier. Rod of Ages is stacking. Feels very nice about this rise. About to hit that mid-game power spike. And this is going to be where Team Dignitas can turn it on, right? We mentioned Someday. We mentioned how this guy's a star for the team. And how he's done it on the Maokai are these timely teleports to the other side of the map to get flanks in and snare the enemy in place, allowing the rest of the team to actually pick up extra kills.
And it's been good so far. Team Dignitas able to withstand the early game pretty well. And we'll see what their mid game ends up looking like here as they continue to stack up and scale, and we'll see when their first move really ends up being.
Yeah, I mean, even with a Mountain Drake coming up in 25 seconds, and Team Dignitas, they don't have a giant lead at the moment, but it already gets a little scary for Echo Fox, right? Because their vision was just cleared out. And we always talk about prep. Dignitas, good job here prepping for this next Drake. If I'm Echo Fox, you're going to want to try and get some wards in the area. You have to be very safe about doing it, though, because it's very difficult, to face check this Dignitas squad as they're moving in and contesting even blue buff territory.
Looking for it, getting poked back into the Froggen steal comes through. Lod from downtown secures it. How about infinite mana on Varus? Feels pretty good, man.
Oh my goodness. Varus can poke you through those 2 corridors leading up to the Drake now, too. Someday has this top lane pushing. All things are pointing towards really good preparation here for Team Dignitas to be able to get another Drake in their hands. You know, Gate was just forced back the lane, and Acadian, he's scrambling for it. We need to get some vision down here. We don't want Team Dignitas to be able to set up, and they're doing just that. So holding on for right now. We'll see if the action explodes, though, because you also want to keep an eye on that minion wave top, as Someday it keeps shoving it in, right? He's prepping himself to teleport down, so that even if they answer teleports, Looper will lose more.
Right, it's worth pointing out that, ooh, hold on, that's a play on the Gate. Exhaust forced out, Chase nearly dies. Gate the same! Lod again, his second snipe in a row, doing beautifully here on this Varus.
Oh, American Sniper here. Lod able to steal away the blue, snipe down the Zyra, and there it is. You know, preparation is rewarded in the end, and that will be Mountain Drake uncontested now. Plus, they don't even have to call Someday. He can continue to push Looper in on the top side.
All right, Team Dignitas so far, only good moves, or at least only moves in their favor this game right now. 4-2, up 2 Drakes as well, 2,000 gold lead. Eventually the first turret will fall, and it's looking like bot lane might be that effort. Turret has taken about half its HP so far via the laning phase, and now 3 members in, they'll get the rest of that health bar, not even a problem. Mountain Drake obviously helps it, and pop goes the first turret of the game. 3,000 gold lead now for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, this game is such a good example of how the small advantages really do accumulate and result in big rewards here. The reason Chaser's going to go for this, he saw Zyra go for the snare already, so big ability down. You can't really always count on Lod hitting that, but very nice snipe there. And as we said, those corridors, certainly can't count on him hitting it, but definitely increase your chances when Fox is on red side and the early Drake control is over to a Varus squad. All things really pointed to that play from Team Dignitas, and I like how they just set it up so far in advance.
Yeah, unlucky for Gate, Lod was in fog of war when he shot the arrow, so even though Gate had flash up, I don't think he had the means of dodging the arrow because he couldn't see it in time. Maybe it could have happened, but either way, of course, a good play by Team Dignitas. The capitalization all there, and we'll see what the next play is. Now that they've broken the outer bottom turret, they can get more done on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look at it from Echo Fox side too, because we usually criticize them for this lack of ability to really create advantageous situations for themselves. And when you do take away that vision, and remember, this vision war started from minute 2 basically, where Team Dignitas were the ones accumulating that step by step. Taking away that vision, like you said, really results in those types of plays, right? It reduces your reaction time, not only to dodging arrows, but even getting into the right place, even seeing them move to a certain side of the map and setting that stuff up.
Makes it difficult to do the right thing, Echo Fox, when you don't have any vision right here, and the battle is continuing. Of course, a double Sightstone team, Lee Sin always going to be that. Worth pointing out, Acadian did go Warrior Enchant on the Rex side. That is atypical for the champion, but it's what he's gone for here. Looking for the arrow into the mid lane, not going to find anything, and I believe 0 have landed all game. 1 forced a flash, the rest have all been sidesteps.
Yeah, I mean, Karma, that's the other thing. You got to manage the extra speed.
Sure.
Makes it pretty easy. And as for the vision points, there were wards. Arrow was coming down the river right over the wards. You get to see it, then it really does help you in your dodging skills.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Team Dignitas just slow and steady here. Sending Keen up to the top side. Rise, notorious 1v1 power, notorious split pusher. And as you said, his Rod of Ages is almost done stacking. Tyr is stacking up super nicely. He claims his turret. No confrontation here from Echo Fox quite yet.
And no confrontation needed for Team Dignitas. They're about to knock down the 3rd and final outer turret right here. You can see back when Team Dignitas was Apex with 2 of these old members, Expecto and Keen being those. They did pretty well when they got gold leads. This time around, you can see them looking pretty solid as well. And
40% of your health.
Yeah. Well, and you've got no armor at all. Gate on 46 armor, not exactly a high mark. Lod sitting on 30 lethality.
Even with level 2 boots, difficult for Gate to dodge that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a pretty long-range arrow as well. We'll see though, because slowly but surely, mid lane whittling down as well.
And pop, down it goes. 3 turrets picked up. Lod, part of 2 of them himself.
Oh, he shot him again.
Gate chunked back down to half HP, and look at this Chaser just able to live now inside the jungle. Another blue over to Lod. I mean, he's a great recipient of that buff as well. The 10 CDR does matter on this champion. And still just unable to see anything that Echo Fox is able to do to break himself back into this game. Team Dignitas is taking the slow and steady leads.
Yeah, and he's going that old mid lane Varus build that's really been coming back with the Tyr into double lethality. This is still 7.1, by the way. This isn't even up to the buff lethality on live at the moment, but so many people have been going back to this, and it just really shows when he does land those on the back line. You talked about Gate, no armor. That's where it's really going to find a lot of value there. So the next Drake coming up as well already seems like it's going to be a very similar situation for Echo Fox, except now they don't even have outer turrets in any lane to fall back to. So things just snowball worse and worse and worse for them. And since they both have team fighting teams and Echo Fox are trying to run through these small jungle corridors to the dragon, that's not an area they can actually fight anymore. They really need to get some element of surprise to turn this one around.
Looking for a surprise party. Where's Fiddlesticks when you need him? Lod, nope, gonna juke the correct way anyway, walk straight down, and Keith never had a chance.
That one was pretty ballsy waiting, just counting on that speed and not blowing your heal, not blowing your flash for the arrow, but he was full confidence that he wasn't getting hit by that, as Special was like, yes, walk towards me. I got you with the extra speed boost, and once again, walks right out of it. Remember the Ashe arrow, even though the visual looks like the front of the arrow will stun you, the hitbox for it is actually at the tail end.
It's around the middle, I think. I think it depends. But you're right, it's not the very front tip. That's just one thing to keep in mind, that it will look a little bit misleading. Also want to point out, Edge of Night does have a channel time before it'll actually bring you the spell shield, for those who haven't used the item. You can't do it reactively, he's got to prepare.
Yeah, actually I talked to the designers, and the reasoning on the end for the arrow hitbox is that it looks very weird for Ashe to shoot an arrow at point blank, and then the tip, obviously, starts out in front, so you need to be able to stun your point blank target, right? So it is
visually just
near that tail end. Meanwhile, though, there's that Drake we talked about. Definitely going to be easy cleanup here for Team Dignitas, as all those vision points as well as the terrain trying to walk over there, just not a tenable situation for Echo Fox. And again, they're looking for some surprise play to catch him off guard.
Yeah, surprise parties just have not been properly executed, though, sadly. Someone always spoils it. You got someone, heading over to Sally's house for the surprise party. Oh, crud. Whoops, Sally, sorry, you saw this. And that's just what's happening. I don't know. Team Dignitas just reading the tweets. Echo Fox letting them know what's coming for him. The wards basically are the tweets in this metaphor. It's stretched, I know.
I got lost. Meanwhile, they're actually getting cornered here around Baron.
There. Surprise! Someday bringing the presence into this one. 1v3, but here comes Keen. Keen's going to jump over the wall. Kaden running out of health pretty rapidly. One picked up already, and the chase going to continue by Chaser himself. Here's a big knock-up out of Looper. Catches 3 or 4. Chaser running low, but gets out of range. Another pickup for Keen as he takes down Froggen. Looper next up, and it's going to be 3 for 0. Pretty painless for everyone not on Echo Fox. And Team Dignitas,
surprise! Another shellacking here with Team Dignitas taking out 3 more members, and another very smooth objective for them. There's absolutely no way that Echo Fox can actually steal this unless Gate runs over Suicide Mission for a miracle Zyra.
He's not gonna try.
He's not making the move, so there it is. Step by step. Let's take another look here, though, because in order to set up a surprise play, which is kind of their only way back into this, they wanted to get some area of the map with vision, but some days like, hey, we found Froggen, backline here, immediately goes onto him, and Dignitas with their giant lead, able to collapse and take down the Corki right from the start. There's really no safe spot for him. Keen flashes right into Froggen's face there. Froggen was trying to land some support from the side, and after Froggen went down and right after, no more DPS left.
Now it's a 9,000 gold lead. This is just getting farther and farther out of reach for Echo Fox. They've just, other than Acadian getting a little bit more farm than Chaser, nothing's been going on for the red side.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to regroup here and look at things for their next opportunity, because this is a best of 3, and next game, they're going to need to really put more focus on that vision. I know it looked like a very slow early game here, and it was very methodical from Team Dignitas. With the leads they were able to slowly push through, just made their decision-making very, very simple with the extra vision that they did have to work with. Whereas Echo Fox here, again, we talked about last season, kind of same issues really coming up for them here. You know, who's going to be the one to take the initiative for these guys?
I don't know. We're looking for it, but we've not found it right now for Echo Fox. Initiative not being rolled, getting a 1. They're always a slow ones here at ACT. Team Dignitas looking for just the closing of the game now, 27 minutes in. Baron buff on. Turret's just falling with dominoes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess technically Echo Fox did go for plays early in the game, went to bottom 5 plays. It's just that they were very low percentage plays, and they revealed themselves each time they did. So Team Dignitas was able to take countermeasures here, and right now, man, this is really snowballing out of control. You look at the options for Team Dignitas to end this, and they are plentiful.
Yeah.
They can even go for turret dives at the moment here with some... Oh, they're going for it, actually.
All right, knock up on a lob. The hook's going to land as well. That's going to be a dead Varus. 5v4. Gate chunked out. Make it a 4v4 now as one goes down. Looking for a bit more. They root onto Looper. Someday happy to take the turret. And Nautilus running out of health pretty rapidly. Q's going to land. Take it.
Just kidding. It'd be the wrong choice.
Good job there for Keith and Echo Fox. You need to take every opportunity for you. However, even with landing an arrow on the AD carry and being able to hook him back in with the Nautilus, you still lose out. You get a 1-for-1 and you lose your inhibitor turret. Here we go, Looper trying to make it up though.
Teleport play, can they make it happen? Looper just running it out way too rapidly. Look at that kickback onto Keith, as beautiful as it could have been. Chaser opening it up. Acadian next up in the chopping block, 2 for 0. Into the base they go. Team Dignitas grab their first inhibitor, and they're not even slowing down just yet. Chaser injured, but they can close the game out right here. Echo Fox hoping to keep their base alive. Will it even matter though? Looper again getting chunked out, getting assaulted, getting taken out. Has to go back.
Getting
to
a
the base,
4,000 shield.
Okay, big enough. He'll survive on this one. One Nexus turret gone. Froggen, they looked at him funny. He had to jump over the wall. And now Keith, I don't know, gonna respawn in 10 seconds. Arrow will be up when he is.
Baron buff has timed out, and there's a lot of money in inventory here for Team Dignitas, or rather in their pockets that they need to transfer to the inventory.
2,000 to 3,000 per person.
Look at that map. My goodness, there's no area without outside of the base that Xbox actually have vision of. Here's the arrow though, so they get the AD carry and they have Looper there to line up the snare right afterwards, but it doesn't matter because Team Dignitas are so far ahead that even without their AD carry, they can collapse and have enough damage to not only get answer counter kills here, but also top side objective right after.
Absolutely, and Echo Fox. It's disheartening when you get the one kill and it turns into you losing more of your base anyway. That even the good plays aren't turning up as anything useful anymore. Only 3 kills the entire game through. Echo Fox. One was losing their base and one was in a 2 for 3 they lost that they tried to engage upon. Sadly, everything they've been doing has been backfiring here. Team Dignitas to cement the advantage a bit more. Grab the quick Infernal Drake while they're here and then set up the rest of the minion waves and push them to the base.
Really did like, whether it was, Echo Fox being very, obvious with their early game, choices. That is true, and that's a fair point. But you can still shout, "Oh goodness!"
Oh geez, he's dead. All right, Lod picks him up. How about a little bit more? Chaser, yeah, he's tanking up in the lead set. Has a Guardian Angel. Another flash follow comes in for Sunday. Gate's gonna go down. Double kill in for Lod. 4, 2, and 6. Death leader on the team because he's been the target for either way, doing his job well enough. And now 5 versus 3 on the map. Someday walks through the turret. He's coming to grab the minion wave as the game-winning push has begun now for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, it looks like one Nexus turret left, and Someday's over there to tank it. GA ready. Can even go down. Doesn't look like they'll be able to have the damage to even get the GA proc though.
And not much hope for it. Chaser with the kick flash brings the Acadian back into the team. Laud to participate in the damage. Keen doing even more of that. Chaser actually getting a bit low, but it doesn't even matter. The Nexus turret's going to fall.
On the edge.
Almost dies inside the fountain. But that's game 1. Team Dignitas, you expected it coming into the match, and that was a pretty clean victory. Game 1 to the Golden Black.
Definitely good planning from their side, as well as that accuracy. You got to shout out Laud for those early game arrows. But man, just really able to grind it out, slowly moving up your vision, using your early game Varus poke for some advantages there. And Chaser with the very crucial early game counter gank setup.
Yeah.
From that moment on, it was, pretty standard playbook here for Team Dignitas. And that's one of the things that you need to check off. Even though, yeah, it did look, pretty standard and smooth for them, you have to check that box, especially for a new squad, bringing in new Koreans over here. They're super amped up and they're performing really well, but the coordination has plagued them against teams that pressure them more heavily in the late game. And these early stages are definitely things that you're gonna wanna, check off and have a clean one in your books.
And that was pretty clean overall. 30 minutes, 40 seconds, a fairly fast game. Not quite the Phoenix 1 Game 2 victory where it was sub 30, but 30 minutes and change is actually a pretty respectable game timing. Echo Fox, unfortunately, not the hardest test right now. They've been doing pretty poorly for themselves, but again, you talk about checking boxes. This is a pretty clean win for Team Dignitas. Nothing you can really complain about here. They won their lanes, and they snowballed it well.
Yeah, we'll have to see game number 2. Fox need to make it a completely different story here. They have had success with Acadian pulling off early ganks and trying to snowball off that for the first half of the game, and really trying to set him up with a jungler maybe. I mean,
He tried to make plays. He went Warrior Enchant Rek'Sai, right? He had 200 to 300 more gold than Chaser, even after Chaser got those early assists with the counter gank. So theoretically, I mean, he doesn't have any winning lanes, so it's going to be hard for him. But Acadian's trying. Again, he blames himself for some of the late game stuff, but it doesn't seem like he has a team to work with.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to send it over to the analysts to see what they are going to make of this game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I guess what we make of it is that Dignitas looks pretty good here against Echo Fox in the first game, picking up the victory, and a lot of it comes from that top lane. I mean, Someday is just continually looking very strong on both the tanks and the carries out of the top lane.
And I think one of the most surprising things about it is we know he's an incredible carry player, and it makes sense, okay, if Fiora gets a big CS lead over a Maokai or something like that. But we've seen games, both this one and when he played against Zig and when he played against P1 previously, where he's like 60 CS up, 80 CS up in tank versus tank matchups, which is not something you traditionally see from almost any other player.
And it's surprising the way it happens. Like I went back and rewatched how he did it. Like basically he just is immaculate at CSing in general. And then whenever there's a TP play or a roam play, somehow the wave is always going away from him. So in that dive play that happened, around 9 minutes into the game, the wave is going into the side of Looper. So he misses that whole wave, and then after the fight, he steals some CS from his bot lane. This is being Someday, taking a little superstar tax or whatever it is. But he's constantly doing that, constantly CSing perfectly, and then he makes the most out of it when someone else has to be out of lane. The wave's always going into them.
Right, but he's so good at CSing, and yet he's usually one of the first, or rather the first, to TP. Let's go ahead and take a look at that replay you mentioned. The 3 for 2 in the bot lane in favor of Dignitas. They'll also get the Drake off the backside of this.
Right, this is really just Gate missing his flash engage before the rest of his team is there, so it's pretty easy to single out and get super low. And then
guess what? Someday was first to arrive.
Right, Someday's first to arrive, and it's kind of like one person's always in the front line. First it's Gate, he gets chunked out, forced out, and then after that it's Acadian, and there's always just someone too far ahead of the rest of his team on the side of Echo Fox, so there's just a little miscoordination.
And like you said, it's so punishing because Looper is missing all the CS under his turret right that time. So he's missing the XP, he's missing the gold, and then Someday gets 2 kills there, doesn't miss anything in the top lane because it's going to slow push back towards him. So, I mean, the lane control, his actual CSing, his mechanics, he just plays it better than his opponents.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't give your opponent very many options when your top laner, over-indexes in every category as compared to yours, right? He's CSing better, his TPs are quicker, right? His team fight selection seems to be better. And then just in general right now, Dignitas as a team still seems to be meshing a little bit better than Echo Fox. So when they are in those 5v5 situations, they still come out on top.
And I think the top lane as a whole is a very interesting discussion in North America, right? We talked a lot about like how hyped top laners are. And I think that we've seen incredible performances from Someday. We've also seen him kept in check, right? He smashed Ray against C9, then Impact honestly just played better than him, right? We've had a bit of both. So it's hard for me to really see like exactly where I think this guy is in the scale of the league, because I watch a game like that, I watch some of the other games like the ones against Zig and Ray, and I'm like, yep, he's the best. No one else crushes people like he does. But then he goes up against Impact, and Impact plays him very, very even. So I just think that it's really hard right now to judge not only where the teams are as far as rankings, but also the players. Like guys like Someday, guys like Chaser, there have been games that make them look human, and then there's these games that you're just like, holy crap, this guy's godlike.
And it depends what kind of team comp they're running and how many resources they get. We've seen that Someday sometimes is like a huge resource hog where Keen and Chaser are up there like every 5 minutes, just constantly diving his opponent. And when he does that, sure, he carries and it's great, but there's also these games where he doesn't have any help and he's making his own monster leads. And like you said, sometimes when he doesn't get that help, he's held in check. So I think a little bit of sample size, we need a little more.
Totally, and I mean, honestly, you have to be able to play multiple ways, right? If you invest the resources and the player executes on that, takes advantage of it, and is able to crush a game, that was not wasted resources.
It's not a knock at all.
That is like, oh, why'd you help Someday? Well, because he won us the game. That's why. And I think that it's good to keep in mind that it's not a knock on a player when they're getting a lot of help. Someday can get a lot of help, not necessarily because he needs it, but because he can crush a game when he gets it. And I think that can work both ways.
Super important distinction there, that it's not just help for, help because he needs it to stay in the game. They know that if they give him help, he's going to extend, all of those advantages back to his team in other ways. Another way in which he gives his team advantages is back in that champion select phase, right? We see Fox banning out the Fiora in phase 2 and then still not even taking the Maokai in the first rotation. So basically saying we are aware that Someday has options both for carries and for tanks, and it's giving Dignitas so much freedom in that draft phase.
Right, you're expecting probably a Kennen is why they're concerned about not taking the Maokai right away, and there's just a very interesting meta in the top lane where those tanks are like clearly the most team-centric things available and generally work the best, but if you take one early, the other team still has the option to counterpick it and try and abuse that. And especially when you're talking about a player like Someday, that's a huge concern.
Yeah, and while we focus on the top lane and specifically Someday here, player of the game is going to go to Chaser for counter ganking into the bot lane, that big fight that gets the whole ball rolling. And then in general, I mean, 0-0-11 on the scoreline there. See,
where are the kills?
Not too many faults or mistakes to be found within his game either.
And honestly, all assists is generally the perfect scoreline for most of the junglers. Likely Sin, yeah, sure, it's great if he gets some kills early snowballing, but it's much better when you give those kills over to your carries. When that does happen, it's pretty much an ideal game. And Chaser, we talked about it. He has had incredible games. He has also had some where he didn't look that good. This was a really bright one for him, and I think he deserves it.
Yeah, 2-0 Maokai gives you the freedom to dive any turret you want. We'll see if Echo Fox can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Team Dignitas.
There's the flash route, cuts him off to the side. This could be the play, looking for it, but catches nothing. Chase is already there to spot it out and gates one hit from Dead. Froggen trading blows the front line, dies to Someday. Lod will lose his life, but it's 2 for 1 so far. In advantage to Team Dignitas. Ooh, hold on, that's the play on the gate. Exhaust forced out, Chase nearly dies. Gate the same!
나이라 싸워도 돼 괜찮아 안 돌아도 돼 싸워도 돼 노트러스 싸워 빠이 노트러스 나이라 나이스
Looper just running out of health way too rapidly. Look at that kickback on the key. That's beautiful, as it could have been. Chaser opening it up. Acadian next up in the chopping block. Welcome back here to week 2 of the North American LCS Spring Split. I'm sad that the song that plays at the end of commercials is my favorite song on War Songs. I never get to hear the entire thing. I wish they played at the beginning of breaks. That song is amazing. I'd rock out to it here. But we are ready to go pretty soon to our second game of the series. Team Dignitas outclassed Echo Fox in game 1.
Yeah, Echo Fox are also sad about that as well. I mean, Team Dignitas, yeah, we pretty much went over it there, though. Lot accurate Varus work done for him.
Landed way more arrows than Keithster did.
Someday in the top lane, pushing in the Nautilus in the Maokai Nautilus matchup. Definitely not the majority of ways that matchup does go.
Yeah.
And Chaser setting up the counter ganks, really just everything really falling into line with them. So Echo Fox need to shake that up right now.
They do, and we're going to hope that they can, again, get some of those small early leads, have their lane stay a bit more afloat, and then just find a way to keep the game ahead, because they certainly got choked out in game 1, and they're going to hope they can make it look a little bit better here in the second. And Echo Fox saying a Lee Sin ban is how it's going to happen. Try to remove some of Chaser's playmakers, and maybe we can take them over a little bit easier.
All right. Rengar going to answer very quickly here. Common red side ban should follow. Varus targeting for Laud here. Actually going to take away that one. The sides will be swapped as well, though. So Varus can do a similar thing around the Baron pit for the other side, but really the early game, gotta check off the Dragon control first.
And Rise the final ban. So basically, Echo Fox coming in and just banning 3 champions that Team Dignitas played in the first one. I actually think it's a great idea. You force them off to something maybe a little bit less comfortable, and of course your bans are freed up.
The luxuries of blue side at the moment, you get to go with those target bans rather than the 3 power picks at the moment. Meanwhile, power pick number 4 falls right into the hands of Acadian. There we go. We talked about setting him up maybe with a different jungler. Kha'Zix, unrivaled dueling power. Can fight every single champion 1v1 if you find the enemy jungler. Literally, maybe the only thing you have to worry about is face checking into a brush where the enemy is already set up trap for you.
Yep.
But yeah, isolated versus him, gonna be a bad day. We'll see what Chaser can do this time around now that he'll have to be sort of the beta jungler.
Right, yeah. And even though normally Rek'Sai is the queen of the Xerxai, still has to respect the fact that Rek'Sai can do a bunch of insane things. So we'll see what happens there. Misfortune, the counter pick into Zyra. Very quick pick phase here for Echo Fox. Also the Ashe being grabbed in, and that means we can have mirrored roles if Team Dignitas grabs a marksman in the bot lane.
Exactly. That was, one of the things that kind of we were thinking about. Oh yeah, Ashe Varus should always be traded. Since Varus is banned out, you would think that maybe Team Dignitas would go with an early AD carry pick and grab the Ashe for themselves, rather than answering a jungler that's already been picked by Echo Fox. They're not going to pick up the Rek'Sai, so maybe a bit of a slip up there, or maybe Team Dignitas really want to show a new AD carry here, because I'm expecting 2 more AD carry bans from Echo Fox in this next ban phase to push them past the Jhin and down into the Caitlyn Ezreal range. Meanwhile, though, they opt to go full on top side here. We're going to take away the Maokai, grab that for Someday, and start banning out top laners for Someday to set up to carry us to victory again.
Yeah, and what I'm interested in is what the second ban is going to be. Do they even care about the Nautilus since Someday won the matchup so hard last time? Do you just let them play it and win the lane again? Or do you actually ban it away and try to push them even farther down, hope the matchup gets even easier? Yeah, Jace the ban, go ahead and play Nautilus. Worked so well last time. Do it, Echo Fox, I dare you.
Yeah, that was without any sort of a
help
jungle intervention at all. Just purely isolated. Someday greater than Looper. Not really a surprise. Everybody expected that, but we got to see it in action. And if we don't push it actually down through, I was expecting Jhin and Ezreal, but I guess they don't really care between the Ezreal, Caitlyn, Twitch.
Yeah, there's so much there.
That type of stuff. So Laud, we'll see what he does go with, because as we said before, AD carry was one of the ones I thought was a bit thinner and can be punished more heavily. We'll see if Keith, having Ashe in his hands, is going to be able to land an arrow onto the slippery Ezreal jumping around. Since, as we thought, didn't end up in the ban phase, that will be Laud's pick.
That will be the pick. They instead sent a mid lane ban in towards Keen, getting rid of the Syndra. And we'll see now what Froggen wants to play. His champion, as well as Looper's champion, must be picked in this phase. Get to see now what their solo laners are. They know they're up against Maokai. They don't know what Keen's playing in the mid lane. 5 seconds to go till the first one comes through. It'll actually be the blind pick TF. They're sure about that one. They want more time to decide what comes into the top lane now.
All right, some playmaking here. It's really hard to not be
Whoa!
Whoa!
Swain was locked in here. That is a surprise. Swain, kind of picking him out guy.
We have Twisted Fate with Ash Arrows, a high damage jungler, and a Swain top lane. So much power here as far as the level 6s go for Team Echo Fox. They really can create a lot more plays. I mean, these are types of champions where you have to be proactive.
Yeah, you have to.
We'll take a look at it because if you are not and you don't create action with your Ash Arrows and get these early game Twisted Fate ultimates to find success, you will lose late game. It is very, very simple for this Maokai frontline, Cassiopeia backline type of team comp here from Team Dignitas to just smash you in a late game team fight. So Echo Fox, they put themselves on a timer here, and we're going to see if they can actually find success here. Keith and Froggen, the ones with the tools to create openings for Acadian this time around. We'll see if they can collaborate really well.
We'll see if they can do it. Keith, unfortunately, was not able to land many important arrows in the previous one, but they entrust him with the Ash one more time. This time, Froggen cannot sit in lane and farm. He's got to get out around the map. You don't pick this champion unless you plan to get out there and turn a matchup around. So eyes definitely on Froggen, eyes definitely on Acadian. They picked for him the highest profile jungler available. They really thought he could get ahead of Chaser. He did out-farm the first game. We'll see if he can do more in the second.
And a Looper on Swain. Let's see what he can do because Swain, you know, Quas got rank 1 with him in North America, and we've seen a lot about the lane bullying, but very vulnerable to ganks. And Twisted Fate can punish him. Ash can even if you do want to fire arrows cross map, but we'll see if he's able to survive the early pressure.
Sure, absolutely. We'll see what Looper can do on this Swain top side. Birds versus trees. We'll see how well that perch works for him someday in the top lane. Still on Maokai, still in the tank. Game 2 underway here. Echo Fox taking on Team Dignitas, hoping finally to get a match win, Echo Fox.
All right. Keep a look at the early lane phase as well for mid lane, because Cassiopeia can get to be a very big problem fairly quickly if Twisted Fate is not able to, create side lane pressure with the first ultimate.
Let's see. Early defensive trinket ward for Keen near the mid lane. Watches one of the primary invade paths.
All right.
Gate hoping he would spot Special on the front side. Didn't do so.
Want to push him out of the brush. Deny Special moving up into the lane to create seeds further in the lane.
Yeah. And of course, Keith is on a ward and doesn't know it. They'd have no way of knowing this is trinket warded, I'm pretty sure, as long as they were there fast enough. And a quick dance party from Laud. Special hoping to get seeds in the right place. We can queue them and summon it.
Problem is, if you go to try and get Spell Thief's money off of a Misfortune, very long range, has already started Make It Rain.
There we go. 24 gold picked up for Gate.
One of the benefits here of Misfortune.
Smashing this
one
landing
of the
phase.
extra reasons picked into Zyra. Great range, good harass here.
Yep.
Cash is in. The other thing you always want to mention there when comboed with Ash is, the basically pincer movement with your 2 zoning harassment moves. Your volley from the Ash in the top quadrant here of the lane, whereas Misfortune, full bush control, gets to Make It Rain, and you can kind of zone off the other squad here with the giant circle and then the cone of the volley. Makes it difficult, but a lot is on Ezreal, so can try and CS with Mystic Shots and scramble here, whereas Echo Fox get to push for level 2.
Yeah, and crucially, no good seed spawns early for Team Dignitas. So Q is on cooldown, the seeds got stepped on. Yeah, you can see how far back they have to play, and this should be control. This is what the lane's supposed to look like. This is supposed to be a winning lane here for Echo Fox. They picked higher profile champions in both roles down here. Keith and Gate should be winning this lane, and it might be, as an extension, the lane that Froggen and Acadian try to gank as well, and it could be the source of power. This is probably the microcosm of this game. If Echo Fox can win bot lane hard enough, this is how they win the game. Maybe.
Yep. Meanwhile, that top lane, Looper on the swing, going for the early harass, does have that range advantage, and someday just trying to CS as well as get off his auto attack heals whenever Looper does give him room to move up to the minion line. Cadian jumped over here with the Blast Cone, but Chaser already burns his flash to trade with Froggen for double summoners there. Wasn't quite on camera, but Froggen pops both summoners to escape that unburrow.
A lot of pain right there. Gate chunked out as well, but look at the damage they got on Xpecial. It's a pretty severe trade of blows. Health bar is getting pretty low on both sides.
Yeah, love tap there from Gate, able to take out the plant right quickly afterwards, though. Get them some area to work with back here. Seeds are lining up for Xpecial, though. Gets a good amount of harassment onto Keith. And Laud with a significant health advantage at the moment.
Level 3 comes in. Doesn't mean a whole lot for Misfortune. Just the E harass does maybe 70 damage or so and takes more back from the plants. Gotta say, Xpecial got the better end of that one.
I'm really curious to see if we do see another visit around mid. No summoner spell, Twisted Fate. And attacking Twisted Fate before he even gets to the level 6 can really put him behind. Meanwhile, though, this Swain is bullying off the Maokai as expected. But the thing is, he's not CSing well while he's pushing. Looper's using so much of his concentration to harass Someday and force him off. Someday's only goal at the moment is landing last hits and keeping his health at a level where he's not a good dive target, which he's doing. And for him to have the wave with extra minions right there for him to get, plus being up technically 1 CS, is a very good sign for this squad. That being said, he's running low on the sustain, running out of the charges, and Looper still has extra potions. So we'll see if he has to burn his teleport early on to get back to lane.
Somebody's got enough gold. He's at 850 right now, so double Doran's Ring not going to be a problem for him to pick up. It's all he needs.
Plus, the minion wave is not actually under the turret. It's right in front of it, so he doesn't lose minions here and can get right back. You know, even CS, no big issue. Really, the next biggest thing that Someday's going to have to worry about is, again, the Twisted Fate ultimate from Froggen. He's about to hit level 6, so you don't want to let your health pool get whittled down to where you are that dive target, because a gold card plus a Kha'Zix damage would be a successful dive, even on a Maokai. You know, this early on in the game, they're not that tanky.
Look how much respect Froggen has to give to Keen. Tries to juke the Q, still can't. Takes another one to the face and not even attacking him.
Yeah, no summoner spells means if there's a Rek'Sai flashing from any angle here, Froggen is in big trouble. Now, he can't flash because Rek'Sai used his flash to get those summoner spells, but you get the idea. He's given the respect to Chaser.
Ooh, and they know. They had the ping right there on Acadian. He walked. Again, you can see that Tremor Sense knows that Kha'Zix went back down south through the Raptor camp, and they still pinged that he might be there. They'll respect this for now, but in fact, Acadian's just going to go ahead and farm. Left side of the map, look for the Krug, look for the Gromp rather. Actually, he's looping all the way back around. TP mirrored, you got a
lot of time here from Chaser.
Yeah.
But remember his counter gank last game, it really worked out, and he's baiting it this time.
Looking for the play on the top side, Keen pops the Oh, he can't do the damage, whoa! Acadian securing first blood for Froggen. Chaser spent so much time and it didn't matter.
So Keen, he's got his jungler on the bottom side, right? You hug the bottom side. You're sitting there trying to bait this gold card. He wanted to go for the first blood kill, sacrifice his life, flashes into Froggen. Meanwhile, top Someday now getting chunked out. Looper is still abusing him. Luckily for Someday, he is going to be able to get away before Twisted Fate gets back into ultimate range. Oh, actually, Cadian might just take it himself. Someday's got flash, but that's about it.
His ult's down for 30 seconds. He doesn't have damage
is
reduction.
on the way.
Doesn't matter. Looks like, yes, lets him know he's around as well, and that dive doesn't come through to anything.
Yeah, I don't know, though. Keen, it felt like they were on the same page. I was like, okay, he's going to get, just bait him back into this Rek'Sai, but he could cleanse bash over to Chaser. He wants to get that first kill. He's thinking, you know what? The first blood extra money is worth it, even if I trade my life.
Gate! Oh, he's going to die for this, maybe? Nope, somebody going to come through, save his life, but that's 2 summoners down. Yeah, Keen flashed late to dodge Acadian. The leap and Q damage both landed, so if he dodged the Rek'Sai, he probably gets the 1v1, or dodged the Kha'Zix, sorry.
Yeah, you get that 1-4-1, and you get the first blood bonus, but your kill is gonna go over, and it's gonna be assisted.
Yeah.
So the same amount of gold exchanges hands, it's just that maybe you have a little bit more concentrated, whereas high percentage play, that's what I'm looking for. Consistency, remember we mentioned consistency for the rest of the team. You want to rely on Someday and then have Keen and the rest of the guys be consistent, but doesn't go down to his jungler. And in the end, they don't even get the 1-for-1. So good things for Echo Fox.
Good things indeed. 1,000 gold lead. The first blood's only 600, so they are out farming. The bot lane only equal. Keith and Gate sadly not getting what they would hope they could get out of the landing phase, but Looper is starting to make some inroads. He denied a couple waves from Someday when he forced him to back earlier. Chaser's aggressive ward is not going to last too long.
Yep. Good ward there from Gate. Safest ward from the deep part of Krug, so you can get it right into the brush there. Is able to get that, and Chaser, seeing the movement, backs off. So Echo Fox defend their territory, and they hold on to this gold lead. Now remember, this comp does have a timer on it. So yes, Echo Fox, it's going how they want it to. They've got that early lead. First blood went to Acadian, so he's back on his first blood stats, and he is on Kha'Zix, who can snowball, but they have to keep up the tempo. And that comes from Twisted Fate Ultimate and Ash Arrows.
See if they can find those plays right now. 1,400 the gold lead for Echo Fox, and their fans and a lot of the world is waiting to find these aggressive plays out of this squad. The individual players are there. There's so many that you know to be good. Acadian off the blocks incredibly fast. Looper, former world champion. Froggen still has a big fan base. You know he used to be one of the very best. The question is he wasting his talents in Echo Fox, or is at this point he has been, and hoping that he can be the leader. Rick Fox, owner of the team, calls him the Michael Jordan of the team. Says this is going to be a star. This is the guy that we need to watch for. And he's been set to be ahead. Froggen can impact this game with the champion. And Echo Fox already losing their early matches. Needs wins coming from somewhere.
Dignitas have got a good, shot caller though, right? They're keeping track of this Twisted Fate. Chaser has spent so much of his time around mid lane, not only ganking, but just keeping track of Froggen's movements, so that anytime Froggen, even hovers to one side of the map, he's there, tremor sense, and he's not going to get any ultimate off. Meanwhile, if your jungler's showing mid, that frees up Acadian. So much is now transferred over to Acadian. First blood, plus Chaser showing in mid lane. Acadian is the guy really set up here, and he's been spotted by this ward, get a little counter jungling done, but that might be about it. Someday here does have flash under the turret. See if they pull it off.
Knows to be defensive enough not to get poked by a Looper. He'll wait for the wave to push in. And here comes two more of Team Dignitas taking the defensive road to make sure the top lane dive doesn't happen. I guess they misheard Impact. It's top dive this time, and nothing at all, actually.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Looper is doing a good job harassing this harassing this Maokai under the turret. With the Swain, he gets in there, you want to throw your combo and then back out of turret range so you don't take shots. Or you can even take a shot or two and then heal right back up by pushing the wave with your ultimate. Regardless, though, that CS lead is expanding for Looper.
Massively.
It's expected in his advantage in this matchup, and his advantage in the Twisted Fate on his team, plus Kha'Zix First Blood jungle, but it's not resulting in deaths for Someday. It's not resulting in first turret quite yet. They are whittling it down.
Yeah, and that's the difference between pro play and your general solo queue online game. Most top laners would just probably start dying to the Frog and Looper ganks going, where's my jungler? And Someday knows to sacrifice the CS to play it safely until they can get the pressure back on the map somewhere else. Dignitas finally pushing out the bot lane for one of the first times all game, and maybe can start getting some pressure off Someday and allow him some farm later on. Yeah. Can't stop the recall.
We keep on mentioning this Ash Arrow and Twisted Fate Ultimate, and we're really building this up, but
0 have landed.
We haven't seen them land quite yet, and they're definitely going to want to use this Drake as some bait, something to be the catalyst to get someone in position where you can really capitalize off those pick abilities. The pick is where this team really shines. Acadian actually just trying to solo it here, and he might just get chased out.
Oh, Chaser, yep, gonna push him right back out, and the health bar is low enough to say, you won't flash for this.
I mean, why are they going for Dragon when Keith just recalled? I guess they can try and go for the smite fight.
Looking for the smite fight, flash in, that's gonna be picked up by the red team. Chaser grabs it with a clean smite, and Acadian now suddenly flashless, waiting for his ulti, finally gets it back up, and jumps right back over the wall, but still, Clean Drake for Dignitas.
Okay, so Echo Fox, you can try and get something out of this, maybe some top damage. Let me check in on this turret because that would really be the only gain. It actually hasn't taken much damage up there. Looper's not even gonna get first turret out of that. So literally, Echo Fox just started up Dragon when Keith recalls on the Ashe, and that's half of the utility of the team. Right. Ashe Arrow. They don't have Ashe Arrow, so Acadian has to jump out, and he's not able to land the smite fight with Chaser, so Team Dignitas secure this down in gold, you know, probably down in utility for the bottom lane. Let's see if they can make this dive happen bottom and get the first turret gold somewhere.
2v3, Lodge just clears the wave by himself. His special tries to be a bit defensive, and they're okay on this. Let's see what else they can get on this.
Gonna back
Echo
off.
Fox. Yeah. Well, it's still worth putting out. Echo Fox are growing their gold lead, though. Again, the top lane farm is really good. TF passive cheats a bit, but they are farming. Just waiting for those ultis to mean something right now, other than the top lane slow churn.
Yeah, they do have two. Oh, there's an ult that lands.
And they're going to land the rest of them. Here comes Frog in, flashing away from the CC. One more tackle, do it, and finally the kill comes through. Turret's going to be next, and Lod's got nowhere to go. The trigger gets pulled. Echo Fox 2 for 0.
Great shot there. Yeah, they did take a while to do it, but they clean up very big. Double kill on the bottom side. First turret goal into their pockets. Now that gold lead is exploding, and now that pick comp can really start to gain some more area. Keith, he lands his arrow. There you go. Freaking Froggen capitalizes with the Twisted Fate ultimate as well. Very nicely done there for those guys. They really need that to keep this snowball moving. Now it's growing very big. We'll see if they can actually chain the other turrets, because here, the way you keep up tempo with one of these types of comps is you need to move your AD carry and support now. You've taken that bottom turret, you roll with this pressure. The minions are still pushing bottom, so you need to collect the other outer turrets. That way you open up more of the map for Twisted Fate and Ashe Arrows to pick people off in other areas.
Absolutely. We'll see how much more Echo Fox can do, because the pressure is on to show the world what they're made of and what they can do. They've got the lead. They've got everything they need to break this game open, to speed run against Team Dignitas, who got the 30-minute win in Game 1. Top lane true to a formality at this point. Solid rotation, right place to be, and of course no chance to defend as Lod slowly pushes down the bottom lane. Mid lane out of the next one up. Question is how long Keen can hold that one alive. As Chaser knows no one's on bot side, so it's safe to get the wards down to try to control the southern jungle, as Dignitas actually might push for bot lane outer themselves.
Oh, they definitely are looking to make a play on this side of the map. 3 members overloading this area. Swain is a little bit difficult now that he's level 11 and got the level 2 ult, so the extra healing coming in there for Looper if he does find himself alone, and he has flash to try and reposition and outplay. But even that being said, you could snare him with Zyra and keep him at range. Looks like it might actually result in Acadian getting picked.
Come in, nice aim by a lot. It's Acadian even after the leap, but it's a flash for he pressed R, kind of a bad cooldown trade to be honest. Team Dignitas able to get scuttled, and they didn't pull the trigger for the bot lane outer turret either, so not that much gained except for those southern wards.
Some look at what will Team Dignitas do when they are behind. You know, they're faced with a little bit of losing lane, a little bit of CS given up here, and some snowballing from the jungler. Becomes a bit more scary to CS on the bottom side of the map. Looper is down here by himself though, and everyone else from the team is showing mid. That's why Lod full confidence to CS here against Looper. The rest of the utility is on the other side of the map. Froggen was top, by the way. This is not true global from Twisted Fate anymore.
Only can show up to mid now.
Can only pretty much go half of the map, so now that he's gone into the Fog of War, you really have to respect a lot more.
Let's see how much respect they deserve right now. 5.7 thousand the lead. Mid lane outer taking some damage, but not enough to kill.
It's a good focus, though, on their win conditions here from Echo Fox. Talked about snowballing all the outer turrets. They took top. Now they rotate down to middle to really open up the map. Some extra vision in this jungle is going to help out a lot because Someday isn't starting with the team. Yeah. So if he has to teleport, it's a long channel, and you can try and pick someone off with the Ashe Arrow and kill them before the channel from Someday does complete. After that, though, you still have to respect the 5-on-5 squad from Team Dignitas. If you don't respect it, and if you have too much confidence in your lead, then it's pretty quick for this game to flop back over.
Yeah, the damage output can definitely be there. All of Team Dignitas can be a threat. I do like the rotation we just saw from Echo Fox. They shoved in the mid lane, then they tried to join Looper in the bot side to get half that turret down. Maybe there's a chance for Froggen to actually initiate a dive on this TF, but he's gone for Lichbane, not the Zhonya's. Bit harder to execute those turret dives. But you're seeing Echo Fox actually signs of life. They're actually playing pretty actively on the map, looking constantly for openings.
And they're just pulling Team Dignitas apart. They continue to send the Swain up to the top side. He's going to try and split push up there. The Drake is coming up. So right now, Echo Fox, they want to buy Looper time enough for him to push 2 more waves. If they can buy 1 minute for him to push up top a little bit more, they can actually just make Someday come answer. And then they do have the opportunity to use these pink wards to, again, Ash arrows through these small jungle corridors, you know, try and get somebody isolated here so that Kha'Zix can just annihilate them before the team fight starts.
Team's got cleanse. They don't have to go for that, but they can let Looper walk down. Someday has to control the wave up top lane. Looper can walk and then force TP disadvantage by even looking at the Drake and use that for even more of the map. Looper's now made it to mid. Somebody either has to walk right away or give up the control over topside. He's going to keep pushing for this turret. And that means Echo Fox can force something to teleport or force Team Dignitas to give up this Drake.
Bottom wave is pushing into the turret at the same time. Team Dignitas, they don't have any forward wards, so it's hard to commit, and they're just going for the steal. This is another Mountain Drake, so they already feel like there's enough map pressure from Echo Fox. You know, rushing into a fight like that with no vision advantage, very scary, and you're just going to give over kills as well. Someday, farming up on the top side, they need him to get to that 2-item point, because right now he only has magic resistance, no armor to speak of, and Acadian on the Kha'Zix, in addition to the double AD carries from the bottom side, would be able to actually take down that front line.
Yeah. High damage teams here. Looper missing 1 minion under the turret, but otherwise collects it up in time. Really didn't lose anything for his trip to the bot lane, then back up to the top side. Someday, obviously not the fastest pusher. Looks at the arrow, can't land onto Special, and
Froggen props the ultimate, you know, to try and capitalize. A little bit preemptive, but he's going to go bottom instead. Yeah, Ezreal can jump over walls. That wasn't what they were looking for. He was trying to use it to capitalize on the arrow. So the one bottom was just to get over there and get split quicker, because he's gone for the second item, Lichbane.
They've got Acadian. Actually, knockup cancels Leap as well. Nowhere to go. Good pickup there. Someday playing it right, burns Flash, but it's worth it. Finally, a kill on the board for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, Team Dignitas get handed some extra money right here. Definitely needed it, because Froggen, as we said, he went for that early Lichbane. He's going to try and continue to split push and get more tower damage here so they can really inflate this gold lead and continue to split Team Dignitas down. Acadian there, though, a little bit over-aggressive, jumps in a little bit blind, not complete vision there, does get punished, and as you said, you know, this team does have to worry about the mid game, because even though Echo Fox have this really good lead, timer on this comp.
All right, well, be careful. The timer is ticking down, but Echo Fox still have the tools to make this go the rest of the way. 5,000, still the lead. Still looking for that third turret to take down. Bot lane tier 2 a bit injured, mid lane outer a bit low.
Again, putting Looper down there on the side lane. Froggen is up top with the Twisted Fate. He's hovering on the Baron side, by the way, because of the half-global nature of Twisted Fate's ultimate, so that they can really use this 1-3-1 to get all of the vision around Baron. And the more area that they force Team Dignitas to check, the more opportunities that they have for Keys to throw out those arrows. Even though he missed that one on Zyra, they just need to find him more chances, because eventually you land one.
Yep. You miss 100% of the opportunities you don't take, and Keith, with the cooldown build, has a lot of opportunities. One of them did turn into the bot lane double kill in the turret. Acadian going to be rooted up and walking through some fog of war, gets into a little bit of danger, but he makes it out just fine. Trying still as Echo Fox to take over the northern jungle. A couple of trinket wards on the east side, and maybe they can push this a little bit farther. Team Dignitas, of course, having to play the waiting game. They don't have those same tools right now. They've got to withstand the early deficit. Arrow's going to land on Akeen, forcing the cleanse. Best he could have hoped for. damage to Chaser, and look at this turret, still losing HP.
Yep, really good harassment under turret, and you have to keep in mind the tools that Fox still have. They've got this Misfortune ultimate to harass under this very low turret as well. And Acadian with the W evolution now on Kha'Zix adds even more poke under the turret. Froggen goes very close to Lod.
And flash for flash, not a terrible thing. And of course, you know that Froggen's going to be a faster cooldown thanks to Boots' Lucidity. That Lod stealing the big Krug was nice, but trade of flashes. Froggen playing it appropriately aggressive. Mid lane control once again the target, but now it's a flashless Frog, and he's going to go for Lod right away. Ulti the Q! Not enough to get the kill. And now his own ulti to see how safe he is. He's got to be afraid of what Chaser does. He doesn't walk into Someday. They all stop it, and he goes back to the mid lane. And that's 3 tops, so this could be enough time to take this turret down. If they can zone off Keen. Ash arrows up in 15. Keen wave clearing and not being threatened. Gate.
There it is. Zoning off the back.
Special pretty low. Keen down to half, and it's enough to knock the turret down. So Echo Fox finally, after 20 minutes of hard work, start to break the turret line down again. Looper got some alone time in the bot lane. Echo Fox would have pushed them off the mid lane outer turret, and suddenly 4 turrets to 0, 7,000 gold up. Echo Fox with a good mid game for once.
Yeah, much cleaner gameplay this time around from Echo Fox. And this is definitely going to add to those early gold numbers. We'll see though. You do expect it with this comp. And Team Dignitas is kind of like this wounded animal right now. Yes, they are behind and they're kind of caged up on their side of the map. But if you give any amount of gold over to that squad, you have to respect the 5-on-5. So Echo Fox are doing a good job sticking to the more cautious play, and it's taking them a little bit longer to take out these turrets, but they do eventually get that mid turret, they get the bottom secondary. Really though, it's gonna have to result in a Baron at some point for the extra pushing power. You push in, once you get rid of all these turrets up to the inhibitor turrets, you cannot really push too heavily further in unless you're at a giant gold lead. So it really is supposed to result in more pressure around this vision control of Baron, where they can then again go for the Ash Arrows and Twisted Fate capitalization.
And Echo Fox are itemized for it. You look at the inventory, lots of these red control wards bought up, ready to be used as they try to stifle this vision to find those picks.
Mountain Drake is actually really good for Echo Fox. 2 of them means that when they do get that vision around Baron, they can take it out very quickly. No cleanse means he has to flash it. Now Keen, no summoner spells for a lot of the team fight damage that Dignitas are bringing. And Echo Fox are slowly taking out, cooldown after cooldown.
40 seconds on cleanse. That will come up before Keith's next Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it's enough to force the rest of the team away.
They have to flash.
Looking just for the solo kill on the Mountain Drake, and that won't be an issue. Top lane 2-2 picked off by Frog and split pushing, and Echo Fox playing this game right.
Yeah, and Team Dignitas, they're the ones that haven't been able to find an area, for Someday to teleport in. If they don't get Someday, coming in with a surprise flank, a surprise flash, twisted advance to keep someone in place, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually dictate the pace of this game. They are not the ones in control. They're kind of at the whim of Echo Fox at the moment. Yeah. So in order to change that scenario, they need to fight this vision war with everything they have. Sneak one in the backside for Someday to actually turn something around. It's going to be even more difficult though now that Keen doesn't have flash to get off a good Cassiopeia ultimate.
It's true. You're right. The team fight playmaking not certainly as easy. At least for the vision control, they have the double sight stone. Once again, Chaser has gone with the green smite, so the wards can be added. But you're right, fighting for that's going to be hard.
Definitely impressive here. Echo Fox, they took so much heat in game number 1, but game number 2, a lot of control, and they have all the tools right now to actually press this and get another pick. If they continue to get that split going before moving over to move in on the vision. Actually, Scuttle Crab here. No way you can kill out Scuttle Crab, so they're actually just trying to push up and take down the red quadrant wards.
Courtesy of Chaser, took it away from, I believe it was Froggen trying to last hit that. But it's still this 8,500 gold. The Echo Fox have the gold, they have the wards. You can see them killing these things off constantly. Looking to take over the map.
And they are looking for, Someday to be that point man, and he's trying to find his way in. Unable to do so, as Dignitas forced the issue around mid lane. Will Echo Fox try and flank? They have the angle here.
Arrow hits Lod, he jumps away. Not going to be much with the bullet time. 2 ults down, no meaningful damage. Someday rooted, doesn't matter.
Oh, Echo Fox actually 2 ultimates used there. That's a really big part. They cannot take a 5-on-5 now. Dignitas, they actually did not use anything in evading that attempted fight there from Echo Fox. It was kind of a half-hearted fight, it looks like. And without that, I think they have to cede this turret, because even down this much gold, you really don't have tools to get past the front line.
Looks like it's not going to happen right now. Team Dignitas have to pull back. 35 and 50 seconds, respectively, on a Enchanted Crystal Arrow and bullet time.
Does have ulti.
All right, back in for Chaser after healing up.
Cooldown on Ash Arrow is super low, though, so Team Dignitas actually, they may be thinking this Ash Arrow still down, but it's coming right back up. As he said, a few more seconds here, and Keith might get another shot. Froggen's heading down the river.
Well, it's not going to be for this wave until the tail end of it. See, okay, Froggen's going to pull the ulti. They're going to go for the play right here. Can they find it? Lot has to arcane shift back. Look at the damage output onto him. Hits him for more. Nearly gets picked off. And now it's Someday in the front line up against Gate. A lot of HP lost in Miss Forge. Has to get away. True shot barrage. Not going to land, but Froggen picks off a special. 1-for-0 to Echo Fox, and not going to find anyone else to kill, but they have blown some summoners and done plenty of damage.
Yep, successful pick there. Arrow does land. Froggen gets into the side there. Really good flank. He gets the gold card onto Lod, taking out so much threat here. Forces them back. They only get 1 kill out of it, though. You can see how hard they have to work for every inch with this type of comp, even with the lead they're running. Gate is so chunked out that they can't even do anything with that extra kill.
He's going to go for the ward kill, and he's not in danger, so he gets to walk away with his life, but yeah, it is scary stuff right here.
Yeah. All right, let's take another look. Froggen comes in on the ghost, goes for the gold card, nails it, and the follow-up here. Ash Arrow does land as well, but you know, Someday he goes in to protect. The bouncer here screens for them. Froggen find that kill on the other side, taking down X-Special in the combo with his Lich Bane. But again, it's back to the same old story here. Dignitas fighting to get vision.
Ooh. Rapid fire cannon at work. Froggen hits him from across the screen.
Yeah. He's able to use it to get the gold card fixed here. So much effort put into this, though, for Echo Fox. And again, once you get up to the inhibitor turret line, it's so much more difficult to get rewards from your split push. Trying to move up the waves is really just to set up these plays where you want to pick off the enemy team inside the red quadrant, leading up to Baron. And Gate gets chunked a little bit.
Just over 1,000 health left on the Misfortune support, and it's still the fight for Baron control, but these wards keep getting dropped down by Team Dignitas. There's always a red health bar in that pit.
Time is working in the favor of Team Dignitas. They're trying to catch up in gold, catch up in levels, so that they can answer this. And Echo Fox, not going to let them have any more time here. They force the Baron.
Control ward. Okay, that's going to be Sweeper spotting the ward out, but Chaser wants to wait around. Ulti pump by Twisted Fate. Do they have the opening? Oh, they've got X-Special, I think, down on the bottom side? No, looks like he's going to be okay with Keen bodyguarding.
Yeah, doesn't quite go for it there. Again, being pretty hesitant, because Echo Fox know if they make a blunder here, it could go back very quickly. Looper getting snared up.
Caught up, taking a lot of punishment down. Dropped below half HP. Got the Morellonomicon debuff on him as well. Chunked even lower. Chaser can't quite find it. Actually, I take it back. It was Executioner's calling. It was Lod that cut his healing down, but that is a significant part of Looper's health.
And a significant summoner expenditure from Team Dignitas with Keen blowing both. So again, we keep talking about, oh yeah, teamfight comp here, Dig, teamfight comp, comp. Yeah, you know, Maokai frontline is a big part of it, but so is the mobility and the safety of this Cassiopeia with the Cleanse Flash now down. A bit of that is reduced.
Gate has his big CDR build in. Black Cleaver's done. That'll help Keith quite a lot, who has not gone for a tank shredding build. He's still getting his critical strike chance. That'll actually help quite a lot at picking off Someday and Chaser. That's actually a pretty important item buy. You can see the damage that they're actually able to do. And that is Someday with significant magic resist.
Froggen goes back in. Rapid fire.
Almost got him. That's flash forced off the tank and 30 HP remaining as he regens back out. Echo Fox able to play this right.
He does have teleport, so Echo Fox, again, they're slowly getting cooldown, small advantage here, poking out here. But really, they need to break it open with that big Baron play. Keep on saying, yeah. Oh, Keen, no summoners.
No way of getting out, but no one's in range to kill him, so why even bother casting it if the hit means nothing?
Froggen had his ultimate up at that point, or did it just come off cooldown?
It's a close timing regardless.
Yeah. Usually you want to combo those two because here's the thing. You get your pick and you get vision to see if it's worth going for it, right? You can see all the enemy team and then maybe go for the gold card stun, maybe not.
End result is an Ocean Drake picked up now for Echo Fox. They've controlled these the last few times in a row. And again, Double Mountain means they can absolutely rush down a Baron without problems. If they win a team fight, they will eviscerate the base. See if they can combo all this together, though.
Another thing worth mentioning, the timer, we keep, prefacing each team fight with, Froggen is capping out right now. He's almost at his full build, and part of his full build is including this rapid fire cannon, which has its drawbacks, right? You get your long range gold card for these repeated gold card picks and these chunks. However, your in-fight damage, oh, he got the chunk, doesn't matter.
Vision War finally succeeding into something, and now Chaser going to be locked up by Froggen. Gold card
another
comes
one.
off. Stun's going to be there, slow to add on, and as soon as that comes back up, Chaser's not long for the world. 2 for 0 picked up. No jungler means no smite fight. Echo Fox can go for Baron if they want it.
Patience here from Echo Fox finally pays off. Froggen pulls the trigger again. Now is gotta be the time they break it open. Huge gold lead backed by a Baron buff at this point should be the key for them getting inside of the base.
All right, it's on to Lot. Nope. Too early. True shot barrage. Not going to be close in this one. There's the pickup on a Baron Nashor. Went down to 40, but still went through to Acadian. And this is everything Echo Fox needs. 11,000 up with a Baron buff. They should be able to close out game 2. Mystique Special just instantly popped. Gate somehow managed the scumbag to kill.
Froggen able to use the second activation there, and the slow from Misfortune Make It Rain ensured that they did get another one off of that. Now, here we go. Moment of truth, Freak.
Yep.
Baroned up split push. Can Echo Fox make this happen? Dignitas, the options are dwindling. They have to just pull the trigger and go for that at their inhibitor turrets. I think this last outer, you might want to let go there and hope to make your stand at your inhibitor turrets instead. Someday is, approaching that level 18, and there he goes. He just gets it now. Guardian Angel, crucially, isn't finished yet, though.
Makes him a lot easier to kill. Flashless for 2 minutes as well. And this is the final stand for Team Dignitas. Can they defend the inhibitor? Acadian pulls aggro. Someday dodging away from Never Move. No major chunks being dealt yet, but you can see Echo Fox wanting to keep everyone together here for mid. The Acadian inside the base.
So many poke zones here. Someday pulls the trigger. They go on Acadian. They snag him.
Grounded, oversteps his bounds. He should have left so much sooner and didn't expect something to catch him out. That is a huge misplay that just gave away the advantage. 45-second pause on Echo Fox's push.
Acadian is going to be so hard on himself after this. You talked about the vlog he released about the late game issues. Oh no, you say so many times, oh, they've got all this poke, the AoE cone from Kha'Zix, the AoE cone from Ashe, the Misfortune Zone. They're poking him down with the Baron buff around the turret, but he gets snared. Someday, the man for Dignitas catches him out, and they put a stop to the Baron.
Yeah, and it was flashless too. Like, you can see this coming. Acadian, a mistake he's better than making, but it happens here. And look, it doesn't end the game. It's still this 12,000 gold lead. Echo Fox can go back for it again later, but it delays them again.
Oh man.
Lots dead.
There we go. All right, Froggen able to equalize here as he takes out the AD carry. Back on track. Everybody back to pushing. See if they can get there.
And Froggen again! That as well. Froggen, 2 straight solo kills, losing his life, but you know what? I think he's going to be okay with this one. Acadian's back alive, and it's a 4v3 on the map as they walk in.
Baron buff still alive here. Froggen saving the push for Echo Fox, and they should be able to get the inhibitor turret off of it.
Showing Keith and Gate how it's done. Here's how you kill a bottom lane. Kill him to separate him and pop the Destiny. Mid inhibitor down. Echo Fox finally cracked the base.
All right, they cracked it. They got one inhibitor down. Froggen, though, is not there, and he's such a big part. He's the full build TF. He has death cap completed. That's how he's comboing this squishy bottom lane. But, without him, Team Dignitas are going to be able to stabilize and farm up the minions. The Elder Dragon is Echo Fox's hope for their pressure. That's the only thing that they can use to draw Dignitas out of the base. Froggen, just the seasoned veteran here, looking for those Fog of War, sneaky plays, walks in again. He's got the move speed, he had the extra range, instantly goes for number 2 here. And even though he goes down, keen flash for that. So he got 2 kills, plus the flash out of the Cassiopeia.
He burned his own Flash and Ghost. I wouldn't say it was amazing. In retrospect, probably shouldn't have
It
gone
got
for the
them an
kill.
inhibitor!
I would say Froggen, especially being alive, would be a better situation. I mean, you're right. I love the hype too.
You say take your winnings at just killing Lod, because that was pretty
take your
free.
winnings there and then capitalize with the rest. Either way, can't harp on him too much. His first death of the game, 100% KP for Froggen, the Michael Jordan of the team. And in Rick Fox's words, look, finally landing those threes.
Well, let's see if they can keep this up, because the Elder Dragon, again, that's their huge tool, their huge lever that they need to use to get inside. At the moment, pushing up, you want to push up the top plus the bottom, and you can draw back and look for another arrow. Oh, canceled teleport now.
Okay.
That's a big, big cooldown here for Dignitas, and Froggen takes that opportunity.
Yeah, this is big. Froggen can join and someday can't if they ever go for a team fight. As long as it doesn't get canceled. And look, he walks super far back and says, I can Destiny threaten. Do we want to 5v4 this? Right now the answer is no. Froggen clears the wards to make sure he can't be seen by Xpecial cheekily redemptioning him or something. He watched those games.
Who's going to go up here? Nobody can answer Froggen at the moment. Too fast. Somebody's going to try and clear, but Froggen, one Lichbane blue card.
That's 40% of HP right there. Do that 2 more times, that turret's dead.
And there it is. That's that next step we talked about. They're going to draw back to this Elder Dragon. That's how you draw him out. Should be able to take this in combat power of the extra true damage backed by 3 elemental drakes. Is definitely going to add a huge amount of damage to all of those poke abilities we mentioned. Now all that Fox have to do is not get someone picked off again. Slowly they can wear them down with the 1-4 split push and poke spam.
And that poke with a, 180 damage, true damage dot after landing a shot. Like, this is going to be pretty menacing.
So this 4-man squad needs to play pretty safe, because Dignitas know they're cooped up. They have to make that flash play before Fox are able to whittle them down. And that's the story of the game. It's been slowly but surely Fox.
Yeah.
Froggen pops the Destiny here to check position.
Beautiful by Someday. That was a very tight timing. W's instant cast dodges the gold card with Twisted Advance onto a minion at practically melee range.
Volley lands on the Law. That's going to chunk him down a little bit. Starts healing up here, though. Froggen comes over, and they're going to chunk down the turret.
Down to about half. Of course, backdoor bonus makes it take a long time to kill. It gets an automatic 2/3 damage reduction and is immune to true damage when there's no minions nearby. So the actual Mountain Drakes turn off when it's got backdoor bonus on. Red buff turns off as well, essentially.
Froggen back to top lane duty. Returns to split push. He doesn't have his ultimate now, so he's just going in for the cheeky blue card.
See these minions. Froggen's arch nemesis loves killing him. Continues to do so. Highest farm in the game by a lot.
Farm's not going to do anything else for him, though.
No.
As we said, he is fully capped out. You know,
yeah,
max level, max build. Doesn't get any more powerful. Actually gets weaker as the elemental buff there from Elder Dragon falls off. Luckily for them, Baron coming right back up, though.
Right, that's gonna just segue right into the next one. They'll have 30 seconds roughly of, oh, that's goodbye. Yeah, that's just gone. Immediately he drops down to the Liftbane blue card. And this will overlap. Baron is alive. Temporarily triple Mountain Drake thanks to the Elder Dragon buff.
Good test here for Team Dignitas. As far as the communication and the late game shot calling goes, as we said, that was one area we're looking for them to improve on as well. One of the most difficult things is to play against these split pushing team comps, and Froggen is executing it very well. So good exercise here. We'll see if they can make something happen at this Baron, because Froggen is still split pushing and will take his toll. 2 exposed inhibitors. Somebody teleports back up though, so still have to watch about that all-in play.
Echofox didn't really play the ward game as well as they were the other 20 minutes into this game. Not gonna land onto Xpecial. Keen taking a bit of punishment, and the hit looper pops the shield. Bullet time gets Keen even lower, down to 800 HP. They're gonna walk away. Acadian wants in. Froggen on the side. They're gonna look for a little bit here. Gonna get the root on a 2. Xpecial drops right away. Chaser maybe next up on the menu. But out they go. 5v4 on the map. Froggen injured though, might have to recall.
Someday didn't teleport in there, so they didn't have a front line. Everyone's trying to take evasive maneuvers here and survive themselves.
Oh, Lod goes for the big play, and he gets it. Solo kill. monstrous assist goes over to Special as well, thanks to the plants earlier on. And once again, Echo Fox delayed, have to wait.
They didn't cover every corridor. There's that small upper corridor in the red quadrant jungle. Laud walks right up, seeks out Frog, and takes the shot and takes down the captain.
Goes down with the ship for now, but it's going to come back afloat in 35 seconds.
See, that small pocket.
Sweeper.
Chaser's got the sweeper. Laud's got red buff, so he has full confidence going into this.
A late flash by Frog, and he took the Q.
It's these small picks.
Yeah.
That mean the difference between team fight comp building up in power and catching up to the pick.
Uh-oh, there's the pick.
With
Special, gonna drop once again. Keith gets the kill on that one. The arrow made it happen. And Caden's gotta run away. He's pretty injured on this one. Mob pops, one more shot from Laud will do it. It's a 1-for-1, but look at the damage on the Keen. Gate is the real carry. Takes one down, and Chaser now overextended. Got nowhere to go. Quick kill picked up. Make that 3-for-1. Echo Fox have all of the kills they need to win this game.
Froggen wasn't even back up yet. That was a huge ultimate from Keith. The Ash Arrow really landing when it matters. Like Special goes down first, and as Dignitas try and recover from that, they give up 2 more kills. This should be at least double inhibitor.
And it seemed like the Special had flash up because it is now, and maybe it was down for those few seconds, but face tank and an arrow made it harder for him. Double inhib take gonna be an easy one now for Echo Fox.
Yeah, we gotta see a replay to see if that flash was up. Because if it was, that is a game-losing pick right there.
Yeah, one that was almost out of hand anyway, but still a mistake you don't want to make in this game. Turrets dropping fast, Someday gonna start the fight. Special back alive, looking for the kill on the gate. Misfortune, not the true carry, but still a good damage source, and Froggen picks up one more. Someday next stop on the chopping block, and he's gonna be firewood soon enough. They're waiting for the presents. They want some gold for Christmas, the myrrh, the frankincense, there he goes. Got everything they needed.
They're actually fighting him out of the base here. As Keen is now up, they can't end the game, so we are in for a bit more time at least.
All right, out they go then. Despite 2 being dead, especially on Sunday missing their lives, Acadian was still inside the base, respawning, and well, there's still some temporary time to go for this Baron.
All right, we take stock of the revive timers here. Someday will come up at the same time as Froggen. Someday still has teleport. Take a look at this arrow though. Okay,
that's
so
fog. That's forgivable.
Really hard to flash that. That is very little reaction time. So you can give him a gimme on that, but Laud actually didn't hit his ultimate on Acadian, so it took a little longer to kill him. Probably wouldn't mean the difference there, as Chaser was pretty deep anyway, and they were going to give up a lot of territory after that pick. But yeah, that arrow almost point blank there, so yeah. Nails the Zyra.
You get like an 1/8 of a second. Like humans actually can't react that fast once they see the arrow. It's just, our brains aren't quite that good. So 16,000, I mean, it's been such a slow grind for Echo Fox. When you contrast to the first game, Dignitas able to close it out in under 31. Echo Fox haven't given them the real openings. They're playing it really risk averse, and they will still almost definitely close this one out. It's just, it's been a slog.
Yep, now they've got a lot of extra pressure though. 2 lines of super minions. Baron is up. They have all the options. Arrow, gold card. Gold card does land. Arrow not fired.
Chaser wasn't exactly the best target anyway. Keen was there to defend him and had cleanse if anything went wrong. Arrow this time onto Chaser, and they this time around have the damage up, but overextends, and Keith picks him off in the end.
There it is. Now there's no jungle. They can easily take this Baron. Use Baroned up super minions to go end the game.
Yes.
And finally claim that Nexus.
Laud ulted already. Not gonna get the steal. Nicely played. Acadian's gonna do like about 1,400 damage with just the Q with the double Mountain Drake, so no problems here. And it's time to close out the game, Echo Fox. This should be the game-winning push for real this time. It's a 19,000 gold lead. Baron buff onto 5, double inhibitor down. There's nothing more you can ask for.
Yeah, completely changes the series here, as this was almost the reverse scenario of game number 1. You know, Team Dignitas took away a lot of Fox's options, and it looked like they were not proactive at all. But this time around, Dignitas have no power here to try and combat Echo Fox's final push.
You have no power here, says Froggen amidst his beard and years of wisdom. The flash for Keen. Looks for Keith, can't get it. Acadian, though, nearly dropping out. One shot will do it, but they can't land the last auto attack. And the power! the power is on. They paid the bill, and turns out the lights still work.
He didn't kill anybody, and his flash is now down, but that was a close look.
But hey, 3.5 minutes of Baron buff, 1 minute ticked away already. And the items are still coming in. Froggen was full build 18 minutes ago. There's just an empty item slot right now in Keen's inventory. I had to look to make sure I wasn't misseeing something. He just got a full item still to buy. There is space above their heads. There's vaulted ceilings here for Team Dignitas. They can grow. And at a certain point, you lose one team fight, Dignitas wins anyway. If they're full build, they can run it all the way down the base. They've killed 0 turrets, by the way. There's a lot to do.
Look at the top one's a little bit weak, but they have still not taken a single turret in the game. Echo Fox kept up the pressure. They've only had a couple missteps. Yeah, they did have, Acadian got caught. They had a couple of people getting picked, but they've kept up the pressure.
Froggen grounded briefly. Back into the siege for the top lane turret.
Dignitas got to move. They have super minions coming in, and Baron is up. They got to go.
They find Acadian once again. True Shot Barrage across. Stranglethorns get just a knockup on a Looper, who's the tankiest member on the team, and just not losing HP fast enough. A great bullet time finds Chaser for a lot of damage. Sunday almost gone as well, and Keen down to 500. This is a lot of damage, and it means that Echo Fox can finally take down the top lane inhibitor.
3 inhibitors down, and they're teleporting Looper back in. This should be it.
Yeah, it's mid inhibitor back up. Inhibitor going to be following shortly. Baron buff timing out in a minute. They've still got waves to play with. There's the chase in for Sunday. Look for Froggen. They've picked off the Twisted Fate into the back line towards the special. Can't quite do the damage, but Looper does get the hit. It's a double kill already for Echo Fox. Make that a triple as a 2 come in for Keith. Sunday has lost his life, and Looper into the back lines he goes. Look for Keaton to get that last little bit done. Lod can't keep it alive, and finally the game will be ended. Keith with a triple. It's the bot lane left alive. The double marksman to win the game. Echo Fox tie up the series 1-1, staying in control the whole time.
7, 0, and 8 for Keith, not dying a single time. Neither of the bot lane members died in this game, and they're finally able to close it out before 50 minutes. So tense when you do have a comp like that that can fall apart if you lose a big team fight and give away a bunch of kills. But when they did give away kills, they cut their losses at only a kill or 2, and they were able to retreat.
Yep. Fairly clean, risk-averse game from Echo Fox. Still got to see more about what they can do when the games are closer, but they certainly snowballed the early game well, and that a comp that could back them up from that lead. Split push them, keep them separated across the map. Froggen can ult in once in a while. The picks were there finally, and Echo Fox had a mid-game to be happy about.
Froggen and his rapid-fire cannon Twisted Fate.
Yep.
So many crucial picks. Right when you felt like they were stalling out and they were starting to lose momentum, he kept coming up with the big plays.
Yeah.
And that's why he's on the team. This is why they formed it around him. These are the types of things they are looking for him, all season long. And Echo Fox strike back. They even up the series here with Team Dignitas.
And when we asked about top laners and who's good, we start pretty quickly overlooking Looper, but he neutered Someday in this game. The Swain and the Maokai, I haven't seen much of, pretty much at all. There was a Swain pick in the NA Challenger series.
Gotta watch more Quas.
And well, Quas won despite doing badly on the Swain game. He was like 0-4-2, but Looper, after level 6, smashed the laning phase, got complete control, and then had some good mid-game fights to have. So, hey, I was good to see it happen.
Jungle was mid and advantageous matchup, but he does deserve the credit for the bullying.
Yeah, the bullying did well. We'll give you credit for this one for Looper. But hey, a good game win for Echo Fox, tying up the series. And now for a deeper dive into that one, let's hand it off to our analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. Echo Fox striking back here, taking us to a Game 3 against Dignitas. And let's look at how they did it. Crafting a composition around Froggen in the mid lane.
Right, and I think that's really the key of it because they have the Swain topside counter pick, less so for, Looper to go off on Someday, but more so to combo in with the TF, where now you have the option to go topside with a carry, you can snowball, things like that. And overall, I really like their draft. The getting the MF counter pick. It's something that we haven't seen a ton overall. We've seen people opting often not even to deal with that, but I'm glad to see that Gate played it this game, was able to help them get the advantage bot lane, which is ultimately how they broke the game open later on.
Right.
So overall, the comp made a lot of sense to me, where they have a lot of winning matchups, and then the TF who can go and influence them.
Exactly. I really like that the bot lane is that supportive Ashe MF. They can just fire the arrow, the MF ultimate over the top of the team fight with the Executioner's calling to make sure that, you know, the healing is nerfed on the side of the Maokai team. But really, you're looking at Acadian and Froggen as those primary damage dealers and the assassins in that split push setup. You know, and with that, of course, requires Acadian to go mid, put that focus mid, and actually get Froggen ahead. That's how they find their success.
Right, that first blood was really important. Basically frees up Froggen a little bit more in the lane, gets him an early advantage, because he was targeted a little bit by Chaser as well early. So the fact that Acadian kind of evens that matchup up is very important. And then the big thing, of course, is that bot lane dive that broke the game open at like 13 minutes in.
Yeah, 13 minutes in, 2 for 0 for Fox on a turret dive in the bot lane. We'll take a look at that in just a moment to kind of see how they got themselves this initial lead.
Right, and so like we said, the MF is basically giving them priority in this lane. Usually it's the Zyra with priority here. They're able to open up, like you said, just arrow, ult on top. Froggen comes in, nice flash over the ult from Xpecial to be able to finish him off. And then, funny enough, they finish the turret off, ignore Lies, and then kill him. Turret's a bigger threat at that point than an exhausted Ezreal. So good decision making by them to finish the turret off. And then once that opens up the map, that's where I want to touch on Froggen's build with the rapid fire cannon, because it's not something we've seen a ton. Keen went the other way with a more team fight oriented one, but the extra range on the rapid fire build plays really well into how Echo Fox generally plays. They're not the most super coordinated team fight team. You see here, there's a little indecision, does Looper go in, not go in, stuff like that. But the fact that Froggen's able to keep getting picks and giving them these easier setups and like the really clean, you know, Messiah plays that you often see, that build with the rapid fire cannon just makes the plays easier to do, as well as helps with split pushing. Froggen was constantly split pushing this game, and the extended range helps take Sarah's down in front of a tank like Someday was on.
Yeah, I think this is the most intelligent setup that Fox has had for a game in terms of champion select for exactly that reason. You know, they're looking at Froggen to be the playmaker, the guy who can make the picks, and when a gold card lands, you know who your target is, right? There's no more discussion that really needs to happen between the team around what are we doing. If we're in a 4-1 split and we're waiting for that TP or that TF ult to the team, that's all we have to do. And when he pulls the trigger, we go. My question would be, will Echo Fox have strategies to win when the TF isn't allowed to go over, or when the TF is not ahead?
Right, that's the question, because like I was saying, it is a great pick for the Echo Fox team where there's not as much coordination needed. It's kind of like, you know, Froggen, go take this pick and go do some stuff with it, and as long as you're getting your work done, we're going to win the game, especially when you get an early game lead like they did. So the concern is, you know, now that we're flipping Dig back on the blue side, they can just target out the TF very easily, and then what else do they have? Because we haven't seen much from the team aside for Acadian being a constant threat on every jungler.
Yeah, I mean, we had Looper on that, Swain in the top lane, and yes, he had a handle of the lane phase for the most part, but that doesn't mean that Someday didn't get farmed. I mean, he was matching Froggen in those side lane 1v1s during the split pushing just fine, and he got to that tanky state. So again, still, unless Froggen seems to do something with the early advantages that Acadian helps him create, it doesn't seem like Echo Fox has more than one tool in their toolbox to win with.
Right, you're concerned like, all right, you know, Froggen ends up on a more traditional carry. Let's say Acadian has a good early game, but can they win normal team fights where it's not just pick off, pick off, pick off? That's the big problem that they're facing.
All right, but that said, this game was on Froggen's shoulders, and he carried it to the end. So player of the game goes to him on this TF. For, you know, I think one of the cool things about it, too, is the fact that he does innovate on his build. I mean, whether or not anyone else out there thinks that the rapid fire is the right purchase, it is at least serving the purpose that he's buying it for, which is those engages and the picks entirely.
Right, and as well as the turret damage. A little shout out also to Keith. I think he basically won that last team fight for them. Froggen got picked early, and he played it pretty well to be able to clean people up, and good to see him hopefully turning it around a little bit.
All right, well, the series is all tied up, but only one rather can claim the win. Meet us back here for Game 3 of Dignitas versus Echo Fox.
Uh-oh, there's the pick. With Special, gonna drop once again. Keith gets the kill on that one. The arrow made it happen. Acadian's gonna run away. He's pretty injured on this one. Mob pops. One more shot from Lot will do it. It's a 1-for-1, but look at the damage on the Keen. Gate is the real carry. Takes one down, and Chaser now overextended. Got nowhere to go. Quick kill picked up. Make that 3-for-1. Echo Fox has all of the kills they need to win this game.
Disengage, just wait for me.
Cutting.
Go back.
Get out.
They can't do it. They can't do it.
Yes.
Yes. 가죠. I kill Cassio.
Good job. Stick
We
together.
can bite.
Yeah.
I'm on left side.
Good job. Go mid. We can end.
You guys can end? Okay, you guys can end.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS. We are geared up and ready to go for Game 3 of this series. Best of 3, it's the final game. It's going to decide the match. Team Dignitas and Echo Fox have been going head-to-head today. And Team Dignitas, look, super controlled, pretty dominant Game 1, but Echo Fox, very controlled and dominant Game 2, and now Game 3 is anyone's.
Yeah, I mean, the winning lane into the first blood for Kha'Zix to be able to control and get that 1-3-1 split push going really helped them out. And I have to say, Echo Fox really want to get their first win here.
Yeah.
They lost their first two, looking to pick up a win here. And Dignitas, they've actually started out with 2 losses as well. They do have 1 win under their belt, but their 2 losses were against 2 of the best teams, or 2 of the biggest names in the North American LCS.
Right, and everyone's like giving them a pass on being 1 and 2 right now. Okay, you lost to Cloud9. Okay, you lost to TSM, but they looked better. But now it's a real possibility you lose to Echo Fox, and what if all the hype for Team Dignitas is unjustified, and suddenly you've got to burn all your merch? You went for the wrong team after all. Obviously, that's an overstatement of the situation, but it's. I don't think anyone came in and thought this could actually be a game that Dignitas could lose. And yet here we are, Echo Fox playing a bit better. Team Dignitas issues maybe still a little bit cropping up here. All right, Acadian's up there. He's smiling. He's happy. He's ready to go. He's like, yeah, we smashed that last game. We beat them for 50 minutes straight. Ready to go into the next one. And yeah, as we get ourselves ready for game 3, it's anyone's to win. We know Froggen can do very well. This Twisted Fate's been very good for him. Every Echo Fox win, though, has been with him playing Twisted Fate, and you've got to ask that one question: what if that's the only champion that works for them? You know, how big is the playbook for Echo Fox?
Definitely something, you know, worth repeating here. That guy, though, Keith, you know, he had a good game. A lot of people have been criticizing him lately. Their bottom lane deathless in that game. They also they did land some of the crucial Ash arrows, getting some of those picks. Most of them were Froggen, but definitely a step in the right direction for that half of the map.
I definitely agree. And on the other side, of course, Team Dignitas, the counter pick on Someday neutered him. Everyone else just kind of unable to get much going on. They, I guess, got pushed somewhat down the bot lane marksman tier list. They got counterpicked in the support role. Of course, you see it coming, Zyra into Misfortune, but that was enough to neuter the advantage that normally an individual skill, Team Dignitas is supposed to win that bot lane.
Well, that's why we keep talking about, you know, AD carry, pretty thin at the top, and not many teams are willing to let it go through the second ban phase and get squeezed that much.
Yep.
Just really saw it in action in that game. The other thing there, you know, Looper, it really is, you know, worth bringing up that the criticisms that he was getting while he was in China as well, you know, and you know, how much of this is Mata telling him when to do all these teleports, you know, and controlling him and bringing him down, because he was not, you know, while he was bullying, he didn't join the team very much in the last squad either. Let's take a look at this big bans though. LeBlanc actually taken up by Team Dignitas on the blue side ban instead.
Exact same bans as game 1 here in the, this time not the Cosmic but the Varus ban in for Echo Fox. They changed up their bans from game 1.
Ash again, I expect then for Echo Fox, pick up an Ash. You can answer junglers, or I'd rather dictate a different lane though. There it is, the Ash Zyra once again.
And we saw earlier that Xpecial didn't want to play the Misfortune side of the matchup. He actually went for Karma instead with that option available. We'll see if this changes with the Jhin on his side, but it was a different look over in the first one. Mirroring the Jhin, I think, makes sense when you saw that Laud only did equal damage to Keith on Ezreal, and Ezreal's supposed to do more damage there. He's a poke champ, he's supposed to get some of that out, but was pushed around in the landing phase. Team Dignitas will lock in the Jhin for Laud, and now will they mirror the support roles or will they go somewhere else? I know they'd rather play Ryze, so support bans are available.
All right, the Cassiopeia is available for Froggen. Probably won't be available after the next ban phase, so you would expect maybe they want to jump on that, but again, the jungle as well, still the open role. So either the mid lane or jungle is going to get 2 more bans targeted at it if they don't pick that one up here.
Right, other thought being take Maokai ban Fiora, try to push him off, and no, actually, the Anivia is available, and when you look back to the first phase, they were happy to let that one go later, and they had grabbed Rek'Sai essentially as the comp was different. So Anivia will be the grab, and now it's time for bans. Echo Fox, let's see what they remove away. Of course, the pinch should be towards support, or maybe top lane with the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you really care about pushing them off of the Malzahar and the Karma at this point, now that you've already secured the Zyra? I guess they still do. I don't want to push them past those 2 and make them dig a bit deeper. No surprise here with the jungle bans though, pinching Acadian more as that was the role unanswered.
Yep, and kind of out of nowhere, Rek'Sai became the number 3 jungler here. It seems like it's Rengar and then the Kha'Zix, and now suddenly Rek'Sai is back on the top of the pool. Fiora does ban it, which maybe leans us toward a Maokai first pick if they want it. Of course, there's no reason to rush a jungler anymore. You're going to get yours whenever you want it once the bans are done. We will see what these teams actually prioritize here.
Fiora again against Someday, rather than going with the double support ban. So they still don't want Someday on a top lane carry. And hoping to make him go the tank route again. Maokai is available, so he could very well just do that again.
And Graves trying to figure out what else might be played here by Acadian in the jungle. Final ban comes through, and the first pick Maokai does show up.
All right, now they're just turning the tables again. Hey, we had this Swain prepared for, you know, the tank abuse. Someday, are you willing to go with the Kennen attack speed hit? You know, what types of tank abuse strategies have Team Dignitas been playing? Or is he just going to go toe-to-toe with the two Titans here?
Yep, tight to the depths, tight to the tank roll on the Maokai. It's a matchup that someday won the Maokai side of pretty convincingly. Now he's got the Nautilus side of it. I still expect someday to have a very good time in this matchup, but time will tell as the time goes on. Xpecial needs now a support for himself after getting one band away from him. Misfortune again is what the book says. He played Karma into it last time though in game 1, and they won the game, so don't fix what ain't broken. Karma will be grabbed.
Yeah, plus remember it does provide that extra move speed to be able to dodge Ash arrows. This time around, that isn't, Echo Fox aren't putting so much on those arrows though, because they do have a really good team fight. They have Zyra, Anivia, and Maokai. So much midline control here.
Oh yeah.
Huge amounts of AoE. Snares coming in to set up the following stuns. So there's a tremendous amount of team fight power this time around for Echo Fox. And even with the Rek'Sai and Graves ban, Acadian very happy to pick up the Lee Sin and match some early game playmaking potential rather than even go for something like one of those farm junglers. So we'll see if he can catch Chaser out, because Chaser on his Kha'Zix was one of the games where he had a bit of a disappointing game and was caught out in a significant amount of the mid-game skirmishes. And this time around, it's going to be much more difficult for him to navigate team fights, as all those AoEs are the worst nightmare for Kha'Zix.
Absolutely agree. If you can find those isolated champions though, there's plenty of squishies to kill off. Lee Sin, not a true tank, and no shielding on the squad outside of Lee Sin W as well. So if Chaser can pop off, he can really get a lot done. And he's got support from Lot on this long range marksman in the bot role. We know Someday is an excellent teleport flanker, and Nautilus is good at getting onto that back line, and we'll see if they can pilot it properly as the coaches shake hands and exit the stage for the last time this match.
All right, let's get into it. This is the deciding match here for the series. 1-1 right now for Team Dignitas and Echo Fox. Froggen on the signature Anivia, about to head into the Rift.
Let's see if they can make it happen properly. Again, another good lane matchup you expect here for the Echo Fox duo lane, and it's going to be a fun one to watch, where Echo Fox need a victory finally. They've only won one game before this match started. It was a single game win over Immortals. Now, 1-1 Team Dignitas hoping to finally close out the third game. Team Dignitas here have only picked up one win themselves, hoping to make it a 2-2 end to the second week of matches as we get ourselves into the Rift for Game 3, the decider between Team Dignitas and Echo Fox.
Early pings coming down here from Echo Fox. There was that attempted grouping for an invade last game. This time, Dignitas are just grouping or spreading out into the defensive fan. And once again, Echo Fox, little bit of a hint of an invade here as they put a few members on this top side.
Spot one, say no one's in the brush.
Could move up and try and get a semi-deep ward.
Sure. We're seeing lots of defensive trinkets once again. One more. Can't get the attack quite in time. But that is 2 defensive trinket wards used by Team Dignitas early. 1 near the top side, and then 1 in their bot lane tri-brush. See how many use Echo Fox. 1, of course, to spot out the blue buff start. And 1 defensively in this bot lane as well. So similar usage of trinkets.
Meanwhile, down bottom, they're actually zoning Gate off of the lane, so he doesn't get those really mid-lane seed spawns at the moment. Only defensive ones at turret. Really like to move a bit over on the other side. Maybe they sweep in from the side here, because they know that Karma just pushed him out of that brush, and Xpecial is in there on that ward, so they might try and at least get a 2-for-1 trade where they both get off auto plus skill, and they're just targeting Laud. Xpecial's not in range. Zone him off the minion wave a little bit, get the good volley there.
Yeah, Tactic Special, 73 free damage, why the heck not? As they push the minions down, it's the AoE battles. Support's trying to help their marksmen, their lane mates push in. And it's going to be till the next wave, but Xpecial now feeling pretty aggressive and getting those attacks on the keep.
2v1ing in the trade right now.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage back. Thunderlord's triggered by Gate. +8 gold for the final hit right here, and it'll be 5 minions killed apiece. Keith knocks that down.
Yeah, generally, in these double range matchups where you have these mage supports, It's really important for the AD and the support to harass at the same time, so you get kind of the crossover and the skill shots.
Right.
Plus, you're getting each person contributing their auto. But the focus from Echo Fox's side means that Xpecial is burning through potions very quickly. That is giving them over lane control, though, as Lod's been pushing the minions. So there's a little bit of trade-off there.
Well, Gate missed out on XP on that one melee minion, so he's actually unable to support on this one. Keith last hit with volley from way back into range. Keith finally level 2 from his lane mate as Gate puts in the plants. Doesn't get much done here. And
Rich shot ready, too.
Yeah.
All right, Acadian back to his early moves. He went from blue buff up to red buff.
Could look good. An early flash by Someday still going to get followed on. This could be all the damage that they need. Someday has just not got anywhere to go. A quick first blood picked up. Acadian makes it look effortless.
3 minutes pushed up with no ward on your top side. Someday with a very uncharacteristic mistake here. No vision, no jungle support, and pushing super far against the Lee Sin. Maokai, yeah. Oh, it's just tanks battling. He's so good at setting up games, so I mean, especially in the early game. You're not even tanky yet. Lands the snare very easily. You could tell that Someday knew. He was like, oh, shoot. Maokai's going aggressive on me, and I'm super far up. So that's why he flashes early. He's like, oh, God, here it comes. And too late, though, buddy. Looper immediately answers. Meanwhile,
look at this by Chaser. Not going to flash follow. Didn't have the cooldowns to kill off Acadian, but look at the pain he can bring out there.
I guess he could move up there for the Maokai. There are a lot of wards protecting Looper, though, so even if he did...
Yeah, and the wave's so pushed up, somebody would miss an entire wave of golden XP.
Yeah. The thing is, though, what I really like to highlight when people punish offensive flash use, right? If you flash to set up a gank and, oh, yeah, you just went for a really big play and you either burned summoners or got a kill on the enemy laner, offensively used flashes like that can be punished just as heavily as defensively used ones. Sometimes even more so because you're overconfident because you just got a kill in your lane or you just got a lot of presence. But people burning flashes offensively also should be taken account of. Chaser here, not going to get anything done. I mean, he has Egg on top of not even being pushed up, so just wants to get back into the jungle. I don't think he should have showed himself at all there, even considering Swamp is up.
Nice quick trade out of Gate. Actually gets the better end of it against Xpecial, who went for the harass and turned around by the plants. Acadian going to grab himself a quick Scuttle Crab. She will die for the cause. Echo Fox, 70 gold to Acadian. Now let's see what's next up here. Acadian wants to go into this jungle, look for the Krugs to steal away, maybe some pressure. Again, bot lane heavily pushed and Lot a little bit low. The flash route gonna miss wide by Gate. Here's the push in for Xpecial. Exhaust Force, Q's gonna land, not gonna go any farther, or nope, not gonna dive the turret, although it was close.
Offensively used flash, gonna get punished!
Gate's gonna dive for it. Wow, the turnaround overstepping the Echo Fox support.
See, he flashes for the big play, setting up the gank, super confident. I got my jungler here.
Misses.
Oops, I missed. And over chases after missing. You gotta give up after you miss that skill shot. That is the worst feeling as a jungler. You got in a great position. Acadian, oh, he's down there. He used the blast cone. All right, let's check in on Chaser, but it is tank to tank, and Looper's not playing far up, so
yeah.
He is level 6 for Nautilus, though.
6 for Nautilus. Hook's going to pull him away from the turret as well. Misses the W somehow, but Looper's just got no HP. Running in, one more hit will do it. Chaser gets the kill. Credit. A return kill in the top lane for Team Dignitas.
Back-to-back offensive flash punishments there. No flash for Looper, no flash for Gate. Both of them do end up going down. There we go in the mid lane. A little bit of trade onto Keen, though. And again, level 6s hitting early here for the solo laners. Pretty big deal. Acadian actually lying in wait for Chaser.
Yeah, wants to get
very dangerous steal here.
Smites it away. Xpecial knows that Lee Sin's around there. They fight for the ward control, and Xpecial tells him to get out of his side of the map.
The reason why I say that's so dangerous, though, is because his bottom lane is not there. So, yeah, this time it worked out, and he wasn't caught there. And yes, he has Lee Sin, so you can take more liberties. But with the enemy bottom lane pathing by, they could snag you there. Doesn't end up punishing him, though.
And the safe thing for Acadian is with the green smite, he puts the wards down in the jungle. Xpecial gonna get rooted up, plenty of damage there. Obviously a trade won by Gate. You just gotta make sure he respects the CC. But Lot is back in base right now, so no real risk. And Acadian got to leave lots of little ward presence in that bot jungle.
Looper CS, even with the early gank from Cadian in the first blood,
not great.
Really hurting. And it was also behind before the answer gank up top by Chaser, by the way. So it's literally just the minion wave management, as well as actually landing the last hits with tanks, which is difficult for some. Someday doesn't have any trouble with it. The other thing being said is when you go for the gank, if the minion wave is stacked with the enemy minions, kills off, or with your minions, kills off so many of yours while you're getting the kill that also affects your CS numbers.
Yeah, and it's a crapshoot whether or not you're in XP range when that all happens as well. And part of the reason that pushing into the turret can be helpful is the kill doesn't hurt as much as you think it might with the minions going away.
And part of the reason why Someday got level 6 so early, and that was the only reason that gank worked out, right?
Yeah.
You know, Looper was playing it far back. He's like, I'm fine. Then, oh no, Dallas thing 6, and no longer fine.
Ult in a dredge line, nothing you could do about it at all. And
control ward gank
was
here.
All right, Acadian sitting on a control ward. Looper level 7. Someday does have access to his ultimate. Looks like he's going to push in the wave and go right back down and take more of this out.
Meanwhile, level 6s are coming in for the bottom lane. Keith with the Ash Arrow ready. Karma's speed could help dodge for the Dignitas bottom lane, but looks like Froggen wants to take advantage of that Ash Arrow. He's immediately pinged out though, and Anivia is not the most mobile. Oh man, they know he's in here somewhere.
Ooh, they just spotted him. Sun's not going to land. Does he have a blast cone? He's got a nice wall and no blast cone, but not going to be surrounded. Froggen gets to walk out of the enemy jungle, which seems
it's pretty scary to you know, run into a brush with the Anivia. I don't think they had any intel on Acadian, so while you've seen Anivia, you haven't seen Lee Sin recently, and even though Froggen already used his stun, Lee Sin is level 6, and that combo is a huge amount of burst.
Yeah. You haven't seen Lee
respect
Sin.
it.
Yeah, then they have to respect it. All right, so
You're gonna make a blind joke there?
No.
I feel the pressure.
I don't know what you're talking
like,
about.
Oh, they haven't seen Lee Sin. He hasn't seen them either.
See, I got you to make the joke for me. How does it feel to make lame jokes, Kobe?
The next level freak where he baits you into saying his dumb puns for him.
Caster synergy on point. Congratulations. We finished each other's sandwiches.
All right, let's take a look at the Drake control on the bottom side, because that Ash Arrow still hasn't been used, so they're itching to pull the trigger.
Yeah, nor has Curtain Call, so both the utility marksmen in the bot lane saving onto their playmaking tools. On top of a ward, good seed usage. And that's proper play, by the way. Any support Zyras out there, your W range is much higher than your ward range, and it does give vision. So if you're afraid of a brush, W from that 1,000 range away, and you can know if you're safe to go in there. Smart by Gate.
Yep, so much control too. By the way, this comes from having the pink wards in the river up around mid lane for so long here from Echo Fox. And they're finally able to pounce on this Ocean Drake, which is going to help out the laning for all lanes accounting here for Echo Fox, which, top lane CS is pretty big, but Acadian is level 6.
Kick into the stun's gonna land. Look at the combo! Perfect execution, quick kill pickup, and Someday, why even teleport?
Yeah, I mean, the burst damage, there it is. Talked about it for Lee Sin, able to take out that Rise. Patience. Not only do they get the Drake after this pink ward has been sitting in that lane for so long, but you go over to check that bush. They hear the dragon being taken. Dragon being taken is a global alert. And walks right into a Lee Sin.
Yeah. If he's not there, I got a ward to see he's not there. If he is there, I die. And not a great value proposition, but a good kill all the same. The mechanical execution was very cool.
Yeah, that's one of those things. There's no really good outcome of going down there to check that by yourself. And, Someday could have canceled that after he saw that Rise was totally toast, but it does mean there's a teleport advantage for Echo Fox. Looper goes bottom, or he actually cancels it as well, just seeing that they zoned him off with Froggen's roam. So, much better usage here for Echo Fox. And again, early lead for Echo Fox.
This is, the makings of good things then for Echo Fox here. Froggen gets a TF ban, but just brings teleport anyway and gets to make some of the same plays.
Plus, they are not on a similar timer to last game with this team comp. This team comp fights very well. Gate, though.
Yeah, that was required. Flash gets away from it. Now the curtain call. Acadian blocks the shots. Careful, he's not moving. Picking the same angle. All right, they got away with it. It's okay. Keith did not burn arrow to stop that. It was just a cooldown that La decided to just run away with now. 1,500 the lead for Echo Fox. They've got the first turret goal. That's most of that advantage, to be honest. Froggen now has a nice spicy blue buff, stacking up the Rod of Ages in the tier, similar as Keen, of course.
Blue buff and Ocean Drake for Anivia.
Infinite
Feels
mana.
good.
Man. An easy wave clear. You know, the first 6 levels are hard for Anivia, unless you're Froggen, he's great at that. But after you've got the ulti and a blue buff, it's just super free getting all the minions.
Yeah.
CG against Anivia, of course, incredibly hard. And the Team Dignitas lineup, pretty short-ranged as well. The ranged champions don't have move blocks. They can be picked off by walls, so...
Yeah, for Team Dignitas, I think they need to play off of Ryze's good 1v1, you know, side lane maybe. Try and transition into, we need to move our AD and support towards mid lane and get the pressure on the sides. Even though Keen didn't use teleport, with the Ghost, still quite a lot of mobility. And the Jhin around mid lane does have a pretty high impact. Even though it's so early and there's not much gold there. There's a lot of damage in the ultimate, even just with the makings of a Ghost Blade. So, you know, switch up the 3-man mid to try and defend. While Anivia is great at defending turrets, not especially great at taking them. Snowflakes.
True. Not the most damage. The snowballs only hurt a little bit.
Yeah. You can, you know, sometimes catch people out unawares if they haven't played against Anivia in a while they're trying to defend a turret. You wall them and get a good ultimate, maybe stun combo. But against people who are, you know, have played against Froggen a decent amount and have played against her, they'll wave clear at range and try not put themselves in that position. Yep. Looks like we might have a collapse, though. Pretty blind map for Dignitas, but they are moving everyone towards mid. Yeah, they know it.
Yeah, he tried to bait out Gate's grasping roots and then said, okay, he's not going for the early shot. Let's go for it here. Quick knock through. Someday has found Keith. Here comes Acadian for the defense right there, trying to keep them all alive. Froggen just getting locked up right there, but Acadian does get the first kill on Someday. Stun's going to land on Akeen, and in goes Chaser, but he doesn't have the damage. Law does, though, as Froggen pops, and it's a 1-for-1. Top laner for mid laner down, and now Looper, the target of attention of the affection. Grasping roots, the kick coming back in for Acadian, looks for Chaser, and he gets several of them, even more coming through, and Echo Fox starts slaughtering the Team Dignitas lineup. That's a 4-for-2 with map control to boot, and the turret going to go down.
What a turn there. They're going to get that turret as well, just like you said, opening up the map of Acadian, going for a kill.
The Madman, he does it. Put him on the subreddit. That was a mad lad move right there. Gives away a free kill.
He does what? Goes in on special. Wasn't expecting the flash, I guess, because even without the flash, a little bit risky there, and he gets destroyed under the turret. Gives away the double buff. Got a little bit too hyphy there. Adrenaline pumping through his blood. But yeah, definitely a mistake from him there. Someday goes a bit early on this, but a good snare from Lod. They get a lot of damage out early. Froggen goes into base tanking it. The problem here is that they have to burn through the egg first. So they lost a little bit of time. But look at this. Gate goes into Fog of War behind this little ramp here, so he can land the snare onto Keen, and Keen just super far up there. Gets snared by Gate and then executed by Acadian, landing those two skill shots from the side. Here's another look at the Lee Sin hype. Acadian had been getting kills, but Xpecial turns it around on him pretty quickly.
Yeah. I think even if he doesn't flash, he might still die there.
Exactly.
Xpecial wasn't exactly low.
You get snared up. Unless Gate was some sort of healing or shielding support.
Yeah.
That is a...
I thought you were Lulu. He's dead, though. Nicely played there. Stun over the wall. Acadian this time gets away from the turret. Much better execution there, but look at this Echo Fox really turning on the mid game. That's the stun combo. Look at the damage!
That's that wall play we're talking about.
Man!
At the turret, that's the play you're talking about. With the wall into the ultimate, Froggen gets the kill. Meanwhile, the entire time, both Looper and Keith were pushing side lane, so they have top and bot primed and ready here.
What a much faster game as well by Echo Fox. They're really turning up the heat here. Ironic considering the Froggen pick on Anivia, but 5,000 gold up, looking great in the mid game.
And, you know, turning up the heat, they're the ones grouping up and trying to siege down turrets, but Dignitas were the ones that went for that play out on the outer turret. This one is just another good play from Fog of War. And again, these snares landing over these walls for Gate, out of the vision, once again get them a kill, and then...
Just laughing. What special? That was silly.
But yeah, then Keen does get hit up again, and Froggen walls him off.
All right, let's see what else can happen now. Echo Fox in the driver's seat, and their fans rejoice as finally this team is looking good in a match. This was the 10th place LCS team from the last split. It was such a rough look. They barely kept themselves in it. And now turning things a little bit better finally in week 2.
Yeah, and the, speed with which they end out games, they might still be looking at, but they are looking much more focused than they did last season, right? And here they go again, onto its special.
Dates it out well enough to not be attacked while the stun duration times out. Looper in the front line, losing out pretty rapidly. Gets a quick summoner heal in for Keith, and the shots in, still not gonna kill off the Maokai, staying alive the whole time, and finally kill comes through. Kick brings in another one as Keen loses his life. Well played by Acadian, 6-1-3 on this Lee Sin, playing quite nicely still. And this time with a more controlled mid game, and now they've got the tempo. They've got the advantage on the mid lane. Tier 2 gonna be dropped quickly. No chance to defend it. Echo Fox furthering their lead 6,000.
Just so many AoE skills for Team Dignitas to try and navigate around. Keen and Chaser, it's pretty difficult for them to get their damage out in team fights. They're both pretty much assassins, even the Rise here. And someday he actually hooks into the wall and then has a difficult time here. Even though they're focusing down Looper, Zyra Ultimate knocks up the front line, puts a stop to a lot of the damage. Keith uses his heal onto Someday, and they zone out the DPS. You see those moves from Froggen? He was zoning out the DPS from the enemy squad so that even though Looper got low first, there was no extra damage coming through, and they got to turn everything onto Someday there. So good use of all these AoE abilities with the Zyra ultimate zoning, and then Froggen taking up the zoning duties for the team fight, and Echo Fox really grinding out a solid sort of standard team fight there for themselves.
Well, everything looking pretty good now. They've been scaling up, and the damage items are in. Zonya's now done for Froggen as well, so now when Sumner goes for that ulti, you can just turn gold and then pretend nothing ever happened. And Echo Fox should have all the control they need at this point. It's just all you can really say that Team Dignitas are going to hope for those flanks to happen, but it's been such a better controlled game here from the red side. Echo Fox might actually find their first match win here in the North American LCS, and against an opponent that they were not expected to do well against.
Yeah, looks to be the case here. Acadian has had a good showing once again as well. And it's not just the First Bloods this time around. In that team fight, he got the kick onto Keen. Yeah, he had his turret time, so he got a little hypey, but in that last team fight, definitely holding his own.
Stun actually going to catch Loud Frog, and knowing that range, outside ring is there to hit him. Echo Fox find another turret to take down 5-0. It's actually now 2 games in a row that kept Dignitas to 0 turret kills.
Yep, taking all the outers for themselves. Someday might get one here, but either way, I think they should
teleport.
Give up this Baron. I mean, Echo Fox are going to burn through it, plus they have all the vision. All right, maybe they're going to go for it.
Right on top of the warrior, they've got Arexis down pretty fast. Chaser's here. He's gonna look. It's secured by Froggen. Okay, and Chaser gonna be on the chopping block. 1 kill gonna come through, and they're peeling well enough. There's not enough damage to kill off Keith. He stays alive, just barely. Acadian in, then out. A Nivea wall put up, but doesn't clutch much. A flash over the wall gets him away from Keen, and now this poor Rise is very, very overextended. But Rome warps right back out. Not enough damage coming out of Froggen. That was interesting looking.
Yeah.
2-0 plus Baron, though. Echo Fox advantage.
They just try and scramble to just kind of all in on that and make, oh, we're losing slowly. We need to try and answer this, but they give up a couple more kills. Speedy Bird!
Oh, goodbye. Bird of Prey takes him out. Froggen on a rampage. 14-5. Echo Fox, the cleanest game they've had all year.
The home guard teleport from Froggen on the Mach 5 Bird is going to be able to accelerate this push with Baron. They're going to get right inside. Last game, upwards of 50 minutes taken by them. Very cautious. This time around, no shuts case. 22 minutes. Inhibitor turret going to take a beating.
50% faster. Much quicker one right now. Echo Fox hoping to continue to push in onto this base. Let's see. Somebody's still holding on the front line. Just gets away from the wall. But honestly, Froggen doing so well on this Anivia, playing his signature picks.
Showing why people ban it so often. Still to this day.
And North America is the only region actually playing Twisted Fate right now, according to the stats I've seen. So, I mean, Pocket picks really for days from this mid laner, essentially. Most pro TF games are actually Froggen himself so far this year. Of course, Anivia, the same. And these pieces are working. 11,000 gold up. Now Echo Fox looking for bot lane tier 2. The wave's coming in. Still plenty of time left on this Baron buff. They've got to be careful. They're stuck in a very small compartment. Knockup's going to land on a Keith as well as Froggen. And someday just can't quite tank long enough. The team is going to back out.
Yeah, even though they're sandwiched into this tiny barrel and getting pelted with poke, Looper on the front line is so tanky. They have so much AoE. It's just really too difficult to actually engage on them, considering the extra gold lead that they have. Well over 10,000 now, almost 12. And they keep on rolling here. Train continues.
Looking for a bit more. Bot lane inhibitor turret under fire. When will Team Dignitas decide to defend their base instead of just trying to wave clear? Mid inhibitor is already gone. Looks like bottom is just now a formality. But you wouldn't fight for the turret. Don't fight for the thing that can't defend itself anymore. And that's double inhibitor taken 23.5 minutes in. Echo Fox now already have the minion wave for the top side. And Lod's got to be a little bit careful. He backs out quickly enough. The minion wave is there. This is going to be triple inhibitor. They catch only Looper. He's the tank. That's okay. Chase from the wings. Can't pick off Froggen. Exhausted. His health bar's gone. Keith on a rampage now as well. And another turret is gone. That's triple inhibitor. Dignitas, nothing else to fight for. And that'll be all 3 down. Super Minions inside the base. And Echo Fox, 24 minutes in, looking for the win now. Stunning a Someday. In goes Acadian, looks for the kickback, brings in the tank, jumps back out to his team, and Someday has lost his life. 5v3, no defense left to be had. The fastest game Echo Fox have ever won. That's going to be the Nexus going down, and Echo Fox find their first win over Team Dignitas. I'm surprised it's done so quickly. That was a commanding victory. Yeah. I mean, smiles and happiness abroad, hugs and handshakes and everything you could want. Echo Fox.
This is what fans wanted to see out of the team, though. The last couple games, this time really turning it up. Yes, they had a much more standard comp. They have super good front line. You know, even their back line is hard to crack, considering Froggen and his specialty pick here on Anivia. But man, Keith didn't die in the last 2 games. He was able to flash around Baron Pit as well, staying alive. So a lot of the members stepping up here for Echo Fox to grab themselves a victory and get on the board.
And against one of the sweethearts of the North American LCS, Team Dignitas still believed to be a top caliber team, but maybe you've got to question that thought as we see Keen on your screen here. A little bit down after a 1-3 start for Team Dignitas. Lost their Cloud9, understandable. Lost to TSM, okay, that one's close. Lost Echo Fox, okay, Team Dignitas, what exactly is going on anymore? Fox couldn't buy a win, and suddenly, maybe the tables are turning. Froggen's Twisted Fate looked great. It was banned the other 2 games, but he goes back to the Anivia, and it looked like he was in control the whole way through. The mastery of that champion quite high. I'm almost certain he's the only player playing Anivia right now, and the first ever Swain in pro play this year. We saw it once in the Challenger Series, but Looper did well in that champ, and Echo Fox able to bring out their own style of picks, really, in some small ways, and it's working out for him now.
Well, the issues here for Dignitas still definitely need addressing. Their coordination. We saw it a couple times, even in that last team fight. You know, game's mostly over, but the way that, you know, Chaser's working with the squad, mostly on the Kazakhs and the Rengar, like, funnily enough, like the most overpowered jungle picks have been the ones where he's either getting picked off or a little bit headstrong in the, you know, things that he's going for. Someday, actually, we just keep praising him. He, legitimate, big mistake early in the game, not respecting the Lee Sin.
Sure.
They did know that he started up on the opposite side. Maybe he was just, you know, so standard for Lee Sin to start top side, and top laner's always pulling. But even if he does, you can easily loop back, right, and go for that gank anyway. So that really started it off big for them, because Someday has been the thing that really snowballs victories for them. So him giving up first blood and then going 0-5 this game was definitely a tremendous letdown for them.
Absolutely huge letdown. I think it's been Someday's worst game of the North American LCS year so far. I'm sure, of course, there will be more to play, and we'll see some bounce-back performances. But yeah, a game that Team Dignitas got pulled apart in, and you know, even the mid-game attempts to get the fights in, not coordinated well enough, couldn't get the picks off, and the damage was there for Echo Fox easily.
Yep, damage was there. Very straightforward team comp for them as well. And that really helps with ending out those games because they have a very clear path to the Nexus.
Yep, able to siege it, able to play it well. Good job here, Echo Fox, picking up the first win. But now let's get a first-hand account of that series victory and then head over to Azael with Echo Fox's victorious jungler.
Great cast on the day, guys. I'm here with the victorious Acadian. Your first LCS victory under your belt here with Echo Fox. And, you know, I want to ask you, how does it feel and how has your LCS experience been so far?
It's honestly been really exciting just playing constantly. Hearing the fans scream when stuff happens and stuff is really, really fun. So I've been having a great time so far.
You know, you talked about wanting to be aggressive coming into the season, wanting to keep that play style, and you weren't a guy who was getting as much attention, as much hype at the start of the season, but now you really are. You know, you've been involved in so many first bloods, you're getting a lot of credit for it, and how does that feel to kind of finally get some recognition for your hard work and for everything you put into this game?
It feels really good to see some success coming in. Obviously, we didn't win last week, but I made some. I was proud of myself, I suppose. I made a lot of aggressive plays, and I was happy because I was just concerned about coming into the LCS and just being scared to do stuff. So I was happy I did.
And so you talked a little bit about, people are, Acadian's ELO hell and everything, and you said no guys, it's not true. I've been making mistakes, especially in the late game and everything. And how has it been trying to improve on that? And like, where do you see your team going from here? Do you guys think it is an upward trajectory? You're getting better, doing better. Like, what's your next step as a player and as a team?
So I think really all it was, I didn't really shot call that much in scrims and practices for the past 2 months. And when we played in the games, I got super hyped because I got a ton of early kills. I was pretty much dominating almost every game, and I just started talking a lot and calling stuff that was not supposed, like, it wasn't safe. So we just throw the game. So this game, or today, this set, my focus was be quiet, listen to the shot callers, and just try to win the game slowly. So I think that's why we were able to win today.
So how does your shot calling system actually work? Who is making most of the calls? If it's not you anymore, are you trying to kind of ease your way into that system, or are you happy to let others lead and you kind of follow?
So early game shot calling, I generally just control how my teammates play. I tell them, where to go. I mean, obviously they do the laning themselves, but I tell them where the jungler is. I'm constantly tracking him. And when we move into mid and late game, it's normally just any carry that's strong will call and tell people how to play the game. So it depends game to game. Some people will call some games more, some people will call some games less.
All right, well, awesome. Well, thank you very much. It makes a lot of sense. So thank you for the interview, and congratulations on the victory. We're gonna hand it over to the analyst desk, guys.
Thank you very much, Azael. A good head on his shoulders there, Acadian. Still humble in their first victory of the season here. But he, as an individual, even with the defeats that they've suffered, has really looked good so far on the outside of the split.
Right, I was looking forward for more trash talk in that interview.
Right.
He's so humble right now. What happened to the guy from the pre-interviews week 1? Anyways, I agree. I think it's interesting to hear that he was getting so hypey from playing on stage for his first time and doing really well that he was trying to take over the game too much, which is something you don't often hear, where if a player is doing well, you say, okay, you take over the game. You know what you need to win now that you're in the driver's seat. Here, it's like, all right, I'm still in the driver's seat, but calm me down. Like, tell me what I should do. I'm still young. Obviously, Froggen, a veteran player. Sounds like he had a lot larger voice in this series, and I think it looked a lot better. They actually were able to close games out relatively well. No huge missteps in game 2, though. It did take a little while, and then this game was explosive.
Right, last game and this one. I mean, both of them getting Froggen ahead on the back of Acadian. He's really still doing a lot early. I mean, he already mentioned it. He's tracking the enemy jungler and telling his lanes how he needs them to play so he can be effective. But then from that point onward, it really did seem through their gameplay that Froggen was very much leading, since he was the one ahead and was the carry they were gonna ride to victory.
I mean, both games you see the synergy between the two, where Acadian's able to come early to mid lane, get him a kill, get him an advantage, and then once he has that, I mean, Froggen's able to make a lot of plays. We see he's just a terror with the Anivia walls, constantly blocking people off and killing him all the time. And I gotta say that some of these plays are so crazy that they work. This is not like the most innovative jungle pass. Sure, he took the plant over the wall, but that's something that could be warded at that time. But he constantly finds these openings, which is a huge surprise. And he seems to always have a knack for exactly what's going on. And this was a great team fight by him, constantly just picking up kills all over the place.
Yeah, he's going to pick up one more here at the end. Does overdive a little bit here on Expressful.
Cut.
Yeah, exactly. Cut the replay before we see that. But I think you're allowed that one misstep when you've already picked up 5 kills about 15 minutes into a game. So he was going off on this Lee Sin, but it's not specific to the Lee. We've seen it on the Rek'Sai. We've seen it on the Kazakhs.
Yeah, that's 2 points I want to hit on real quick. Is one, he doesn't often receive much priority in the draft. We're not seeing like him doing this on Rangers and Kazakhs every game. He did on Graves, he did on Rek'Sai, and now he's doing it on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And the other thing was, I actually worked with him a little bit in the challenger scene, and it wasn't a ton of time, but he wasn't a player to me that stood out in the sense that like, I know this guy's going to be a monster when he gets to the LCS. The way it had happened before with Dardoch and a couple other players I worked with, and he was always a smart, vocal guy, great attitude, but he was not the kind of guy that I thought a year from now would be terrorizing the LCS, and here he is. So that's just a huge testament to the work ethic that he had and the resolve.
Not just in the LCS, picking up another player of the game for this one and leading the team to their first victory on the split. Now, if we talk about Echo Fox in kind of the larger sense, they at least have a winning strategy now. Right. Which is entirely centered around the duo of Froggen and Acadian. We've already talked about they're going to need to find more strategies for victory, but they've built themselves a baseline at least here in week 2, which is a much needed thing for an Echo Fox squad.
Right. I mean, you're not looking to suddenly have all your issues solved in week 2. The fact that you got your first win, huge. You have things that work. You can bank on seemingly Acadian doing well, at least in the early game, and Froggen, when he gets some kills, is showing that he still has that carry potential.
Right.
The concern is moving forward, you know, people are going to really start targeting Acadian, scouting him and seeing exactly what he's doing. Keeping it up when he starts becoming the main focus of Echo Fox's enemies prep is going to be really impressive if he can keep this up the whole season.
We'll have to see if they can do that, but a good start for them here. They are going to be playing against FlyQuest tomorrow, so they'll have their work cut out for them against one of the top teams. For now, though, we're going to toss you all over to the A-Stream NALCS 1 for Game 3 between TSM and Team Liquid. Take a look.
Is the last thing that stands. TSM being able to open that up really allowed them into Liquid's jungle, which slowed things down. I know we keep saying that, but these guys are so measured coming into this Game 3. I think TSM might be feeling, maybe Haunter, that this was a little harder than he thought it would be, as he kind of stated in the beginning. But I feel like Liquid as well, I feel like they're getting quite a game out of this, thinking they were going to come in very strong.
Yeah, and now it comes down to seeing those opportunities to make the game easy for yourself. Golden Blue can get a shockwave on somebody like Bjergsen, who now has his flash down. That's the thing I said, it usually takes 2 plays. It usually takes one shockwave to blow the flash, and then the second shockwave to actually capitalize on it. And these Piglet arrows.
I would like to welcome the viewers for NALCS 2 as we almost start off with a fight. That'd be a nice welcome. Thanks for joining us. A 1-1 here in what was a series of a lot of kills. Just about 30 in the first one, 40 kills in a 40-minute game. Near the second, it's just absolutely crazy. This one, very tempered. So as you join us, we are also waiting for the fights.
Yeah. And talk a little bit more on this Varus build that we're seeing emerge as opposed to a crit or attack speed build. It really just keeps Ashe at arm's length. You keep throwing your poke through the tank and hitting Ashe. And every time she throws out an arrow, if you have Edge of Night up for that 10-second duration of the spell shield, like, you're not getting caught out. Wild Turtle just did that. I think he also just blew his heal. Yep.
The team approaches the turret. Bjergsen with his Azir pick. First one of his spring season now is able to keep the rest of the team at bay, and it's just Matt and Piglet. Hooks to deter them, volleys to try and back them off, but TSM isn't having any of it, and they take down another second tier.
Yeah, it's such a scary composition with the Azir and the Varus. There's so much poke, and then you have the Karma for the disengage, for the speed up, and also contributing to the poke as well. Not to mention, if you try to engage, like, you have a Kha'Zix try to jump in on an Azir. It's so hard to reach him. He has the Emperor's Divide to push you back. The Maokai has the peel. Right now, looks like they have control, and they're going to Blast Cone in. They get spotted, but they don't care. They're going to start it up.
Quick Scrying Orb. Bjergsen's going to be able to help crush this down. Haunter in the front to tank Baron. Lorlo gets the shield. It doesn't look like they want in. TSM peels off the Baron. It's going to be Lorlo and Haunter in the front, just how it should be. Lorlo's pulled to the back, and Haunter wants the back line just as much. Zenscarin, Piglet, flash. What a flash to get out of that one safely. Zenscarin now choosing a target. It doesn't seem like TSM can get on the target they want. Kha'Zix goes in. That's going to be Rainover going right back out. Zenscarin now the focus with Haunter in the front, still trying to get the vengeful Maelstrom to deny the damage from Team Liquid. 1 for 1 in that scrappy fight. And TL is limping away.
Yeah, a lot of flashes blown though, so the next fight won't have it available for Haunter or Svenskeren, and they don't really have a great way to avoid the shockwave, whereas Piglet and Matt, those are the big ones. The bottom lanes blowing their flashes. Next Rengar ulti, you're right on top of that, Ash, and then they have to be able to peel you off and do it effectively. It's good. TSM.
Yeah, TSM saying, hey, we want to force a fight. Let's go.
Yeah, in fact, they start at the Baron, and then they all get out of the pit, then Karma ulti to re-engage there is good, because they get out of a situation where Golden Glue could ultimate and really turn the fight around. And that's really what they have to avoid, is the Golden Glue ultimate here is the big one. Only hits 2 members there, doesn't get Bjergsen, he was right out on the edge. They get the support, and they end up trading their support forward as well. So it's support for support, 1 for 1. This summoner spell's being blown at the very end.
Lorlo saves the GA, Rainover, GA as well. Head over to Haunter himself. It is on. So the next fight, quite a few flashes, heals used in the last one. And an exhaust for Biofrost. It could turn it in their favor as they approach. Now Lorlo, maybe that GA won't be up much longer, but he gets himself dredge line to safety.
What am I saying? He's caught. It is a tank. You can make those mistakes. In fact, sometimes they're good because you pull a lot of people to you and your team gets to make a play on the other side of the map. But this game, Svenskeren doesn't have the CC removal.
Wow, very far. Not even any lane wards here for TSM. Uncharacteristic to approach the situation with nothing on either shoulder for vision. And they keep coming in. Yeah, they'll take Haunter in that hook. Nobody can approach through the box. That's instantly. Haunter going down. Bjergsen found with the dredge line. Emperor's Divide back as they're going to go for Lorlo now. That GA has to be popped. This is TSM finding their assessment in the fight to say, we can go back in. And Liquid says, all right, that's enough. 1 for 1.
Man, I did not miss Azir in professional play. I will tell you that, because he is so annoying. If you don't have the right composition to deal with him, he just becomes a monster. You have to just blow up Azir right from the get-go, but they don't really have enough tools to do that. They don't have a flanker. They don't have something like an Echo that's going to get on him. He has enough peel that Bjergsen goes untouched in these fights, and he deals so much damage. TP to the bottom right side here. And that's just going to be the TP blown from Lorlo as they look for a little bit more. Rainover?
Yep.
They don't have control because that Sun Disc.
Turtle playing very far in front of the turret. Good thing there wasn't a mat there, somebody with a hook. But that's the confidence they're playing with right now. They're ready to step up to the plate and show Liquid that they feel like they're stronger already with that Baron attempt. Pretty much shows that. And how about again? As you say, Baron. The ward in the back of the brush, or back of the pit as well.
The control ward is actually just disabling the vision, and that's going to be Baron for TSM.
Yep. 3-3 kills for kills as they go back and forth here in this slugfest, and a bit of money is put in control wards here for TSM as they all put some in the inventory, ready to move up the vision. You can tell the pace they want to set this.
That's a flank. He's actually flanking from the right side here onto Rainover, but Matt is caught again.
Quick takedown. This is one of the first times we don't see a trade for kills. Opposition on the map, numbers up for TSM. Where do they go after the Elder? They're looking at this with 2. An ocean and a mountain underneath.
They got everything they need right now. They have Baron buff, they have the Elder Dragon. It's been a slow game, but they're hitting those gigantic power spikes that just become so ridiculous to deal with, and you have to have drafted for it. They didn't shut down the Azir. They took away some blue buffs.
Right.
It's not enough.
A lot of that power as well coming from Bjergsen throughout this series. That rise in the first game. The Realm Warps won the game. That's just how that played out. Bjergsen played very well. And then we saw Rainover with a beautiful game number 2. And here it seems more of TSM members are kind of shining in game 3, making it difficult for Liquid to repair the errors.
Yeah, the way that Piglet is positioning right now, it looks like he was just looking for arrows and trying to see if he could pick somebody off. If they could deal enough damage to take someone out. But right now it's just damage control. Try to make sure that you don't fight while the Elder Dragon and the Baron are both on the enemy team. So TL gonna play it slow, just like this entire game so far.
Looks like they're all gonna head towards mid. Very nicely played. It's gonna catch TL quite off guard. Not that they can do much to protect this. They're looking to fight it on the Nexus turrets anyway, so they're getting themselves into position. Bottom push wave, top push wave. So they can think about what to do next. Hopefully they can get TSM off guard. This could be some time to maybe put a few wards out, but it is scary to just leave the base.
Yeah, it's very scary to leave the base. Honestly, everybody's been kind of scared to move around at any point on this map. It's just been vision control back and forth until, yep. Like that's the moment where you go, man, this, I know Kha'Zix is a good champion, but this just sucks. This just feels so bad. You jump in, the Maokai roots you. You jump onto the Azir, he just knocks you back, or he just gets away. It's so hard to play around this. You just pretty much play poke, but the enemy has better poke than you.
Yeah.
And now, Reignover.
Even when you want to get those kills, you have shields coming in from Biofrost, who has been on point. I mean, he can just mantra the whole team, but if he needs to save you, he has not been missing. Second inhibitor now to go down. TL is actually taking so many hits here, and they're starting the fight with 75% health on the majority of their members. It just makes it so much more difficult to even stop the hits on their inhibitor.
Yeah, and they have to seed all of these objectives slowly because they don't have the opportunity or really the team to fight, because they didn't make enough early moves to just punish the Azir and try to catch him out. Or not enough successful ones. Now they're really relying on Golden Glue to get like a godly ultimate, whereas TSM just kind of can continue to play it slow. TL will bleed out. But you know TSM, they want to move to 3-1 in the standings. Small stumble at the beginning, but if they can end their week only one match behind Cloud9, and be pretty much exactly what they're looking for here.
FlyQuest up there as well.
Yeah, FlyQuest has the possibility of ending in that 4-0 for themselves. But you want to stay up there, and you definitely want to stop TL from having an advantage over you, having themselves going 2-1. You know that tiebreaker being head-to-head.
One more push down towards this bottom side. It's the only thing TSM has before the base is completely broken for TL. And we're already hitting level 18s across the board. The support's obviously the only ones down. You can see how Matt has been going down a lot recently. He's still level 13, which obviously isn't making or breaking the game, but you can see the troubles they've been having kind of keeping the position, their presence on the map.
Yeah, I'll put it in perspective. TSM have 4 kills. Matt has 4 deaths. He's literally the only person who has been killed by TSM. They've just been picking him off, and that gives them the objective when they get the support, or it's just a counter kill and you trade the support.
Hey man, it's supports have to ward alone. Nobody goes with us. No, I'm just kidding.
They don't have
but
to.
It's been on TSM as well to make sure those roams for him are found, being in the right position and having the wards over TL to get those single picks. Turret takes half HP, and finally Team Liquid sort of fight back a little. Nice double hit there. It's about 1,000 damage across both of them.
They're just taking so much damage from the poke, from the Varus, and from the Azir. And now they just have to look, they just slowly seed their base. Oh, Edge of Night wore off. What?
Jump in from Reignover. He actually gets a hit. I was saying Reignover couldn't actually get anybody to go down. The backline is getting hit by Sven, Skaren, and Haunter. Sven has to come out. They're focusing on the inhibitor, and they're letting the team know that as Biofrost and Bjergsen are backing up even more to know they can't get in. One last hit, inhibitor saved. Oh, he comes up from TA.
Not
Gives
once.
the bop. Sven, Skaren in. The tether hits. No resolve coming in there. Yes. The GA is popped. I didn't see that Bjergsen was going to be in range for the soldiers. That's something else that has really come into play this game. Lorlo has been getting to the back line well, but now Bjergsen's soldiers can get to the front line always, as we've been seeing the mid laners do in this game.
GA
Looks like Reignover going to go down. They're using their GAs all willy-nilly as Reignover comes back up. Is it enough time to get Lorlo back into here to prevent Biofrost a full escape? They're still running this one out. A dissonance coming in from Golden Glue. Emperor's Divide shuts it off, and the shot.
Oh, the arrow on Bjergsen
gets hit. Is this the turnaround? They've been waiting for it, but what can they get off it? 35 seconds onto Baron, 40 to 60 seconds on the death timers. There could be a chance as Biofrost stutter steps himself to safety.
Oh man, that was so back and forth. And TL down 8,000 gold, are able to hold on just barely there. And their base, it's an absolute shambles.
They're not working with much. This is a wet cardboard box here. It's drying off. Actually, the side just fell off of the box, but it's drying off. It can still be strong. Yeah. We'll see this fight one more time.
I was talking about shockwaves there for Golden Glue. Arrow hits onto Wild Turtle, and then they get the shockwave onto him. They blow him up, but then how do you handle Bjergsen in that backline? Now he just gets to just throw out damage the entire time. He gets ultied from Lorlo, but then there's no follow-up. They can't reach him. Just Hauntzer's just a gigantic wall, and everybody doesn't have enough HP on TL side to re-engage it. They have to just pull back, get Haunzer. Lorlo's up a little bit too far. Whew. And gets chunked out there from Bjergsen. So yeah, that's the problem with fighting this composition with the one that TL has is, sure, you'll kill Wild Turtle or Bjergsen, but you got to get both here. And it's so hard to actually get to Bjergsen in these fights. If you've used your tools to reach Turtle, they do end up getting him with the arrow. And now TSM are the ones who are on the Baron. The base is now just slowly coming back up for TL, though.
Well, these are long fights. You know the replays are as long as the death timers when they're near 50, 60 seconds. These are some end game fights going on right now between TSM and TL. It's what we've got out of the past few games. It's just there aren't 40 kills now when we're approaching 40 minutes. Much more tempered in the sense that both teams playing to not lose here. But now they obviously have to put the pedal to the metal, heading towards the top side as the inhibitors start to spawn. It'll be mid and top to go for.
And looking for another play here. Wild Turtle.
They want to get these minions?
Edge of
Night they'll leave them.
Off.
And that bot minions will push by themselves. Rainover taking a good bit of damage. Definitely needs to reset on his mana, so he's going to head back to the fountain. Obviously, the home guards will get him back quite quick, but it's not quick enough to stop that from happening.
They're actually not going to go for that top inhib just.
They already have the middle one. Yeah, why not?
Arrow?
They have the minions right there. Double siege on this wave coming in. Rainover's the first one in, trying to just tank up everything. They're killing him. They don't have to focus on Lorlo. He's not doing too much to the team. Going right through. Golden Glue goes down. Now Emperor's Divide back as they're trying to get to the fountain, but it's just blocked off. But TSM owns all of this zone in a really hard-fought series from both teams. TSM takes down TL 2-1.
An incredibly slow match.
That one.
But TSM
slowed down a lot.
You see Bjergsen, it's like that game was not action-packed. He didn't get to make Trima shuffles or any great plays there, but at the very end, Golden Glue tried to go for the shockwave, only hit Haunzer and didn't get those priority targets, so then he got to fly in, have a little bit of fun. 45 minutes in.
So within these games, there's kind of the word decisiveness, going in, making things happen. It somewhat happened in the first two games. I don't know how decisive the plays were that brought out 40 kills. They kind of knew they needed to fight each other to take and give, right? One died, we can still trade one there and maybe get something, and that's really the way the first two games played. So back and forth. And just as you saw in this one, 1-for-1 kill, 2-2, 3-3, could obviously go on. And then it broke once we finally saw Matt getting caught. TSM slowing down that game allowed them to kind of play their rotation style and use that. Even with the blue steals of Bjergsen, great job by TL there.
Yeah, this is a game that the teams will go back to and look at and be like, okay, why didn't we make a play bottom here? We had Arrow, we had Hook, we didn't know where the jungler was. They were playing defensive. And then on TSM side, it's okay, why didn't we make a play bottom here? So it's going to be kind of looking at the missed opportunities and how they could have actually just been more proactive in the game. Because it was a very, very drawn-out game that for teams at the top level of League of Legends, you shouldn't really have those types of games where you're going even the entire time. You have advantages, but they do have an Azir, right? They can sit back on that. When you look at TL, it's like, well, we have Ashe and we also have a Thresh. We should be roaming. We should be trying to make plays. We should be getting Matt all over the map. Ends up costing his life a lot of the time as well.
I also wonder, how much it goes into game that the small things kind of fade away as you get a little more tired. This is all speculation, but saying not as fast to say, hey, my guy's out of lane. That play might fall behind 5 seconds. Some very small things, but there was a stark difference in game 3 that it was just so slow. Guys were droning on, and it is long to play a 40, then 45-minute game. That is putting a lot of stress on yourself. But to come out strong as TSM did, it definitely is what they need to show if they want to get to the top of the tables again, because too much back and forth in their gameplay has kind of scared the fans, I'd say.
Yeah, you're looking for a little more consistency from the team. They did end up losing that game 2 to Pretty slow Liquid afterwards, but it did end up being very eruptive. I thought that was one where the Baron calls, one that they'll go back and look at a little bit and what they could have done instead.
Yeah.
How they got outplayed by the Poppy.
To kill your opponent's mid laner and then lose a Baron fight 4v5, 3v5 in the beginning of the fight anyways. So the plays, they're still there. Shining lights, obviously, for Team Liquid and coming out for TSM. Great job by both the mid lane as well. Golden Glue stepped up pretty big throughout this series. I do have to mention him before we toss.
Yeah, he definitely had to, especially in that last game, because that was one where it's pretty much all on him to make those shockwave plays and kill like Wild Turtle and Bjergsen. So it's a tall task. Didn't ever really get to deliver on it, but overall it ended up being a series that's back and forth in the mid lane.
Yep.
But Bjergsen did have the upper hand for most of it.
Absolutely, and that's where the victory comes from for TSM and for a first-hand account on that series. Let's hear from Pastry and TSM's jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Svenska and TSM's jungler. That was quite a long series for you guys to have to play, and I feel like playing against Rainover is always tough because he's such a strong opponent. Are there any differences at all playing on him now versus on Team Liquid versus Immortals, or is it kind of always some trouble?
I mean, I basically just have a lot of respect for Rainover because he's just super innovative in his jungle path. So he always knows, like, always feel like I get behind when I'm against him because he knows the optimal paths really fast in the new metas. So yeah, I just learn a lot. And compared to on Immortals, I guess, I mean, he just has like weaker lanes now, kind of. So it's hard for him to shine.
And kind of moving back to TSM's team structure in general, obviously Doublelift leaving does create some differences for the team, but particularly, I know he was quite a vocal voice on your team as far as leadership goes. Has that structure changed at all now that Doublelift moved out and Total's moved in?
Okay. Yeah, so last year we had like one person shot caller where Doublelift would decide everything we did. So now that Doublelift's not here, we're trying to, everyone has more of a part in like the shot calling role. So at the start it's kind of hard because you see we're so clueless on like what to do because we have like 5 people not really knowing what to do at the different points in the game, so we end up doing nothing. So we're kind of like trying to improve on that, and hopefully we can get better.
And we know Bjergsen has sort of stepped up into that role, but as a jungler, you have a lot of early game influence. Are you stepping into more of a leadership role, or are you trying to kind of let the team share the whole responsibility?
I mean, I think we all just have to improve the thing. Like, I'm still trying to improve on the things I was weak at last year, so I'm not really like the shot caller or anything. I don't have those capabilities in my personality, kind of. So I'm just trying to get better at what I was doing last year.
And of course, you've always been a strong jungler, arguably the best here in NA, but the jungle pool, as far as individual talent goes, seems very high this year. You have yourself, you have the rookies contracts and Arcadian coming up, you have Dardak, who's a strong player, you have imports like Chaser coming in as well. What do you think of the junglers in general? Because it seems like North America is pretty stacked.
Yeah, I mean, definitely jungler is like the most contested role kind of in the NA, where it's like every team has a good jungler. There's not really, I don't think any team has like a weak one. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of jungle talent in NA right now, and I'm just trying to do what my team needs. So maybe I won't be the best looking jungler or whatever, but I'll be trying to like support my team.
Well, great to hear from you, Svenska. Congratulations on the win today. Thank you for joining me, but we're going to move it back over to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. TSM moving to 3-1, so things are looking up for them in terms of scoreline. The way they're getting there, still not the crispest of games, though, and we heard it from Svenskan there. They're still trying to figure out exactly how to operate as a team from a shot-calling perspective with Doublelift out of the lineup.
Right, and I think it really does hamper the way that they like to play the game. I think they're trying to play the same style that they were known for in the summer split, which is very roam-heavy, especially snowballing through bot lane, but you're just, missing the voice of Doublelift, someone who was very good about setting up what he needed to get a dive off. At the same time, also the mechanical skill is probably a little lower on the side of Turtle, not as lane dominant. So not only is it harder to say what you need, but it's not getting set up as well through just lane dominance.
Now, I do have to say the one thing about this draft here that I've got to ask you about is this triple jungle ban strategy by TSM that they came out with in both Game 1 and Game 3 of the series here, but leaving Kha'Zix and Rengar on the table.
You got me. I don't know, because I understand the idea if you're going in with the assumption that they're doing the standard red side bans of LeBlanc, Rengar, Camille. Then you ban these 3 out, you take
only the
Kha'Zix available, and then like you're forcing the Lee matchup, which we've seen is pretty favorable for Kha'Zix. So
exactly.
It makes sense in that world. But here TL is not doing that. They're trading OP junglers, which I think is a fine strategy if you're not super concerned about one of the other picks.
Right.
And it just seems so strange to me that TSM stuck with this ban strategy. It didn't, like, TSM was the better team and they won, so it's hard to be like, this is a bad strategy.
Exactly.
But you look at it and you say, what was the impact? You basically just didn't ban the first phase.
Right, that's the thing, is that essentially those are throwaway bans because you're still leaving a perfectly viable option on the table for Reignover. Now, of course, things change if we have more insight into the way TSM thinks, and really they are just not threatened by Reignover's Kha'Zix in any way, shape, or form.
It could even be that they feel their champ pools are similar to TL, and they don't want to end up banning themselves out a little bit by throwing bans at the top and mid position. So I'm not 100% sure why they're doing this, but I hesitate to call it an effective strategy.
Right, and that's okay. It's okay to not be sure. I think everybody is still figuring out this new champion select, and this is just one iteration, one stab at it by one team. We'll see how that evolves throughout this split. Within the game itself, though, Bjergsen going off on that Azir. TSM, as you mentioned, liking to be able to make the rotations, had a very good composition set up for themselves that they could siege turrets with Varus, Azir, Maokai frontlining.
I think both teams had a lot of tools to start fights, and the fact that it was such a slow game speaks to the fact that these teams are not 100% on the same page, not 100% sure what they want to do, but the benefit that TSM had was that their comp sieges extremely well. So if both teams are stalling out, at least if we set up in front of your turret as TSM, we're going to come out ahead, and we saw that they were able to mow down a couple turrets like that.
I mean, you just look at his gold graph. Up until 35 minutes, it's essentially an even game, right? I mean, even at that 35-minute mark, it's a minimal gold lead for TSM at that point. So it really does show how, whether or not it was just indecision and an inability to start fights or look for picks, there was that moment there where it becomes explosive, of course. For TSM, they get the edge, they pick up the first Baron. That's what's going to allow them to push in. And then even with a one-team fight by Team Liquid there in the late game, triple inhib down, it's just such a tough thing to come back from.
Right, once you cede so much map control, it really doesn't matter. You have to win so many fights to stop them from taking your inhibs, so you finally reset the map, and then you probably need to win a Baron fight.
Right.
And once you're down to 2 inhibs, and you lose that third one, it's basically game over. It's so difficult to come back just from how the map works.
Yeah, valiant effort by Team Liquid there in the late game. TSM comes out on top on the back of Bjergsen in that mid lane. 33k damage, as you can see. He'll be picking up player of the game here to close out the series. And again, the big picture here for TSM is that they're moving out of week 2 3-1. Just last week, after they lost to C9, the internet was in an uproar about, oh no, TSM is awful without double. If this, what happened to this team? Well, now they're 3-1, so they're near the top of the table, and the only team they've lost to is the one that's pretty solidly considered the best team in the league.
Yeah, I said it before, TSM has made every single LCS split final. If you're worried as a TSM fan, you don't know their history, they'll be fine. Worst case scenario, Reggie steps in and carries the team again through his coaching and play. Who knows?
Right,
one of the two.
Yeah, one can only hope.
Yeah.
Well, with that win, TSM will be happy where they end up in the standings. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the standings to see how teams moved around after today's games. FlyQuest and Cloud9 continue to share first place. TSM currently have sole position of third place, while Phoenix One are alone in fourth. With their first match win, EchoFox brings themselves up to 5th place alongside CLG, Immortals, and Team Liquid. Team Dignitas finished the week in 9th, leaving Envy in last place. We still have 4 more matches before we conclude week 2. On NALCS 1, we start with Phoenix One versus Team Liquid. Then shortly after, Team Envy go against Immortals. And over on NALCS 2, Moon and FlyQuest meet EchoFox in the Battle Theater. Following that, Cloud9 look to keep the streak alive against Counter Logic Gaming. So in particular, I'm looking at matchups like Fox versus FlyQuest tomorrow, where Fox finally has a win under their belt. They're going to be feeling good with that kind of confidence. And against FlyQuest, a team that has struggled early, it might be the room, or the space rather, for Acadian to really take off.
Right, I think this is such an interesting matchup because it seems like EchoFox's biggest weakness is their mid and late game shot calling, but their early game off the back of Acadian is phenomenal. Right. By the same token, FlyQuest, little weak laners early game, and it's going to be this complete mash of styles where it's can EchoFox get control of the game and just keep it, or will FlyQuest be able to rip it back?
Right, of course. Then you've got Team Liquid up against Phoenix One tomorrow. And Team Liquid now at that 1-2 mark, still really trying to scrap together some victories. I mean, can Reignover, lead the charge up against, say, Inori and the squad of Phoenix One with a struggling bot lane in Piglet and Matt?
It's really surprising because it feels like Team Liquid is always just off with one important member of their team. Sometimes Reignover's struggling, sometimes it's Golden Glue, and then recently Piglet and Matt, and especially Matt has not looked great. So I think they need to figure out exactly what they want to do with their bot lane and start drafting through there, because here we saw more mid lane priority. It looked better for Golden Glue, but it looked like it might have come at the cost of the bot lane.
Well, that's the end of our Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more day of games to be played here in week 2. But for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Getting ready for our first series as Immortals will be taking on Cloud9. The ulti gonna miss from Belcher on the other end. And Contract trying to turn it around. Jensen does not Contract. He's not gonna find flood. Kicks Dardoch into the turret range. He's gonna block. He's trying to get flamed in from under the turret. Dardoch still looking in. Needs more damage, but they can't kill him. Dardoch. Oh no! Trying to make a play.
It's only Maokai who can go. Only Maokai. You can fight. Heal. Yeah. Nice.
Oh shit. Andy told me to remind you guys to not play like he would rather you guys go in and feed.
Yeah. Guys, please, everyone feed. That's what Andy wants.
Paco looking to make it happen. Wow! American Sniper Redemption used for Adrian to snipe Ninja out. Adios.
It is rare you see a Redemption kill
killing spree.
There.
Surprise! Someday bringing the presence into this one. 1v3, but here comes Keen. Keen's gonna jump over the wall.
I killed Cassio.
Good job.
Stick together. We can bite too. Yeah, I'm on. Left side.
Good job. Go mid. We can end. Good job, guys.
Echo Fox find their first win over Team Dignitas.
Dun-dun. Oh, they get away.
Looking for
Lilo. It doesn't mean he gets another. He's like, I'm going in for the kill, guys.
Nice. Lulu, no flash. Nice, guys. Let's go mid.
Nice. That's going to be the Redemption coming down for a little bit more healing, and they're going to try to 45. Oh, they're out of the pit. There's 3 in.
Knocking him out. Blast cone back in. That's the smite from Rainover. Going right through. Golden Glue goes down. Now Emperor's Divide back as they're trying to get to the fountain, but it's just blocked off. But TSM owns all of this zone in a really hard-fought series from both teams. TSM takes down TL 2-1.